perspective. And people are saying, listen, there's some good ones now. ServiceNow is good. Adobe's now is good. Workday's good. And I look at them and I say, these are not necessarily what I want to own right now. I want to own, I want low multiple stocks just because they tend to be holding.
So even, I mean,
and I don't
that thing climbed that mountain. We talked about it a lot and created incredible value over that 4-year period.
True.
Obviously, a lot of it has been lost. You don't think that this sort of marks a bottom in a sense?
I think that there's a bottom in Salesforce and a bottom in Adobe and a bottom in ServiceNow. But all that said, I'd rather buy companies that are levered to the gigantic infra spend that our government's going to do. They can't be hurt by the Fed.
How about a bottom in Meta? You think that
definitely.
We, our viewers know your history with that name and the pain that you suffered.
I think that he's not spending as much. That Mark is not spending as much time in the metaverse as people realize. Really good numbers, and I think that WhatsApp is good. But all that said, I think the stock was the worst performer in the S&P, and so it deserved a bounce.
Well, it got a bit of a bounce today, as we mentioned, from JP Morgan. They say heading into 23, we think some of the top and bottom line pressures will ease, and most importantly, Meta showing encouraging signs of increasing cost discipline.
Yeah, and they may do more.
By the way, you have been saying the same.
Well, that I got right.
Yes.
I mean, blind squirrel finds nut. I do think that Meta, the more I talk with people about whether they're going to be in the metaverse, the more I find people who are discouraged and think that it's not going to work commercially. Mm-hmm. Maybe until it gets to a flat screen. People still feel like that when you put on the goggles, you're not who you are. And that's not what people want to do is put on goggles.
No.
They don't want to put on goggles. I mean, maybe like 3-year-olds will grow up and think
with goggles.
Yeah, maybe they'll think that we think they were Viewmasters.
Right.
Where you get to go to the Grand Canyon.
Remember those? Yes, I do as well. Yeah, the goggle thing could be problematic.
I'm going back. I'm just upset about your thing about the algos.
What are you upset about?
It just obviates any need for us.
Well, you just called yourself a blind squirrel.
No, that was because I confessed. I don't want to go through my confession again.
No, you don't need to.
You do not need I made a bad draft pick.
I did not mention
it. It was a bad draft pick, and I moved on.
I did not mention it.
I don't have to say it every day.
No, I didn't do it for that reason.
I mean, I made a bad draft pick. In 2019, I drafted bad. Okay? Let's move on.
To today's game.
Last night's game.
I don't even know who won. I didn't even watch.
But there's a guy named McCaffrey. He won. He also has a team.
All right, coming up. Speaking of drama,
that was not drama.
That wasn't.
You want drama? Let me tell you something. You are guilty until proven innocent in this country. If you say I'm guilty, I stole a lot of money, but I reserve the right to be innocent. No, you can't confess your way out of jail. You cannot get. There is no lawyer in the world who says, you know what I want you to do? I want you to confess, and that will get you out of jail. It doesn't work like that.
You can't get SBF out of his head. People think you're confessing to some crime.
You think SBF is in everybody's head who watches
us? Take a deep breath. We're going to talk about Elon Musk, Twitter, social media platforms suspending a bunch of journalists. Not him yet.
Yeah.
Or
me
like
yet. Turkey. Suddenly the guy's like Turkey.
We're set up for a lower open, everybody. Stay tuned. We're right back.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Il. Good morning. So if you're live, hello and welcome. I think it's just me and Il. If you're new, welcome. If you're watching this in the replay, hello. My name is Sandra, and welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, mindset, community, sharing information. It's just a vibe. It's just a vibe. You just got to come in and see for yourself. So if you're a beginning options trader, welcome. If you were expecting experts, this ain't it. What we are, though, is a community of traders. Some of us beginning traders, some of us have been on the journey for a very long time. Some are experts all along the spectrum. But what we do here is we come and we share. We want to make each other better. Hey, C-Bar, good morning. We just want to make each other better. So feel welcome. Come, make yourself at home. I personally start my day with tea, always some peppermint tea. And then y'all know I have this McCormick, some kind of, I don't know, balanced tea, but it's yummy together. So I have that. You have coffee, tea, get a snack, do something. But we're waiting for the opening bell. And today is all kind of crazy, supposedly, because I think they call it triple witching, but it's where options contracts, I think the dailies, weeklies, quarterlies, everybody's expiring. So I'm assuming that there will be a lot of selling today. These are all assumptions of a new trader. Did I mention that I've been trading for 4 months? A total of 4 months. But what I
Twitter
saw,
suspending the accounts
I'm
of
just going to
several
hit the volume
journalists who
here.
cover both the social media platforms.
When I started on this trading journey, so few months ago, it didn't take me long to realize this could be a moneymaker for a lot of people. It didn't have to be difficult. And so that is my mission, is to demystify options trading. Is it easy? I wouldn't say it's easy, but can you make money easily? Yeah, you can make money from anywhere trading. You can make money in your PJs. You can make money like we're doing. We're all here communing together. So if that sounds interesting to you, stay. Right, get yourself prepared for a day. We're gonna watch this market. Everybody knows I trade QQQ all the time. It works for me. I understand her. She understands me. And QQQ has been good to me. I haven't been good to myself. If y'all have been following along, every day this week there was a play, and I'm not talking about a tiny play. We had some huge plays. Let's see. It's 9:19. I'm gonna flip over to this chart and just look for the last 5 days. And let's see, can we find a play every day? So here we have the last 5 days. Let's look at this one. Okay, this looks like, what day was that? I don't know. But here, there's a play, clear play of the day. This could have been a moneymaker going up. You probably could have grabbed something even on the way out. And I can't remember. Oh, where's the date? It should be up there. That was December the 9th. So I probably traded that day. This week, let me see what's today. So I'm looking from the 12th on. Let's go to the 12th on. So the 9th. Okay, here's the 12th. Yep. This was really quickly. This was Monday, I believe, the 12th. And I definitely caught that run up at the end of the day. Yep. Let's see. And then this would have been Tuesday, this morning run. I think we caught that one too. Yeah, pretty sure. Caught this. Just in plain sight. That was the chairman's. I think this was the day. Was that the day? 2:00. Yeah. I even made money on this day. I got caught up in this big candle, but I righted myself and got some of that too. Oh, that's right, because that was the morning we missed this morning thing. Yep. And I saw this and thought maybe we would do some more up. Bought a call, got snatched right here, and then made it all back. I was able to get out of this candle in time, play some puts, and it was a profitable day. Yep. Caught some of this too. There was one morning where we didn't catch. Oh, that was the morning of Chairman Powell when we didn't catch that. So I guess I'm saying all that to say that, man, the market does what she's supposed to do. It's me, because I have come to the conclusion that I overtrade. Yeah, this is my problem. And so I'm working on it. That's cool. Yeah, listen, on Monday, I'm going back to the lab myself. On Monday, I will be paper trading. You know, I'm always keep my eye on the market because if it's something that is just, obvious, of course I'm going. But I think going back to paper trading will help me too. But you guys, I learned so much this week. We got about 8 more minutes before the bell rings. I learned so much about support and resistance and how to use your support and resistance to help you with a trade. I mean, entering a trade for sure and exiting, but just knowing those price levels, you know, I learn something new every day. Sometimes I discover it on my own because I'm sitting with QQQ all day. That's wonderful. You know, those little aha moments where you see something over and over again and you go, oh, that's what that means. And that's what kind of happened to me this week because I've always known, I've heard, I went to class, I heard what they said about support and resistance, and I even heard what they said about it being important for entries and exit, but nobody made it plain for me. So maybe at some point in the day, I can share with you what I discovered about entering, particularly if I'm entering a put. It would behoove me if this is what I discovered. Now y'all go fact check for yourself. Because again, don't take advice from someone on the internet about your finances, especially when they lead with, I've been doing this for 4 months. Again, this is a learning community, but this is what I learned. So it's a down market, so everyone knows I don't have a put bias. I won't claim it, but it's put season. And so, if what I discovered trading QQQ is that if there is a very strong support and the price gets under that support, and there's some strong, QQQ has some very strong supports, in my opinion. I want to say, was it 282.57? That was one that held forever. And as soon as the price gets under there, if you're wanting to place a put, that it might make more sense to wait till price gets under there and stabilizes under there, because now you have this very strong support above you so that your put has a better chance of, either bouncing off of that support, but breaking through. It might slow down a little bit. Make sense of that for yourself. It makes sense to me. And so I have been using this newfound revelation about support and resistance and helping me place trades. So y'all study that but you probably already know. I think I'm the newest trader in the bunch. I feel like the baby in the bunch. So that's why I reached out for help. Because I know L's been trading for a while, C-Bar's been trading for a while. I'm the newbie here on the block. So I just reached out and asked all my friends to come help. So I'm going to switch over for myself over to watch this. And I'm looking today. They say it may, expectations or things will be red today. So let me go over here and market watch and see what's happening. Whoa. I don't know if this is updated or from yesterday, but looks pretty red to me, you guys. So we're going to see. I'm going to turn the news back up. I hope you guys are watching the news as you trade. Let's see. And I have my, I think C-Bar was telling us to have your template up for your trades. So of course I have preloaded calls and puts just in case, you never know. And so I'm ready. We'll see what happens. If nothing happens, nothing happens. We'll see. I'm just trying to get a view up so I can see what you guys are seeing and I can type in the chat. I'm just trying to get a view up so that's not going to work. Can't have that feedback. Okay, I think we're in business. Okay, what is it looking like? How many minutes? 4 minutes to the opening bell. Is it quadruple witching? Thank you, Elsie. Did y'all know that? It's quadruple witching because a whole bunch of stuff expires today. I just know it's significant. And so, quadruple witching. If I'm not mistaken, it has to do with all of those options contracts. And there's something else that's going on that day. Y'all Google it. Google quadruple witching. That's what we do here. We plant the seed and we help, and sometimes we fertilize the seed too if we know. Because C-Bar is the low-key expert in this group. If you're new, please don't forget to like, subscribe, please subscribe, and share the channel. We want everybody to feel welcome. Come on in, sit with us. It's a low-risk environment. You can be anywhere on the spectrum in learning, options trading. You could be an expert, feel free, come in. We love when experts drop in and sprinkle little gems in the chat. We like when newbies come too, because we want you to feel welcome. That's how this thing got started. I was a newbie and I needed a place where I felt safe to ask questions. And this is that
knew
place.
What went on during the breaks here.
Let's see.
It's such a great. People don't know how great it is. They really do.
We have a good time.
And I have it at night too. And it's just.
I wish people could let's get back to our show, though. Let's give people a mad dash. You want to talk a bit about Goldman Sachs?
Well, I just
these
think
reports of layoffs at the company.
There's an outfit called The Scoop, which I often confuse with the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. That's probably you don't do that.
No, I think it's.
And they have an interesting piece. I don't. They're good. It says Goldman Sachs to lay off up to 4,000 people. Now, Goldman Sachs did overhire. We know that.
They overhired.
Well, they did. I mean, so did. Okay, who didn't overhire? Finance.
No, there's a lot of overhiring.
Right,
by the way,
but
I mean, I know, for example, I know Morgan Stanley is letting people go.
Well,
right now, don't know the numbers, but they're letting people go.
Goldman made acquisitions.
Yeah.
They're rationalizing things. They're trying to figure out who has done great, and they're trying to necessarily call the people. Like I told you, it's not District 13, but there is a sense that Goldman has.
That's a big number, though. If that number would be true, that's 8-9% of the company's workforce. That seems a high number.
That number's not true.
Okay.
That number's not true. It's probably that would be if they decided, you know what, we've really got to hunker down. But that's not their target by any means. Now, how did it get to that number? They're certainly not willing to say, it's probably going to be around 4,000. They think
he was jumping all over the place.
But the fact is, layoffs, yes. But if you remember back, I had David Solomon. I interviewed him. He said, listen, if things don't pick up, we're going to have to change compensation. Now, a lot of compensations, the managers, by the way, they just get bonus. They didn't get any of the commissions just because you're.
Oh my
so
God,
they're
that
getting
tea
bonus.
is so
Bonus doesn't look that
good.
good. I don't know whether that means you would count them as someone who's laid off or someone who they
it's going to be a jumpy one today.
Right.
But I think this
it jumped from 275.77 to 276.22.
The reports there and others we've heard as well. The consumer business
today,
is the area where they have invested a great deal and perhaps feel like it's time to pull back a bit.
I don't have a clue.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's the
happy trading. Anybody else trading today?
Different divisions.
Y'all know I just watch in the morning. I don't care what's happening. I don't generally jump in the morning. Just too much going on. I need to see some intel and some data.
If,
good morning, Ms.
Vice. Solomon is just really worried about what's happening in 23.
I think that David Solomon is saying.
Anybody else trading today? Paper trading. Y'all, I love doing this with y'all, I promise. And my internet is so sketchy. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait to get out of here. I'm sorry I said what I said, but I cannot wait. It's a concrete box. No matter where I go, the internet is sketchy. So I got to do something different. Okay. Some selling.
Who's ringing the bell? Harry of Harry's Hanover Square celebrating the 50th anniversary.
Gonna do some fussing and fighting today.
See him up there. Who else is up there? Oh, I'm looking. Okay. Yeah, I see them all. Our longtime executive producer Sam Wright's talking to me down here as well. She can't help herself. Over at the NASDAQ, we've got the Council of Urban.
Good morning, Shauna.
Their 15th anniversary. Where do you want to start?
Goldman Sachs, and you're an intern or you're associate. and you're paying nothing.
Welcome,
what do you do?
welcome.
You go to Harry's.
Welcome, ladies. I checked on my Discord group this morning and they post their wins and losses. And when I tell you these chicks are out here making money, I got to get out my own way, you all. I got to get this skill down pat. Yeah, C-Bar says after 10 a.m. Yep. I always let it settle down. I'm afraid of having sketchy internet when I arrive too. Yeah, I will say this. Some places are better than others. And it's just a thing because a lot of buildings here are concrete. You know, it's all concrete. It's just a thing, y'all. It's a thing. So I don't know. Internet and trading, ooh, it's important. It's important. Your internet is important. So that does cause me just a little anxiety, just a teeny weeny bit, just a teeny bit.
Google Maps, for example, they are the provider
And
there.
do you want to talk about how rigorous Advent is?
It's so good to see y'all. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we are not quite 3 minutes in.
And they turn Lulu. These are
And I will just talk you all through what I see and what I know. And if you are newer than me, maybe it'll help you. And for the experts, you all jump in and drop in the chat if I say something that isn't correct. But this is our RSI, which is a relative strength indicator. And oversold is down here at 30. Overbought is a value of 70 or better. And you can see that this is beginning to be oversold. Y'all help me with that one because I always get those mixed up. Oversold is up top, overbought is below. It's when the buyers, I don't know. Somebody fix it in the chat, but I do believe this is correct. This is when too much of something has happened. And so there are buyers in the market now, and there's so many buyers. So this is overbought, yes. And then at the bottom is oversold. That's why I'm in class too. But at any rate, those are very significant levels. So we're up there. And generally, you know, that's information. It could be information for somebody who is looking to enter a put, maybe, because you know that thing can't stay up there forever. At least that's my thinking. Eventually, that thing's going to come down. Although I've seen it stay up on at or above that level for some time. So, but that's an RSI, relative strength indicator. Here's our MACD. I love a MACD because it's such an easy visual. Green, you can see it was like going up. These are going up. These bars are getting taller and they're bright green. You can see as the trend changes, this becomes a darker green and they get smaller. I mean, come on, how easy is that? This is like, I need that. I welcome this kind of simple to understand information. And then here again, we have like a crossover with our MACD. You can see then the trend changes, that correlates here. And you can see red for the price decreasing. You can see that that was increasing, or the intensity of the rate that the price was coming down was increasing, and then it leveled off. And so there's so much information you can read without having, you don't need to know anything about the market to just, if someone just explains to you what this shows, and then you can see for yourself. And that's how I learn. I need to see things. It needs to make sense. I need to spend time with it. So maybe that'll help you guys. And so we're looking at this morning climb. And of course, this is, the price going up, and we love to watch these stair steps, I'm telling y'all. And so this is volume. It's a very big green bar, which means that's a lot of volume, and that's always good. And you can see down here again on your MACD how this is like a trend indicator. So it is in an upward trend, and it's a pretty strong trend. You can see because these are getting bigger each time, and look how wide those are spread apart, those two lines. And then C-Bar introduced us to the TTM squeeze, which who don't love some more color on your chart? But it also is another visual indicator of what stock price is doing. And so between these indicators here, if nothing else, you ought to be able to follow along with, is the price increasing? Is it decreasing? And that's intel in itself. So while I don't trade early in the morning like this because usually it's pretty volatile. No. Let's see, this is 5 minutes. We're going into the second 5 minutes.
I will say this, David.
Where are
We'll
we now?
see.
What are we talking about?
We'll see how it shapes up, folks.
Okay. For our viewers to sort of keep along, you can't get crypto out of your head, and so you keep coming back to it at odd moments.
Okay, because
you earlier made a reference to DraftKings, saying that your money would be safer there than it would be at Binance. And then here's CZ, who runs Binance.
Oh, Ms. Vice says everything in
real time.
Good for him.
So now you're coming
Merida's made of concrete too. You understand what I'm talking about? Oh, Shauna, you have your appointment today.
People made a big mistake.
Best wishes. Congratulations, because you already got it. And we'll see you on this side. That's so exciting. Good for you. I can remember I was filled with anticipation and excitement. So I hope you're excited about today. And we're with you. We're pulling for you. Please let us know as soon as you find out. That's an exciting day. Yeah. Okay, you're going to be in Vegas. Yeah. All right, Ms. Vice. Ms. Vice said she'll be back in about 20 minutes.
It's not a bad time. And if the market slows, I have 85 stocks.
Ms. Vice said don't give out the good tips while I'm away. You can always run this bad puppy back through the replay. And because I'm telling you, the chat, it depends on what day you're here. The chat it's like class itself. Because everybody is dropping, all kinds of helpful bits and pieces. So it's a good time. It's a good time. Shauna, you definitely got this. This is a group of women who are moving and shaking and doing things, y'all. We don't let much grass grow under our feet. Every time somebody is in here, they're doing something. And, something could be nothing. Sometimes resting is something. But we're always doing something to improve ourselves. So that's why I love it here. That's why I love it here. And the guys here are so supportive too. So we just have an overall supportive community.
China itself, of course, it's been an important week there in terms of COVID restrictions really coming off. Of course, we don't have accurate numbers in terms of how quickly the virus is actually.
Are you kidding me?
And we do.
Look, I'm old school. You tell me the time of your appointment, girl. I'll be over here praying. Like, wait a minute, what time? Who? What's his name? Who is the person that's helping you? Give me their name, girl. We will get you over the hump. Nothing like some good old sisters pulling for you.
Of his holdings. Of course, he owns the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay, so here come the shenanigans if y'all looking.
Apartment on Central Park South that he paid about $188 million for.
But the shenanigans we like to see.
Selling a certain amount of his stake.
So QQQ is down to 276.06. And did you guys see how that RSI took a downturn? Look at it. I mean, it'll turn. So now it's pointing down. I mean, these are just some really easy visual clues that if you just walk behind me and you knew nothing and saw all of this stuff, you would be like, what the heck? Trust and believe. It is almost, I feel like, if you really break trading down seriously, just the looking at the patterns part, anybody could watch this over the course of some time and start to see some patterns that develop, and you see them repeatedly. Anybody could do that. So that's what I want folks to know. Do not be intimidated by looking at these. I promise you, I could teach this to a third grader. You guys, volume just means the number of buyers or the number of sellers. At any time in the market, there are always buyers, there are always sellers. This green bar just means there was an overwhelming majority of buyers at this time. This volume bar simply tells us that there was an overwhelming majority of sellers in this I'm in a 5-minute time frame. So in this 5 minutes, but you can also see the size of it, so that tells you something. This volume isn't nearly as great as that volume was. So that's all we're doing is looking most of the time. And I'm telling you, I don't know if it's just me, but when a play is in effect, it feels different. So I swear the atmosphere feels different. It's almost like, I swear I almost hear a symphony. I know, don't laugh, but it's the truth. it gets calm because to watch that thing come in, especially if it's just a good run. I don't know, y'all. Maybe it's me, but when those things get to building, I could just sit there and watch, and it's like peaceful because you know what's happening, So hopefully you will find a ticker that you love and study it to the point where you know what it moves like, so that when you see it, it's made it easier for me to get, it's made it easier for me to recognize a play in QQQ. The things that work against me or the things that I need to work on areas of improvement. I get emotional, I get anxious because I see it unfolding, and then doubt kicks in, like, is this the time to jump in, jump out? So it isn't. I showed you guys over the last week, every day there was a play, and I'm talking about a major play that anybody could have made money on, but you have to, for me, I have to master myself, and then I overtrade. So I know my areas. And so if you want to be a good trader, I think you need to know yourself. And so I know fear, FOMO, all those things, they show up. And so I have to work on that to maximize my profits, because it was no question about the ability to make money this week, every day. And I'm talking about major plays that anybody could have seen.
Right to be, and you're not alone in thinking that this could be.
Looked up TTM squeeze. Woo, child. That TTM squeeze is the truth. I like the TTM squeeze, but that's because I like simple to read. It doesn't require a lot of interpretation. And I love that it really requires no math. So if somebody was afraid of math, like, I know a lot of girls, at least that was my experience in the classroom, girls tended to be more have more math anxiety, and that's just because of the way we're socialized. Boys are taught to measure and hammer and do all kind of crazy things from childhood. But what I found is, once you demystify that math is not, it's only, you got 0 through 9. We can figure this out. Once you demystify math, or once you demystify anything for a person and make it less intimidating, you can get in there and you begin to say, oh my gosh, is that what I was running from? That's what. So I feel the same way about trading. I want folks to feel like, oh, this is totally doable. It is doable. Can you lose money? Yes, we've been over this time and time again. Can you make money? Yes. Do I give stock advice? No. But you can make money watching for, patterns of money movement. That's all it is price action. So you're really watching price action, and you're just trying to pick your spot, get in and get out.
Yes, but right now you're not. So there's no law.
Oh, yes. Today is definitely, well, I don't give stock advice, but just think about it. Things are on sale. So you all, this ain't rocket science. You can look at the 52-day low. You can look at a stock's price over the last 2 or 3 years. You can look at it over the lifetime, to be honest with you. You can do it right from your Thinkorswim platform. So if you see that something that you like is down 40%, I don't know. I know what I do when it's a sale, but what you do when it's a sale is up to you. But that's what they mean when they say millionaires and wealth is built during recessions like this. Because now, instead of being able to buy 1 or 2 shares, you can buy multiple shares for long holds. Now, time and when to get in, and when the best price, who knows? I don't think everybody tells you can't time the market. So all I'm saying is watch these sales. When prices are going down, stocks, ETFs, all that stuff is going on sale. Math money is different. We all get profit and loss. Yeah, math money is way different than trig and geometry and all those crazy things that probably had us anxious. Fractions. It doesn't make sense. This is money, folks. We can all count money. We can watch a price go up and down. Options, I think those options contracts aren't so much about math as they are about knowing how options are priced and how price and profit are affected by things like delta, theta,
do remarkable things.
open
And if you always
interest,
study the
you know,
quarter,
implied
they'll tell you about
volume.
some
You do
companies
need to
and what they're
understand those
doing
things so
with
that when you
it's very, very exciting,
when you pick a
right?
contract, you give yourself the
Quarter.
best
So I
chance
think it'll be
to
an
make the most
excellent
profit.
interview,
And so I
really
think
do like
that's
the
what
company, but I
we
do
do
like the stock.
here.
But
We
at
can
this
talk
point,
about
the
those
stock
things.
has
We can
fallen
talk
as
about what
de-risked
makes a good
because it's come
contract.
down some
So
more.
this
Finally,
Sunday, we have a Zoom class, and I'm just watching you guys because nothing's happening really. This Sunday, we have a Zoom class. If you want to be invited to the Zoom class, we're talking about how to place trades with holds. You know, we want everybody to have all the tools in your toolkit. So we'll be talking about how to place trades, with holds and everything in between. I also posted a video in the community tab. I posted a couple of videos. So if you want to prepare for our Zoom meeting on Sunday, because we'll all be working together to make sure that nobody leaves there without knowing how to place a trade and put a hold, a stop, a limit, whatever it is you want to do. So that's what we're going to be working on. And I think we may even talk about the analyze tab. That analyze tab, ooh, gave me a headache. So if anybody knows how to work the analyze tab, feel free to join us for Sunday's Zoom meeting. The only thing I need from you to invite you is your email address. Drop it in the chat, and I will send you a Zoom link invite so we can talk it up, chop it up, and talk.
Sister, mother.
I don't play like we've got some signs of life in the broad.
Let me peek over here and see what QQQ is doing.
Number of those names are up. We've got
look at the market come back because
Disney up.
So 276.64.
Wait a second, national holiday.
We've also got fresh economic data out from S&P Global. That was just a few moments ago. Flash manufacturing PMI for December, came in at 46.2.
David, stop it. Disney's up
Compared to consensus.
No, wait. I want to know about what this is.
Market Watch. Ooh, that's not what we saw yesterday. This is very different. So let's see. QQQ is down by 7 cents. And down by 11. Okay, so slightly down today. Not even a whole percent of, not even a tenth of a percent. So just flat basically. And I'm just looking over here at my
take a look at how treasuries are faring this morning.
Watch list. So I'm gonna shrink the TV so you can see the watch list. It'll pull it up above where I am.
At 3.5.
And the 10 years.
Hopefully that'll help you guys see. So I'm looking at this watch list because everybody knows I'm trading QQQ, and I listed the top 9 holdings in QQQ, and so most of them are green. The only thing that's red is, they're so close. It'll be changing throughout the hour because nobody's really up or down. Meta is up by 5%. Meta. Well, let's check out Meta. What the heck? Okay, go Meta. It's your birthday. Anybody have money on Meta? I don't fool with it. But they're off to a great start. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. And oversold and pointing up to the wind. And I said this before. You guys, we've seen this before where these SMAs are spread open wide like that. It's got to be something to it because we've seen it before where it's taken off to the sky and these things are just spread apart. They are not clumped up together. This thing is oversold. So we know clearly it can be oversold for some time because it's been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. And then these bars are steadily building. They're green and these things are pointing up to the sky. And look at our TTM squeeze. Just everything is correlating. Yeah. And so did y'all see that green, dark green candle come in? Kind of then back to light green, dark green, light green. I don't know. See. Wow. Go Meta, go. What the heck? Was there some news? Did I miss something on Meta? Oh, what's the news? Okay. Social media support trade groups urge top court to reverse law curbing editorial freedom. I don't know. But did you guys notice that over here on your watch list, there are these little indicators? And so this one is for profit sharing, I think, or dividends. Yes. So AVGO, which is Broadcom, I want to say, has a dividend that's going to be paid. But you can find out little things here. QQQ, that there should be two for QQQ. I'm gonna move it over because there was some news. I saw it. I'm gonna move that so we can see. Okay, well, anyway, QQQ can be traded 24 hours a day. See that? And so if you click on that thing, that little dot there, you'll get some information about the stock. So it's always good to keep up on the news. So let me get back over here to QQQ, see what she's doing. And so we watch, we wait. QQQ is basically doing the same thing as Meta's doing, but she don't look like she running as hot. Let's see. Opened at roughly 276, 22, so up $1. Yeah. Who knows? Okay, let's get our Trader TV back.
All right, there it is. A look at the worst performers of the week, topped by, interestingly, two companies we have spoken a lot about. Charter, of course, that larger than expected CapEx spend coming in 2023 that they shared at their analyst day a couple of days back. And Tesla.
I'm emailing you information for the Zoom meeting. Yes, please review and tweak as needed for our Sunday meeting. Will do. Thank you, C-Bar. See what I'm saying? That's the kind of community we are. We share. So if you want to join us on Sunday, just drop your email, or you can email me at fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com and just email me your email address. You can drop it in the chat if you feel comfortable, or you can just send it to me. I'll put my email address. It's easy. The website address, all of it's From Lack to Legacy. My IG is all the same too. So I'll just drop my email address. Feel free to, I hope that's right. Did I get it from Lack to Legacy? Yeah. Just send me your email address and I'll send you the Zoom link. And so, we'll be working on Sunday. But if you have something else, another topic that you want us to address, shoot that in an email too. Morning, Bumpy. Are you trading today, Bumpy? Good morning, Kathy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, guys. So we're just watching QQQ do her thing. The news has gone quiet for a second. Great, Kathy. Kathy, I need your email address. I'm sure I have it somewhere. But let me know if you want to attend Sunday at 2:00. We're going to do a Zoom meeting. That way we can all chat together. This is great, I think, for sharing and watching in the privacy of our own homes. This is perfect for watching the market unfold. But I think to do a more interactive class where we can all chat with one another, and maybe even break off into chat rooms if if somebody has similar interests, that it might be better for us to meet like that on Zoom. So I will facilitate those Zoom meetings. But I just need your email address if you're interested, or just email me at fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com if you are interested, and I will shoot you the Zoom link. All of this stuff is just a free community of learning. So feel free to drop in. If you have something that you want me to incorporate beforehand, shoot that to me as well. And I'll try to have everything prepped and posted in some way that is shareable. I do my best, y'all. Y'all know I'm new to all of this, so I'm learning every day, but I will do my best to share that information and be ready for Sunday. Yeah. Okay. Good, Kathy. We look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
All right, welcome back. Of course,
so news is back.
Let's get over to Bob Pisani, get more on what's going on. Bob.
And then I'm just going to peek over here.
We broke 3,900 overnight. That was a big sort of expiration strike price. So when we did that overnight, we took another leg down, but not too bad here. Semis are holding up. I know Jim mentioned that. Micron, AMD, Broadcom's holding up okay. ARC's up. Energy's actually the only sector up for the week. And there's those REITs again, just not looking good. They haven't been looking good all year. I just want to point out some of these stocks. SL Green is at a 13-year.
You guys know REITs are like ETFs that contain real estate. So it's another way to invest in real estate without actually purchasing land or parcels. you can invest in real estate through REITs. And so it's a bunch of companies rolled together, just like QQQ is an ETF with a bunch of companies rolled together. And of course, REITs aren't doing well because the real estate market isn't doing well.
Expiration really is secondary to the issue for stocks, which is very simple. Still higher for longer, and the economic data is sort of turning against.
I'm going to make this smaller so we can. I want to get this whole picture
so it's making a harder,
into view.
difficult case to argue for a soft landing.
QQQ is off the charts. I'm going to make my
and the valuations are really
charts
very high right now. Here's the problem. The strategists think that earnings are going to be down 5, 6, 7% next year. And if that's the case,
these candles are floating right on off the page.
It almost never goes
but I'm looking on the 5-minute time frame. I'll even go down to the 3-minute because I can see patterns sometimes a little better on the 3. I can see the formation. Yeah. And you see how wicky? I don't like it.
I know.
It's just
I
like
figured you'd be down here, Bob, celebrating with them.
These long wicks, we talked about that before. That's price volatility. The top of this green wick is the highest the price was within that 3 minutes. The bottom of this wick is the lowest the price was in that 3 minutes. Green candles open at the bottom. So this one opened roughly at 276.19. It closed at roughly 276.58. Because y'all know I'm working with 60-year-old eyeballs. So, excuse me. That's why for me, when I see wicks, they're so telling because there's a lot of price movement in there. And this is another candle very telling. The ones I like that ensure confidence in me are these really strong, long ones that have just equal, short, stubby kind of wicks because the price, it's clear that the price opened and closed and that there wasn't a lot of volatility in between. So I'm sure you guys already noticed this, but the color of your volume bars are color coded, at least the way I have it on my screen, are color coded to whoever's in charge. So buyers are green. Buyers are clearly in charge during that 3 minutes, and then you can see sellers were in charge during. So if you didn't know, so that's what I think makes it so easy, you guys. This stuff is color coded. It's color coded. You know that you're getting oversold because it's hitting this 70 mark and this thing is turning red. That should just tell you something. Pay attention. Something's happening. The thing turns red. And then when it hits the bottom, it turns blue. So those are areas where you want to pay attention. This is our RSI, the relative strength indicator. And it helps us determine maybe where price is in a cycle. So, or as it moves, it's an indicator. Look it up. This is our MACD. It also helps us determine like trend and the strength of a trend. And you can see that these were green and it's open wide and it was pointed to the sky. And this thing was doing just that, going up, up, up. And you can see that they're getting dark green and they're diminishing in size as if this trend might be waning a bit. And so that's it. That's why when I looked at this, I was like, anybody can learn this. You do not have to be a mathematician. You really don't. You don't even have to be good at math. And so anybody watching with their eyes can see that this is 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes of decline in the price. And if you're tracking the price, it's easy to see it's going down. So our job is to figure out how do we get in when it's doing what it's doing. And so this would be, this would be a very profitable put right here. Had somebody had the foresight to get in on that, either this candle or this, I wouldn't. That's just not enough information for me because I'm not, I'm new to this. But that's what we're looking for. So you're looking for obvious uptrends. You're looking for obvious downtrends. And you want them preferably to be sustainable. You want them to move quickly. And that's how you make money on the internet, folks. So you just show up. QQQ, SPY, all of them, they're going to do what they do. They're going to move throughout the day. And some stocks have more volume, more liquidity. They will offer you more opportunities because, they're doing this. May offer you more opportunities to trade during the day. So that's why I trade QQQ. Lots of opportunities because it's high volume. Lots of people trade it. It's an easy one. But the art is when to get in and when to get out, and even more so when to stay out. And I don't know, we'll see. If this continues to decline, this might be a good place to, who knows, jump in. I'm gonna look and see. And people know, I've never heard anyone tell anybody to trade on the 1 minute. Never heard it. I've never heard anybody even tell you to look down there. That's just what I've known. I've only taken a few classes, but I always look down there sometimes, because the way I see it, those 3-minute candles are made up of 1-minute candles. And if something's going on down here, you're going to see it in a few minutes. So I like to just peek down here to kind of get an idea of what's going on. So you see we did this hop thing, hop above, and now you see how we're coming below. This is the 9 and the 13-day moving average. They represent the price average over 9 days, the average price over the course of 13 days. This is my 50-day moving average, and this is the 200-day moving average. And they all represent just what they say. The 200 moving day average represents 200 days of pricing. And I use simple moving averages. So it's just a simple 200 days. They added up the price, they divided by 200, and then they plotted this on a line. There is another thing called an exponential moving average, which I think I might switch to because it makes more sense to me. It's weighted. The days that are closer to the actual trading day are weighted more heavily than the days that are further away, if that makes sense. But this looks pretty good to me because we're coming through all of these SMAs. And we're coming through with ease. So you can also look here and see, yeah, there's a crossover, and this looks like a good trend, and it looks like it's not overbought yet. I don't know. Let me go, but that's on the 1 minute. So of course I wouldn't make any decisions there. I will back out to the 3 just to see. And there are those stair step things we talk about. And here's a nice little crossover just happening, y'all. And again, it's like right nice in the middle. And here comes that red. Can you all see that? The beginning of a red, that crossover signifying that we're going into a downward trend. So I don't know. And we're near these SMAs. I would like it if it got underneath all of those. If price could get underneath all of these, I don't know. And I'm telling you, I have to preface this. These are the musings of a new trader. So if you see something and you see you're an experienced trader, don't let me just be out here looking crazy. Say, did you consider this? Okay. So I'm just sliding over to the comments now because I like to be nosy.
It will do more. Most Fed observers I talked to said that the Fed
Please write it down, Sandra. Oh, it's a REIT. Oh, I'm sorry. Did everybody get it? It's a REIT. Okay.
Or later, Sarah.
Steve Leisman, Steve, thank you very much. Markets versus the Fed, it feels like is sort of the.
Hold on, let me put you all are somebody helping Kathy with her candle view? Kathy, your candles can look like mine if you put them on the 3 minute, and hold tight, y'all, because QQQ is looking like maybe it's time to go. Let's see. I'm waiting on this one to get below.
The outlook deteriorates for the economy, and I feel like that's what's been the story of the markets post-Fed.
And the reason I'm waiting for it to get below these 2 SMAs, y'all, because it could bounce off of that. I've seen that happen. It could bounce off of it. It could just consolidate on it. Or if the gods are smiling on us today, it'll just cut right through those 2 joints and be under there for a while, which would mean it would have to be under 275.50 for some time for me. 275, it looks like that's about, 275.50. And I hope that's correct. So let me get back over here to the comments. Okay, it's a REIT. I think somebody addressed it. It's a REIT. Yep, REITs. Also look at
Right, so the market's pricing in this
Hewlett. I'm not familiar with that, but yep, a REIT is, oh y'all, looky, come on, red candles. A REIT
set up. But everyone expected
is
San
a
Francisco,
real
I'll tell you that.
estate
Just wanted to
ETF.
get it done,
And they hold bunches of, a bunch of different real estate companies in there. And it's a way to invest in real estate without actually being a landlord or actually, having property.
Services spending. It's all goods in the retail sales. The only
If
part of it
more
that
than
was
one,
services
yep,
were
it's
bars and
REIT.
restaurants, and that number was
Real
actually
estate
higher. So it's
investment
not like the
trust. You
consumers
got it.
falling
Go
apart
on.
here.
See, that's how we
They're
do
definitely
that.
spending less
A
on,
REIT
like,
is a
clothes
real
and
estate
apparel and
investment trust.
furniture. We
So
bought
for
enough
those of
ottomans for
you
our
who
house.
can't
Right, and part of that is COVID, and they're spending less
see,
because inflation is
and you
starting
can
to
just
come
hear
down a
us, a
little
real
bit.
estate investment trust.
Hang in
And
there.
you guys, I
We've got
think I'm
time.
going
My
over
board game was on last
to
Friday on Bank of America.
QQQ
They
because
were
she's coming really
7 feet up in
close
December, according to him.
to
3.7% unemployment rate.
those
People are afraid.
SMAs.
Yeah.
And that's a nice, I mean, seriously, if she can cut through those,
Growth is more of
this is a
more
go
of a
for
question
me.
mark, and earnings
I don't know. What do I know? And here, listen to this. Do not take
have not
advice from
fallen
anybody on the
There's more
internet.
downside to come. For more on this market,
Consult a
let's bring in
professional.
Charles Schwab's
But
Elizabeth
it looks
Saunders
good
and Wells
to me.
Fargo Investment
So she's at
Institute's Daryl Funk, and I
275,
believe you guys are both
44,
leaning bearish, right,
275,
Daryl, as far as the outlook for next year?
38,
Yeah, well, I would say for the
275, 36, and
and
going 35, 31. Yeah, that looks, we're going to see. I'm going to see what this next candle holds. Let me go look down. I'm going to just look across the time frames. You should always look across time frames, like you just want to know. So that looks pretty good. That's 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of pretty strong. And it's coming down to this 200. Or is that my 50? It's coming down to the 50. I want to see what it does here. I just want to see. But it looks good to me. It looks like, yeah, this looks pretty good. Let's see. But did you see that 275, 55, you guys? I'm telling you, it has trouble around that 50-cent mark, and it will bounce off of those SMAs if you're not careful. So I'm going to wait and see. Let me look at it on the 15.
Which history tells us when that happens, you tend to break one way or the other, either the upside or the downside.
Yeah, everything says we're going into a downtrend to me. I have to preface all of that with to me. To me. Experts in the group, please weigh in. 275.43.
That's not a great sign.
41.
Suzanne, what about you? Where are you leaning toward
42. Those are all good signs. I would feel really good if we got down to, like, the 30s. But look at it. Look at that price, how it responds around the 50-cent mark. 275, 55. QQQ plays around the dollar, gives her a little trouble, that dollar mark and 50-cent mark. I don't know. This is just what I see.
Medicine still needs to be.
So I'm gonna look at it on the hourly.
Weaker economy, weaker labor market, very clearly
Just because.
shared by the Fed as.
Okay, so the first half an hour looks like we were pretty positive, and the second half hour looks like, yep.
Therefore, I think sooner rather than later is the better time to take the medicine.
It's underneath 1, 2, and it's kind of caught up in these. So let me look and see. I'm going back to the 3 minute. And that's what I do all day, y'all. Oh, that looks pretty. That looks pretty, y'all. I don't know. Let's look at this 5 minute. I think it's time to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that will
Well,
actually
look
happen?
at that. That
Well,
green
when
candle.
you look at things like the regional PMIs, the
37.
S&P Global PMI that came out today, retail
4.
sales, industrial production that was weaker than
30.
expected, you are starting to see some of those
26.
dominoes.
Okay, you guys, I'm about to shut this view off because I think yesterday I inadvertently showed y'all all my account information. At any rate, I'm about to go into this trade, so hold tight.
Whether it's layoff announcements, which in the Challenger Great Christmas data are up
I'm gonna
more than
switch
400%
to
year over year, even higher for the
just
tech
me.
space. The differential between
And
the household
be
survey
back.
and the establishment survey that generates.
You may
payroll.
hear,
So you already are starting to see some
and I'm
weakness
still
that
watching
may not
this.
manifest itself
You may
in
hear
serious
the
uptick in
order
unemployment rate
complete,
because
that
of the labor
blink
shortage,
sound.
but I think more
You
weakness
might
is
hear
coming.
that.
Daryl, talk us through the earnings
9,
expectations for the next few quarters, because what I
28.
hear is that fourth quarter should be fine, but it's the outlook for the first quarter, which should be very muddy and uncertain, because just nobody knows what the economy is going to look like and what the Fed is going to do. So where are expectations versus where you think they're going to be?
Yeah, I think fourth quarter will be fine. The interesting thing is, what's beaten earnings has been revenue growth. But if you unpack revenue growth, it's not in unit demand; it's just in price increases, which is pari passu or on par with inflation, right? So it's the companies raising prices and not underlying demand.
Look at that.
You need to understand as you think about Q4
33.
and Q1. We do think Q1, the markdown on Q4 probably starts in earnest in early January as we go through that season. And then Q1, Q2 likely look like the tough quarters. I find it ironic that markets, are surprised by kind of where economic data is at and where the slowdown is.
Okay.
We all know that monetary policy acts with
Two to 7, 2 6. Okay. Let's see. I want to see why the volume went out on our news.
And this volatility, that'll be this hour as we check in with longtime economist Jeremy Siegel. He is arguing that inflation has peaked.
He
Okay.
really wants the Fed to pause. Plus, more on Wall Street's top picks heading into the new year, from chips to retail to China, all tackling that this hour.
3
And finally, Goldman
puts,
Sachs,
and the
it's joining
price
the growing
is going
list of
down.
companies
So this
that,
is a good
may be
thing.
facing layoffs.
Okay, we talked
These
about the
are reports out there that thousands could lose their jobs at the Wall Street firm. We got a big show ahead. Don't go anywhere.
I got puts in on 3 minutes. Oh, good. Put on 3 minutes. Okay, got it. Put on 3. Okay, you guys. Let me peek over here and I will tell you if I am profitable. So hold tight. I'm gonna peek over and let y'all know what's happening. We are very profitable. This is a good thing so far. Yep. As long as that price just keeps falling the way it's falling, this is like a no-brainer, to be honest with you. 274.93. As long as that price just keeps on falling, 274. Now it becomes a matter of when to take profits. It's like, don't be greedy. Take the profits. And now I look back at this point, you guys, and look at my contract to see if it's a good one. Because even though the price is coming down slowly, I wonder if I could have picked a better contract. I don't know. This one's making money. But different contracts earn differently. And I want to say I aired on the side of being cautious today. And so I didn't go really deep in the money like I normally do, where there's a higher delta. And so it's making money. I'm just going to keep watching though. So we're at 274.86. We still aren't oversold. This is red. Everything is saying, I don't like the way this RSI is turned up though. Did you see that green candle come in there? That other green candle? So I'll be watching 275.01. Yep. Get down under 274, please. Yep. 274.99. This is all good. We want to get away from that dollar mark. Get down, get down, get down. At least that's my thinking. This is all I know. So this is what I've been doing, folks, for the last 120 days, is learning how to read this chart learning how
Been a
to
tough
get
month
in
for the stock
and out of a
Apple,
trade,
at
you
least
know,
thus far, down
learning how to
about, you can see it
maximize
right there, about
profits,
8.5% for the month.
learning how to stay out of my own
Heaviest on the
way.
Nasdaq 100 yesterday.
So
Tesla on the other side of that
274.80,
actually led the index.
and this is all
Our next
good as long as
Ask
it
Well
just
Meet
keeps
covers
doing
both those
that.
companies.
And I'll be
Bernstein's on the
honest
second
with
on
you
your
guys,
voices. Now, Tony,
I'm
always good to
learning.
have
I'm
you.
going to take
I'd
some of
actually
these
like to start with
profits.
Tesla.
I'm not going to be banking on like this
because,
thing is going to
you know, I
just
find
keep
it
doing this
fascinating, this
forever.
connection between
At a
Musk's
certain
behavior
price, I'm going
involving
to,
Twitter.
I may even sell
And
them all. I
the
don't know. I'll
continued
leave
decline
one
in the
runner
shares, except
because
for yesterday. What's your take right now
I've been
in terms
getting
of
in my
Tesla,
own
whether it
way
really is
because
damaging
you just can't
some
be
of
greedy.
the
You got to take
brand
the money and
loyalty
run
that
sometimes.
the company has
So
engendered
now
over the years?
here, I'm
Well,
watching
good
to
morning,
see.
David. I certainly don't think that Musk is helping Tesla's cause in terms
I'm gonna
of
go
his
back
association
to
with Twitter,
15
the actions
minutes.
he's taken there,
Okay,
the proclamations that he's made.
275
But
or
I do
2.
think the
I'm just
bigger
looking to see
fundamental
like at what
issue
point do I
is
have to
that
stay to be
Tesla appears
profitable?
to
What
have
price
demand
point?
issues, and we've
What
seen
price?
them last quarter fall a little bit short on deliveries, and we've seen pretty aggressive price cuts in China. Now we're seeing discounting in the U.S. and we're seeing discounting in Europe as well. And so if you have a company that's growing or hoping to grow 40, 50% per year and it's struggling with demand, that's the principal fundamental issue. But to your question, absolutely, I think, you know, to some degree, Musk may be disenfranchising, you know, potential Tesla customers, and that's certainly not helping.
Yeah, we had a guest on yesterday, though, Gary Black, who owns the stock, said, you know, at least on his numbers, he thinks it's trading as low as 22 times earnings, thinks it could earn as much as $20 a share, by the way, by 2026.
Okay, just so you guys can see what I'm
the stock could be
watching.
as high as $800.
I'll pause a little bit,
Tony,
you
what's your
know,
take?
a green candle.
Well, you know, we're at a little under $5 for next year, so that means the stock's still trading at above
Kathy,
30 times earnings.
then
You know, we are in a higher
you need a
interest rate
candle, you need
environment.
some
So when you
tea,
look out to the
you need a
future,
trading plan
and you
and
look
some
at,
resolve,
earnings,
and just
you
let
have
it go.
to discount those at a higher rate, and that's part of the reason we've had.
But I'm always watching.
You know, a pullback.
I'm watching, and I don't even know that I'm watching. Sometimes I'm not even really watching the money as much as I'm watching the rhythm of this thing and what it's telling me. It is like a study. I'm telling you, I just study it. It's like, okay, so that's what you can do. It can do anything.
And I think we're seeing
some of the things that I have learned from this class I took is to not be greedy. Yep, stick to your trading plan. Yep, cut your losses. You already know. Yep, get out of there. That's what I'm learning too, because you all, I've seen money run up and I get doe-eyed. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And just like that, in the next 2 minutes, that money can be gone. So, yep. So I'm not going to talk too much to you guys while I'm in this trade. Let me get over here and focus. I learned that doesn't help me either. So forgive me, you guys, but I'm going to go focus.
The expectations that Tesla has set with the investment community, and that's the principal reason we're seeing this, you know, continued pullback in the stock.
It's almost at your price target, Tony. At 100, you're at 150. Underperform. Sounds like you might have to take that lower. And it also sounds like the Twitter purchase doesn't even factor into your bearish thesis. Is that right? The fact that he's had to sell stock, that he's clearly been very distracted, and now there are concerns about buying a Tesla and what that brand image means.
Right. So yes, we think the risk reward. We've had this price target for I think a year and a half, and you know when the stock was at 400,
as long as QQQ stays under 274 for a minute, should get under 274, get under there and stay under there.
We've had a big market drawdown and inflated
I
valuations.
will rest. I can be like, oh yeah, okay, but this was a good
my principal concern is more fundamental. I do think we've seen
and so it struggles there.
Some impact on the shares because of Elon's association with Twitter. I think the stock was up yesterday.
So this is good movement, 274, 56. This is excellent movement, people.
You know, Musk has been selling shares. There's an explanation
so
for that.
I'm going to just,
bit better.
I'm telling you guys.
Today,
Lord,
and I do think that, you know, the principal reason remains demand concerns. Overnight, there was, you know, incremental discounts. Tesla's now giving not only $3,750 discounts on cars taken in December, but they're also offering
274.62. The price keeps dropping. 274.56.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, because I'm obviously our viewers just saw stocks down 31%
So
since they
on
closed the
my
Twitter transaction. Obviously, he's also banning journalists from the platform as well. Tony, we didn't even get to Apple, but somehow I think we'll have you back soon enough to talk Apple again. I appreciate you taking time this morning. Thank you.
My pleasure. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Wall Street's getting bullish on NVIDIA. We're going to discuss some new calls next. More market action after the break. You've got the S&P down 1%, every sector lower, but communication services is doing the best today thanks to Netflix and Meta. We'll be right back.
78. I'm watching, and I know I'm watching on the 1 minute, and the 1 minute looks like this trend is wrapping up. This downtrend is wrapping up. That's what it looks like. So let me look at it. And the price is going up to 74.90. I'm gonna chill. Let me look at this. Okay, so we're still profitable at 274.93. It's still profitable. Okay, so as long as it stays under 275, we're in good shape. Okay. Okay. I'll bring this back online. Okay. So you guys can see what I'm looking at. Somebody said stick to your trading plan. That is so true. I'm bad at cutting my losses, yes. Yep, that's why we need that stop loss. Elle said it. I'm bad at cutting my losses. Me too. I stay in too long. And I know that I'll stay in too long. I'll let it go to in the negative too deep. Can't do that. I learned that one. Woo. And I won't exit. No, my exits are better. But sometimes I get greedy. I'm telling you, the thing will shoot up and I'm just standing there like waiting for it to go up more. It does not always go up more. It does not always go up more. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Bumpy had a question. What is the difference between greed and ambition? I think greed blinds you. Ambition motivates you. I think, in my humble opinion, an ambitious person is balanced. A greedy person, there's some imbalance there. There's something else working underneath the surface. And I know when I'm being greedy, it's usually triggered by, I'm trying to do something. Hey, Lori, I got an underlying motive that has nothing to do with integrity. Like I'm fearful. That's when my greed kicks in. When I'm fearful, I don't feel that fear and ambition for me. I don't know. You can be fearful and still be ambitious, but no, I think for me, seriously, greed is rooted in some negative emotion like fear or FOMO or, you're just mean-spirited. You don't want to share. And I think ambition is fueled by a desire to do better, to go, and then money and all that stuff happens to come along with it. That's ambitious to me. And then you can have a money goal, but it doesn't cloud your view and make you an immoral person. I think greed can make you immoral. But would y'all please look at this beautiful play? That's a beautiful play, you all. So, man, I didn't get in until after it cleared all of the SMAs. But imagine somebody could have got in on that. Maybe that third red candle a little earlier than me, but we'll take this. This is a slow grind down to the ground, and we'll take it because that's making money every bit that it churns down. So let's see, where's the price? 274.43. Yes. If it hits any of the 20s, I always worry like around 45. You all pay attention to it too. Watch what it does around the 50. You see, it'll vacillate right around there. It may even go up to 60 and play to 60 until it breaks that place. This is just an observation. I don't know. I could be wrong. But then it'll continue chugging down, and then it'll play like in the 30s and the 20s. And then, then it just does it. unless it's got a lot of momentum and a lot of volume, usually it's just, this is one of those slow churns to the ground. And we'll take this slow churn to the ground because every penny it goes down is money in our pockets. And so some bold person, and this is how you scale up. Like, see, I'm not willing to risk more, but somebody who's willing to risk more could have purchased, they bought the same strike, same deal, got in at the same time, but they simply purchased 5 calls. Maybe, maybe my day will come when I'm purchasing 5 calls, but right now my comfort zone is 3. Because if something were to go terribly wrong, I'm okay with what I've put on the table with 3. So I'm watching this. You see what I'm saying? It'll go back up to like the 50. It's never really cleared at 50 until it's down in the 25 range. If it's down in that range, then I'm comfortable that we've gotten past that 50 thing. So let me just remove this because I'm going to go check on the money, see how the money is doing. And the money's doing well. The money's doing well. The money's doing well. I'm so tempted, y'all, because and this is true too. So y'all get to see the real truth. I'm conservative. I'm a scaredy cat. I would almost rather take this. I can tell y'all it's over $100. I would almost rather just take that and be like, okay, we got that. And then the greed kicks in because the greed says, well, of course it's going to go down more, and it doesn't have to. So watch this. Watch me. I'm going to shave off 2 of these contracts. I'm just going to sell them right now, you guys, because I just, it seems smart to take some of the profits. So I'm going to sell 2. I'm just watching the price. I want to get it at a great price. So I'm going to let it see if it drops down a little more. I don't know if you guys are watching it too. Okay, because it's still doing that 59 thing, and I wasn't sure what it was going to do. So let me save this. I'm going to save my sell order. And I'm just talking out loud, y'all. I'm going to save my sell order because, okay, it looks like, I thought for a minute it might be trying to turn back up. 274.49. Okay. So I'll bring you guys back on to the chart. I had those 3 in a row. I was going to turn tail, get out of there, take some profits. Okay. So we're back on. You guys should be able to see it again. Let's see. So the price is 274.45. 40. Okay. So maybe we'll do that little shimmy over. I will say this, as long as it's bouncing underneath all of the SMAs, I will hang in there. The minute it starts to cross over those, I may consider bailing on this because I want to take profits. Yesterday, you guys, I made money and I went back in at the end of the day and lost some of it. So this is not what we're doing today. Oh, this is a pretty little hop. Can you see it? Can you all see what I say when I'm talking about when I say she hops underneath? Look at that. Here's 1 hop, 2 hops, 3 hops. And it's like she has to get a little relief, and then she hops on down, and she gets a little relief, and she continues to hop on down, and she gets a little relief, and she hops on down. Please tell me you can see that little hoppity hop, 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 hop. And so she broke down. Now she may do the same thing, get a little, but I'm also watching all these indicators too. You see how tight this has gotten? This trend is not very strong. It's oversold. It doesn't have a lot of juice. And then we're looking at this indicator here, a TTM squeeze. I don't know. Somebody better tell me when it's time to bail. But 274.34, we continue to go down. Maybe we'll get down to the 20s, 274.20 something. That would be nice to see. Come on, red candle. So that's it. That's all I'm doing. I talk to myself like this, y'all, when I'm by myself, because I want to have fun during the day, and making money can be fun. I just need these candles to do what they're supposed to do. 274.43. I'm going to be watching to see if it crosses back above. If it starts to get up and, then we don't want to be there for that. We only want to be here for the churn down. Okay, this is all good as long as it doesn't get up 50 and 60 and all that crazy. We'll stick around. So that's it. So this is patience right now. Yes. Because truthfully, Kathy, advanced traders, you know what they do? They set their stops and they go on about their business. They don't sit and watch the candles come in. They say, once I get to this price target, sell. And if it goes above this, if it starts to lose this much, it is automated. And they walk away, Kathy. I don't want you all to think anybody who's new, first of all, that's not what real traders do. This is school. So I sit because I'm studying, and I sit because I need to know, and I think it's a good thing to do. I think if you're going to be investing and you pick, I'm an advocate of picking a particular EFT or pick a particular stock and trade that one, get to know it. That's what I was taught. And so I just share that. And yes, I enjoy watching it. I enjoy watching how people have made money for decades. This thing hasn't changed. This game has not changed. And they're making money just like this. And so I watch it, Kathy. I sit and watch. I'm mesmerized that you can do this. So potentially I could do this at the spa. I could do this by the pool. And so that's what we're going to be working on Sunday, because we don't want to be glued to our computers, even though even once I learned to place all those stops and limits and all that stuff, I'm still going to be sitting here watching this money. I am still going to watch these candles come in, because there's something to be said about the way they come in too. I'm telling you, those candlesticks are telling you information every moment of the day. Every moment, every candle that comes in has information by how big the body is. And you see that little green one there? Yeah, if it don't hurry up and turn red, the candles are getting shorter. You could just see like this little, it may be running out of steam, And so you want to be watching. I'm watching it all. I watch how the candles come in. I watch how they open, how they close. I watch how it affects the MACD, because you can get a really big candle and it'll open up those lines on that histogram, your MACD histogram. It'll open them up, one big candle. Or how a candle can make you suddenly be overbought or oversold. So I'm watching all of that stuff. And who does not like watching money grow? Would y'all look at this thing turn into the ground? I just want to take everybody with me on the good days. And this is a good day because we knew ahead of time. I was up this morning watching, and someone told me this, and somebody who knows more than me put it in the chat. But they say that you should watch the futures market in the morning, and that can give you some indication of what kind of trading day it might be. These are things I heard and things I read, y'all. So where are we? We're at 273.79. Yes, Lord. Okay, here's what I'm going to do just so that I can go over here and peek at this money. Let me put you guys, I guess the trend is down. Yep. I agree that studying is important before setting yep. Because I did it, Kathy. I placed a stop. Somebody talked me through, and I got the stop on, but I didn't have the values correct. And I sold out of a stock. Luckily, I was playing with shares and it was little, but still it hurt my heart because I knew I didn't want to share. I didn't want to sell at that price point. And so I don't play with it. This is your money. I'd much rather just be sitting here watching my money, y'all. I'd much rather just sit and watch these candles. So that's what I'm about to do. I got to talk to y'all. Yes, futures and pre-market trends. See, Barnos. Okay, y'all. I'm going into deep silence. Let me go count these pennies and see where we are.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but the problem,
See, did that take it up?
if people are getting paid higher wages, and they will be willing
Ooh.
to pay higher prices, and the inflation mentality becomes more entrenched.
But inflationary expectations are not
okay. 273.77. I'm still watching these candles come in, folks. I don't know. These little green ones that are coming in with some vengeance. They got a lot of volume, so I'm watching those. Okay, but another red candle came in very weak. Let me get myself over here to the 3 minute so I can see clearly what's happening. Ooh, ooh, we looking good. We're full in this full down mode. I don't know how much lower we're gonna go, but it looks good. I hope you guys are watching too. So as I'm talking, you can still see, or you're watching some ticker, because they should be doing the same things. 273. I'm just looking for more red candles. 76. This is a good day. I tell y'all what I am going to do. I am going to cash out. I sure am. And I don't have to see the bottom of this. I don't. But I'm going to hang in here as long as I can. 273.60. Oh God, 55. I wish all my sisters. Let me pull it back up so y'all can see it, because it's beautiful. Wait a minute, hold tight. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this screen up so you guys can see it, because she is shimmying down to the floor, and that's a good thing. Hey, that's what you want. This is a good trading day. This is the kind of day you want to get in on. This is a stress-free day. It's like a no-brainer. This is a good trading day. I don't think anybody watching this doesn't see it. This is what you're looking for. You know, and these green candles cause me a little concern, you know, as they come in. But hey, we've made enough profits so now that I'll just keep watching this. Let's see. 274.03. It's all good. I am concerned because you see how the MACD, these aren't all they're alternating this dark red in this. We oversold, but it could be that she just comes up a little bit, I think, to get a little relief and then continues on down. Because that was a pretty big candle there. That one gave my tummy a little flippity flop moment. And these candles mean something too, the shape of them. These are hammers. I want to say this candle has a name too. So if you know the names of these candles, you could drop it in the chat. Okay, let me see. 274.08. I need to see what I'm going to go down on the one to see if it's all green or if it's still some red coming. See, look at that. 1, 2, 3 green. That's 3 minutes of green, and it's up. It's coming through. But it doesn't have a lot of volume. But it's the beginning of a trend down here too. So I look at all of that stuff. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves. I'm just trying to make sure. Oh, so y'all can see that. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm getting ready to probably bail on this trade, y'all, because it's enough. So let me stop sharing that screen. I'm going to roll over here. Yeah. I'm about to roll over here and snatch these pennies off the table. I want to see what it does at 25 cents, because it's going through those SMAs. If it bounces back off of those, I'll stay in this trade. If it cuts through that 25 and starts going into the 30 and 40, I'm going to come out of this trade. But it looks like it may bounce off of these. So if it bounces and it continues to go down, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So we did, it's 274. Okay, we're back down 273.99 because I was about to get out of there. But okay, it did look like it rejected. Let me go back. I'm going to look again. And so that's it. That's all I'm doing is just trying to figure out when's the best time to get in and get out. 274.15. It's playing around there. I'm hoping that it bounces off because it's touching. It's like either the 9 or the 13, and maybe it'll bounce down and keep going, or maybe it'll go through. So I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Well, let me pick at this cash one more time. Okay. 274.03. So maybe it's going to continue. 273.99. That's my biggest woe for the day, is trying to figure out, one, where's the play, how to get in, how to get out. Y'all, I wish I could. This is easy money. To me, this is easy money because you can stop at any time. I could say, okay, I'm done. It's 11 o'clock. I quit. I'm not going back in. I just want to see. I'm watching it. It's 274.20. It is bouncing. It's playing around the two SMAs. I'm looking at it on the 3 minute. I'll look at it on the 5 minute too. I'll just keep pulling out to see. On the 5 minutes, the trend seems to be waning too, but it's less oversold. And on my TTM squeeze on the 5 minute, those reds are nice and strong. So I don't know, 274, 26, 23. I think that 25 is given, if it bounces off that 25 and keeps going, I think that's just where we are. I'm waiting to see because that's the kind of investor I am. I want to see because I have bailed too fast plenty of times, but see, it just bounced up to 274.46. I don't like that. Yep. Let me go down here on the 3 minute. Okay, I hope y'all can follow along because I am about to turn tail and come out of this trade. I'm going to limit out. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm going to edit this trade too because I want to do two. Perfect. Confirm and send, and I'm going to leave one. Okay. So I sold two contracts and I left one going because you don't want to be that girl because it may very well reject off of this 50 and go back down, continue to go down. So that's what I did. I took some profits. I sold two of those contracts. Let me see. It was a little bit over $100 and it's still going. So I only have one put still, you guys. One. And I'm just going to see what it does. 274.43. I'm hoping that it continues down, but I didn't want to give back too much. So I'll let you guys see what I'm looking at. Let's see. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see all of this green coming in. And it got back up. It was kind of going through these SMAs, the 9 and the 13. And it looks like, the trend is changing. Everything was like, this might be a good time to cut and take some profits. And so that's what I did. I got out, I think, in one of these candles, but that's a lot. That candle opened at 273.80. It was already up to 274, around 49.50. So I don't know how high it's going to go, and I don't want to give any money back. So voila, we took some. And that's what I have to do. Bears are biting now. Yes, futures markets. So you brought 3 contracts. Yes, and I just sold 2. And I'm holding on to one still. So we got a nice piece of that run this morning. I didn't get it all though, Frank, because I didn't jump in right away. I waited until it cleared all of the SMAs. But everybody knows this one. I think I've shared that. This candle right here could have been the candle. You could have got in on this candle, I think. The way it slid through that 9 to 13, you could have got in here. Somebody that was 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes. I think I got in somewhere around here and rode it on down because I was here for those. And see, look at that. And look at this bounce. Well, maybe she'll bounce. See, that's why I don't fool with it. When it gets near and it starts cutting up that way, I'm just, I'll take that. I'll take that win. I'll take them pennies. Because those are not pennies, those are really dollars. So you brought 3 contracts. Yes, Frank, I bought 3. And I sold 2. Bears in charge. TTM squeeze down below the green line. When did you buy the contracts? Let me show you. I purchased them somewhere around here, Kathy, because I was waiting for it to clear all of these SMAs. But somebody else, maybe may have, because of course this is 3 minutes, 6, 9, this is 12 minutes. And that's a very strong candle, and it cut through those. Maybe somebody else would have gotten in here or here. But I think I waited till here, till I knew that it was underneath all of them. And so I got in here and I gave a little bit back here. But I still got one contract rolling. So let's hope. Yeah, see, hopefully she'll just continue down. Maybe just got a little relief. This was awful close to being oversold. And so it looks like it came up, got a little relief, and maybe see, I that's why I like buying 3 contracts, to be honest, because I would be salty that I bailed here, and here this thing is going to just break over and continue a downward trend for the day. So I've learned to leave one. I think they call that a runner. I learned all this stuff in class. So let me clarify this, because I don't want anybody to. So Kathy, I hope I answered your question. I bought those contracts at around 10:06. I got out about 10, probably around 10:36. So it was about a half an hour. That ain't bad money for 30 minutes. Let me tell you this. I'd rather do this. And I had a wonderful teaching career. Yes, I did. I met some of the most wonderful families. I definitely met some of the most wonderful, gifted, beautiful children you could ever hope to meet or have as students in a career. But would I rather wrestle with this market or wrestle with babies? Give me this all day. I could do this in my PJs. I don't have to be careful what I say here. You know what I'm saying? It's some freedom. I can decide, like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Do you know teachers don't take that for granted? You don't just get to go to the bathroom because you got to go. You don't get to eat just because you're hungry. And so 30 years of that, it was wonderful. I wouldn't change it for anything. But for the next 30, I think I could sit right here and watch this money grow. I could do this because there's one or two things I could do with the money that I made today. I could go spend it, or I could roll that over into some long hold investments. So that's what I saw. That's what I saw. It's not get rich quick, you all. It's not that. That's not what I saw. I saw a way legitimately that we could make money. And I'm not saying everybody's not making $500. Somebody is, that's a $500 move all day. Y'all, that's a big money move all day long. That's a big money move. But you need to be willing to invest or risk bigger, a bigger portion of your account. And I'm not. I do what I'm comfortable with. 3 contracts I'm comfortable with. I can sustain that loss. I know how long it would take. If I lost it all, I know how long it would take me to get that money back. So I'm comfortable there. But could you have made $5,000 today on that move? Yeah, you could have. You sure could have. Purchased 10 contracts if you got it like that. So that's what I saw. I saw the ability for everybody to get in. The barrier of entry is pretty low. You could buy 1 contract. Hey, you and your sister could go in together. Y'all, going on a contract together. I just saw limitless possibilities for women who want to travel, people who want to disconnect from jobs that don't serve them, that you could use this as a viable vehicle, because nobody in the world can tell me this is not rocket science. Y'all saw the play just like I saw it. If somebody teaches you how to get in and get out, what are we talking about? If we were all sitting here together, and for me, that would be ideal if people were physically present with me, because having you all here is such a wonderful balance, because y'all remind me of the stuff that I need to know, which is don't be greedy, FOMO, all of that stuff. It's so helpful to have somebody with you. That's why I enjoy trading with Frank, because Frank is a voice of reason for me when I would go back in. Don't go back into a trade. Just leave a runner. Just leave a runner. So I'm hoping that we can build that community, and not just here. You all take it out into the world. Why can't you replicate this at your own house with your children, your grandchildren, your family members, your sisters, your cousins on the block? We should be trading, you all. And I'm not saying that this is the way to leave your job, but I think if you get good at it, you can scale up. I do believe there's going to come a day, you all, not claim it right here, right now. There's going to come a day where I'm going to be so good at this thing. I can scale up. I can go ahead with confidence and purchase 5 contracts, 8 contracts. Right now, that's not where I am. I'm such a baby. I'm just learning and I'm just starting. And so I have, you know, figured some things out, not nearly enough. And so that's why I don't teach anything that has to do with trading. I share what I'm doing, I share my journey. That's how my YouTube channel started. I started because I wanted to share the journey. Really, I just wanted to see. I had no clue. So that's really what the YouTube channel is about, is sharing the journey. And now we've grown into a community of people where we share information with other people who want to trade or just want to be in the presence, of what's happening. So y'all saw it for yourselves. It's as simple as that. Yep. Okay, the last 3 trading platform links worked. Okay, I'm considering. Hey, RMA, welcome, welcome. If you're new, welcome. My name is Sandra. Welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, mindset, community, sharing, elevation, positivity. Bring it, bring it, bring it. We welcome that here. Kathy says, this is awesome. I learned a lot in the hour I spent, and you'll see me on Sunday. Yay, Kathy. I'm so happy. That's what I wanted. I didn't want to do it by myself, you all. I enjoyed trading, but I enjoyed it so much more when somebody was with me, somebody I could talk to or bounce things off of. You all see things I don't see. And I appreciate when somebody pulls my coattail like, nope, 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 cash out, take that money and go home. That's good money that you didn't have this morning. And you guys, that's how you grow your account. You don't have to have a huge account. You can start with $1,000 or less. We talked about this. 4 contracts, you can get them for under $100. And I'm so a fan of cooperative economics. I don't even want anybody feeling locked out because you don't have $5,000. So what? You got 1,000, your sister got 1,000, somebody you trust, somebody you think you could do that with. But you all look at these last 2 candles. You see those 2? Hold tight. I don't know. Every time they land together on the bottom like that, that signifies like a trend change or something. So yeah, candle, do something different. Please turn red. Please turn red, but do not land just like that. Do something. 274.07, 274.08. I'm looking for if this means something, like, is this price going to suddenly start going up? 274.08. So forgive me, that's what I'm looking at. And again, this is not good form. I've never heard anybody say this, but I'm going to look down on the 1 minute to see if they're all green. Because it did that before. It did that. But look, y'all, it's hopping above this thing now. Okay, it's time for me to geo. Did you see that transition? It was hopping under. Now it's on top. That's 1 hop down, and it's going back up for another hop. I see y'all. Let me stop sharing. Let me go cash out this last contract because I ain't in it for it like that. No. And that's good money too. And I'm going to get it. Yep. Let me close this out. Yep. I'll take it. I learned from yesterday. Yesterday, I did not close out and I lost money. I gave money back is what I did. Let me look at this price. Okay, it's at the 25, the 29, 27. I'm watching it, y'all. 22. I don't want to move too soon, but I don't want to miss a signal either. Okay. It's 274.27. See, that's at 25. This is my thinking. I think QQQ pauses and does a little stutter step around 25.50 and that dollar mark. But she ain't stuttering now, man. She was getting out of there. Let's see. I don't know. I'm taking it. Yep. Y'all about to hear the bell. And I'm limiting out because if you don't limit out, they'll rake you over the coals. Done. Okay. So let me do this. Okay. Chart. And let me go over here. Bring you all back. Okay, I sold everything. I sold everything. 274.10. And it looks like it's going to come back. But you guys, when it switches and it starts hopping on top of those SMAs, I don't know. And maybe it could have hopped, they say 3 times. Anytime something happens 3 times, that's a pattern. So it was really only one hop, but it looked like it was going into hop number 2. Look at the RSI point. It was pointing up. I don't know. I don't know. And y'all, look, this looks like what is that? Oh, I'm on the 1 minute. I shouldn't be looking at that anyway. Let me look on the 3. This is what I should be looking at, 3 or the 5. I don't know. I wasn't in the mood. It was take the money and run. Take the money and run. Hi, Rose. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So y'all just saw. Okay, let me see. Rose says, I'm considering learning to trade stocks. Has anyone heard of Trade and Travel trading program with Terry Ijawuma? Yes. And how does it compare to your stock trading? We don't have stock trading training. This is a learning community. Number one, Terry Ijawuma is a professional, I would say. She's been trading for forever. We're talking about apples and oranges. That's a paid professional. You go over there, you pay for a class. They've got a whole program. They've got, Googobs of resources and all that stuff. Rose, you have stumbled into a loving learning community. We are people who have either taken a class, haven't taken a class, and we're interested in learning how to trade. Some of us, I think, are here to see if this is even something we would be interested in investing time and money into before that step, because I think I kind of did it backwards. Lucky for me, I love this. Lucky for me, I'm passionate about it. But I did it backwards. Hey, Lucille. I jumped into the class first. I paid the money, plunked the money down. I don't know what I was thinking. Signed up for the classes. I knew nothing. I knew nothing, you all. I knew nothing. All I knew was shares. I knew that part, but I knew nothing about options trading. And when I tell you, it was like drinking water from a water hose, because the information was coming so fast and it was so foreign. It was like learning a new language in an hour. It didn't work for me. But I saw the information on the other side. I'm like, oh, that's totally attainable. That's totally doable if I had all the pieces. So now that's what we do. We help people like me who might be new to trading, who might have an interest in trading, and we share our information here. You all get to watch me practice live trading. Sometimes I do paper trading, which is what I'm going back to on Monday, because there's some things I want to work out. And that's it. So I don't offer a class yet. Yet, but when I get really, really good, and I'm sure you have to have some certifications or something, then that might be in the cards. But right now, I'm about financial literacy, financial opportunities. So I started and I saw it, and all I did was start yelling out the door like, girls, ladies, we could do this. And that's what you stumbled on. So please like, subscribe, share the channel. We just need more people. So Rose, don't forget, hit the subscribe button. Because did you all know, and I share this with y'all because it blows my mind, 2/3 of the people who watch are not subscribers. 2/3. That means 1/3 of the people here, y'all, my friends, are my friends. I don't know who these other people are. I don't know when they watch. Well, I do, but they don't subscribe. So you all, please help me out. I don't mind. I open up my kitchen. If I could, I'd offer y'all a tasty beverage and some snacks, because what good teacher or what good facilitator doesn't have beverages and snacks? But we'll do that at another date and another time. I just want y'all, I hope y'all are looking at QQQ. Look at her creeping up. That was a good bail, because that looks like a double bottom or something there. Let me show you. And I don't know who are the experts in the room, but look at this little double tap down here. Y'all see that? I don't like the way that looks. So she might do that 1, 2, 3 thing, and then, that's what it's shaping up to be. Maybe she'll do this and then she'll come down some more. I don't know. But I got those pennies from this little run right here. And I got out somewhere. I got out before that candle. I'm pretty sure. I got out somewhere in here. And so the price is steadily creeping up. It's 274. 449.48. Yeah, I'm good for today. I'm good. If a play like this, something very obvious happens again, I think this thing is about to go into consolidation. That's what I think. And consolidation is where it trades sideways in like a little tight range. It'll get caught up in these SMAs, the 9 and the 13. And that's what this looks like. Either it's going to shoot up or it's about to get to consolidating, which would be about right, because in the middle of the day, from my experience from watching QQQ, it consolidates in the middle of the day. She'll do whatever she's gonna do in the morning, then she takes a little nap, and then somewhere, in the afternoon, late afternoon, something can kick off. But this is quadruple witching day, so you got to ask Elle exactly what quadruple witching means. But I know it has something to do with different time frames of options expiring. I think you have quarterlies. I can look at it and see. I could look at the options chart. Let's just look and see. Today's the 16th. I don't know. So it's a bunch of stuff expiring. That's all I know. Anyway, and there's something else going on too. It's a bunch of things that happen at the same time, and that will have an effect on the market. So I'm just watching. And yep, it looks like consolidation. So we'll see as this unfolds. And that's it. That's how you make money on the internet, folks. That's why you can. So I'm new, so not sure, looking to get some training. Okay. So Rose, this is what I think would have helped me. Before I paid for my class and sat there like this, because I was so eager, but I promise you I was sitting like this trying to suck it all in and trying to make meaning of things I had no reference for. I couldn't make real meaning. I couldn't make connections because I didn't have a base. I didn't have a base vocabulary to be talking in. It was all new. So I was learning the vocabulary. I was learning the platform. I was learning people, new people, the temperature of the room. It was a lot. It wasn't optimal for me. What would be better for me as a new learner, and I've learned this as a teacher, it is easier for me to front load. Teachers do it all the time. So before you introduce a new concept to students, you would make sure that they had a base understanding. You would not teach a kid fractions if they can't add and subtract first. And that's what was happening to me. I was trying to learn to trade and I had no point of reference. And it could have been more optimal. So my role and what I envision our community is for people like you. Before you go pay, I think Terry's classes can be in the thousands, and Modern Black Girl, all of these are great teaching places. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying don't pay for education, because you should. We pay for college. I just happen to believe as a public educator, the junior college should be free. And so this is kind of like junior college. So come on in, ask questions, feel free, feel safe to ask questions. If you know something, like I don't know everything, y'all know I don't. And so we toss all the information that we can in the chat, and we have a Zoom meeting. The first one will happen on Sunday. If you want to come, send me your email address. Send it to my email, from lack to legacy @gmail.com. If I get your email in time, I will send you out the Zoom link. You're welcome to join us on the Zoom. All of this stuff is free. So this is like a support group. And that's what we do. If you learn something here, we're happy about it. If you learn something here, support the channel. Buy me a cup of coffee. Support the channel. That's an option. It's up on the main page, right in the top right-hand corner. Buy some coffee. If we were together, we would buy each other coffee. That's what we would do. That's what I would do if we were chatting it up, sitting side by side, trading in Starbucks. I'd buy you a cup of coffee. You'd buy me a cup of coffee. We're just doing it virtually. That's all this is. This is a virtual learning community for anybody who wants to learn how to trade, or if you want to see if you're interested in trading. And so here is how this works. So Miss Vice, this is what quadruple witching is. So I say you should have some pencil and paper. I am notorious for taking a picture. Like, I'm not going to write it down. I know that about myself, but I will take a picture. So that's why I posted. So quadruple witching refers to the simultaneous expirations of stock index futures, stock index options, stock options, and single stock future derivative contracts 4 times. It happens 4 times a year. So that's what's happening today. I'm so glad you got it. Ms. Weiss, I copied that from the web. Yes, because we want to be accurate. And I tell everybody, if you hear something here, please fact check it. You already know this is a learning community. It's free. It's on the internet. Everybody in here is telling you we are not professional traders. We don't have any letters behind our names. Please do not, I repeat, here's my disclaimer, do not take financial advice from anybody on the internet or YouTube that is telling you that they just started. Don't do that. But you are welcome to post your questions here and information. And you're welcome, just chill with us. People pop in and out of the day all the time. I just happen to be here sitting here the whole time because this is my zhuzh. I like watching candles come in. I can't explain it. I hope you have that same kind of zest for it, because I believe if you have that kind of passion for it, it'll make this a whole lot easier. Let me just peek in and see if it was a good move. I don't even know if it was a good move to get out because she's stuck. She's just consolidating. So I'll tell you this, I don't necessarily want to sit through that consolidation. You see how it's caught up in the 9 and the 13, these SMAs here, and it'll do that. So I think we got out at a good place, because what we could do, rather than sit and be concerned about what the trade's going to do for the rest of the day, we made our few dollars, our few coins. We could close this up and be gone. But not I. Not I, said the cat. I stay. I watch the whole day. It doesn't bother me. I can walk away. I'm right here in my own kitchen. I could take my computer and walk out on my balcony. I could take this computer. I could set an alert, just so you know that what you see me doing is not what real trading is. Real traders, I don't think, sit and watch every candle tick in. I could watch these candles tick in on the minute time frame. Y'all know how many minutes that is? I could, because it's information. I'm watching how, I'm telling you, I can't explain it any other way. Spend some time with that ticker. You will see a pattern, and they are different. Tesla trades totally different from QQQ. I mean, in the way she moves, her volatility. I'll say this: Tesla trades totally different from Ford. Both car manufacturers, totally different trading rhythm, totally different price action movement. Just the apples and oranges. So study, find something you love. I like QQQ because I like tech companies. It's got all my favorites in there. Apple, Amazon, all the biggies. I like a Tessie. I just don't want one, but I get it. I get it. I'll ride in one. Okay, so look, here she comes down 274.06 and under 274. Okay, you can always get back in, but I'm gonna chill because I need to see some real price movement for me to jump back in, because it got down to 273, 273.46. I would have to see it get down lower than 27. I have to see it get down lower than 273.46 personally. This is just for me. And it'd have to stay down there. I'd like to see it below 273 and stay under 273 before I got back in. So yeah, because it's who knows. We're 273. It's hitting around there. I think it's still gonna do that whole consolidating thing, stay in a range for some of the afternoon. But if it looks like it's going to break out and do some more shimmy into the ground, folks, I'll be here to see it. I'll sure be here to try to catch it too. Okay, let's see. Rose says, much thanks for your honesty and transparency. First saw you on Stephanie's House Sitter School. Would like to follow you because of your fun personality when you interviewed? Yes, y'all, I was scared to death. Did anybody know that? I have told y'all the truth. I don't have anything to hide. Seriously, I do not. My life is a cautionary tale. So true. I have made all the mistakes. Yeah, I'm one of those. I learned by experience. I think that's what makes me a good teacher. Because you can't just tell me something and like I got it. I gotta, get in it, get dirty. I gotta do all kind of crazy. So it makes me sensitive to learners. And I don't have any pretense, you all. I've made so many mistakes and I've tried to share them in an effort so that you don't have to do what I did. That's just any good teacher, any good parent. You just don't want to see people making the same mistakes you made. I want to save you time and money. And would y'all please look at QQQ trying to shimmy on down some more? She better, because I will snatch it up to 73.60. I'm going to need it to get under 273.40. I said 46 and stay there before I would consider getting back in. But it's at 273.60. That's a big old red candle there. Ooh. Oop, and there's a new low. 273.36. Who knows? She could be waking up. That's a new low. If it continues to make lows, that's telling. And I'm talking out loud, y'all. Oh, Lord, it be. To make their businesses more efficient. Okay, I just peeked at it down on the one because that's how I roll. And look at it doing a little step thing. Okay, okay. Okay, let me go look at the 3. I'm just gonna go all the way out, and just because you should. I heard you should. Okay, but here comes this green candle. This is on the 3-minute. I think at this point in the day, once I have taken profits, I can relax a little. I don't feel as compelled to jump back in unless it's something really big like that morning move. So I'm learning to not be so, oh Lord, making new lows, 273.31. That's a new low, folks. One more new low, and 273. I said under 273.36, under 40. We'll see. See, I'll see. We'll keep watching. Let me look at it on the 5-minute. Whoops. And obviously, Snowflake's growing a lot faster, a lot smaller scale. I think for Snowflake, the distinguisher here is that you have a lot of looks pretty good. Customers that are more 31. If it makes another new low, manufacturers, oil companies that are really starting 273.31. Maybe she's ready to go down some more. And so now you're starting to see these traditional industries really ramp up their cloud spending. And so while there are, but that wouldn't surprise me. It just seems so soon. It's 11:13. Do have good exposure to those traditional industries, and that can set them apart. Did you guys see that 273.84? That was a big jump up. Yeah. I don't know. Is just getting started. So if this seems like something that you would be interested in, I think you have found your people. I think you have found your folks. 273.85. Yeah. But to jump out at that 273.31, that would have been a nice little, because I think I got out somewhere around here. I got out 273 something. I have to look back and see, but it wasn't that low. 273. Oh, that's 274.29. Yeah. Okay. So maybe it is just consolidation. I'm glad you found us, Rose. I'm so glad. It says, I had subscribed to your channel after watching your interview with Stephanie and watched a couple of your videos, but just got on your live today. Well, welcome. I'm so glad you found us, because we just hang out. To be truthful, shoot, me and Marilyn be up in the morning chatting. Sometimes I set the live up early because my internet is just not always my friend. And so I set it up and try to work through all the kinks and in and out. And I'm telling you, the other morning, me and Marilyn went up, it had to be like 3. It was before 5 a.m. I can tell you that. And so we were just up chatting. So yeah, this is easy. Good morning, Marilyn. Good morning. Sandra's interview was a real life interview with support and resistance. Is that what that is? Rose says, much thank you to everyone for sharing your tips and opinions. Yes. How's expat life in Mexico? I love Mexico. I just love the country because they open their arms up to so many Americans and they've been so warm and welcoming when we as Americans have not always been so warm and welcoming to them. And the fact that they are so welcoming, it's amazing. It's amazing. And so I do enjoy that part. I enjoy the weather. I enjoy great Mexican food. So yeah. I do not like the internet situation. I mean, so there are some things that are different from this, from the States. And because I live in a building that is totally concrete, internet can be spotty. I have to work in a particular place. This used to be like the best place for reception, but I think it might be over out on the patio. So depends on what QQQ is doing. I may go outside, but I'm scared to move. Oh, with Stephanie and Rashida. For me, I thought support and resistance with Stephanie and Rashida. That's so funny. The mind of a trader. SNR support and resistance, girl, all day long. But yeah, so that's what we are. That's what you stumbled on. If you're new, welcome. My name is Sandra, and welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. If you're watching the replay, I'm on this channel where all things investing, mindset, money, togetherness, community, sharing. We do that. We share information here. It's not a formal class. I don't know anybody in the chat or in the live that is a certified instructor of options or finance. That's not what this is. So if you were expecting experts, unfortunately, that's not what we are. We are a group that are interested in trading. Some of us have been trading for a while. Some just started. Some have just stumbled into the room. All are welcome. I've only been doing it 4 months. Yep. But what I saw when I first started, I was like, oh my goodness, this could work for so many people. I mean, even someone who just doesn't want to leave their home. Maybe it's a physical limitation, or maybe just you're burned out mentally and you don't want to deal with people. Should you be locked out of the market? Should you? No. So I saw this as a viable way for women to make money. But I will tell you what I heard time and time again, too. I heard people say, oh, you can lose, you can lose, you can lose. You absolutely can. I own shares. I lost all my shares. Ask anybody with a 401k. They lost money. If you're investing, you must be willing to do this. You gotta be able to withstand the storm. You've got to have a well put together investment portfolio so that you can weather storms. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not. But I figured that out. And I figured that options could be a way for us to generate income for spending, living. You can generate income to purchase long-term investments. You can generate income to, to build generational wealth. I mean, stock, whatever it is you want to do. You do whatever you want to do with the money you make. But this is a way to make money, and it's open every day. And I really saw that if we did it collectively, that's what I really saw. It wasn't just, oh my goodness, I learned this great skill. No, I was like, anybody could do this. Everybody should be doing it. Every sister I know, every brown person I know, every person of color I know, and everybody really, but I particularly have a heart for women and people of color. And so that's who I saw benefiting from this. So please join us. Please come and learn this skill, or at least learn the basics, learn the vocabulary, if nothing else. Learn what a candlestick is, if nothing else. This is a candle. It's a red candle. It signifies that buyers are in charge. There were more buyers in this 5 minutes than sellers. This is another candle. It signifies sellers, this green one. I'm sorry. Did I mix that up? I'm sorry. Red is sellers in charge. My bad. And y'all better watch me. And green signifies buyers are in charge, and that more stock is being bought, and that raises the price. When stocks are being sold off, sold off, sold off, like what we saw, it lowers the price. So there's so much you can learn just from looking at this chart, and you don't need a degree. You don't need to be a great mathematician. You don't need to be any of that stuff. You need to probably, it'd be helpful if you noticed patterns and things, how things change. I'm just talking about on a base level. Because that I could teach a kid this, just say, look for the pattern, look at the colors. We could break it down just like that. Look at these colors. When those colors cluster together, that's easy. I could teach a third grader how to at least observe the chart. Now, we're not talking about investing, but they could observe and at least tell you what they see. And that's the beginning. So if you don't mind watching something and studying something, you might be in the right place. 273.92. Okay. 273. We got down to 273.31. That was the newest low. Okay. 274. Yeah. This is classic consolidation. I'm going to even go out on the 15-minute. It is what it is. But at least it's underneath all of the SMAs. And this looks like it might be developing over the next 15 minutes into. Let's see. 273.31. I'm looking to see if it gets lower than the day's low. And that's it. That's what we do. That's what we do. I saw you on Healthy Black Girl. Oh yeah, that was you, Marilyn. You were actually here when I did it. Y'all are getting me so raw and unedited. I promise you're getting it raw and unedited. Because Sonia, my dear travel friend, Sonia of Sonia Unapologetic, she set me free. She and Stephanie Perry both set me free. Because if anybody knows, I took the YouTube challenge, Stephanie's YouTube challenge. Stephanie Perry has a 5-day YouTube challenge. Start a YouTube channel. I did it initially because I'm afraid. That's the truth. I wasn't even going to do it. This was my plan. I was going to take the class. I was going to set the channel up, and I was going to make a video, the one video you had to make, and I was going to be like Sayonara Deuces. Done. I did it. I faced my fears because I have anxiety. Everybody knows I get anxious, but I wanted to conquer that fear. And so I took the class. Out of all the people in the class, I was the very last person to even publish a video. And Stephanie looked me, via the interweb. And she said to me, she said, if it's fear, we work through fear. She said, if it's something you just don't want to do, you don't have to do it. But if it's fear, you don't let fear stop you. Oh, I get misty every time. And so I didn't let the fear stop me. And then Sonia helped me even further. Sonia said, I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off because, shooting, you got to edit and all that stuff. And I was like, should I get my eyebrows done? Should I do my hair? She was like, girl, stop. Just stop it. Because if you start that, it'll get in the way. It'll be about that, the production value and your hair and nails and all that stuff. She said, don't do it. And Stephanie told me too. She said, practice out loud. They're going to be terrible. The first ones will be, and it just I'm free. You all see it. You're in my kitchen. I'm going to stumble in here one time in my bathrobe. I promise you, I'm going to do it for the group. I'm going to come in here like grandma for real. I will spare y'all the bonnet, but I just need to be free. And so this is fun for me because they're great people in the group, number one. And it's fun for me because I'm doing something that I am passionate about. And so it works. It works. And I can see it benefiting not just me, but others. And so QQQ is coming down. She's trying to flirt with this low. She's at 273.44. And our low is 273.31. I just want to see if it gets there. I'm going to go to the 5, see what's happening. So, maybe so, because we're underneath all of them here. Look at the 3. So if this seems like something seriously, like trading, if it seems like something that suits your personality, I say go for it. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. 3, 6, 9, 12 down to the downside. That's 12 minutes of declining price. 273, 72 actually vacillating price, but we'll see. Here comes another red candle. It's not overbought or oversold. I don't know. Maybe we'll cross over and go into, you know, like some of this action. Maybe we'll get some of this. So I'll watch. But that's a pretty good, these little wick candles like this, these little weak ones don't give me a lot of confidence. But you guys can see what I mean when I say consolidation. She's just doing this little very slight little hoppy thing. Some institution dumped some, bought a bunch of stuff here. These big candles are represented by institutional investors, not retail investors. People like me and you that are sitting at home on their phone and their computer, we're retail investors. And no matter how much we put in the market, we don't make these big old candles. These are hedge funds, brokerage houses, whoever, big people, big money, make those candles like that. So, you pay attention. Watch what big money's doing. So we're 273.86. Okay. Still not lower than it's about where I got out. So I didn't, I haven't lost any, or I didn't miss out on any potential profits exiting the trade here, because all this is consolidation. So I could have, if I had gotten, let's see, that was a little bit less than where I got out. Could have been a little more, but I'm happy with what I got out with. Okay. Sounds good, because starting and running a biz seems lots of work as I'm in my late 50s. Me too. See, I don't know though that it would be a lot of work, because with so much technology and so many people with expertise, I think even in our 50s and 60s, if you have a desire to start a business, why not? I think at this point though, I wouldn't be the kind of entrepreneur that did it all. I would be outsourcing like crazy. Like, get your social media director, get some support. I watch. Okay, let me see. What does it say? Speaking of colleges, I saw a video on IG that says that universities used to be free until segregation. Wow. The video said that Ronald Reagan in 1960 had a hand in changing it, allegedly. Isn't that something? Nothing surprises me, you all. Nothing surprises me. Should I start with options trading? Because tight budget since I lost my job a few months ago. Um, I would say any kind of investing has risk. And what you want to do with any kind of investment is manage your risk. So if money is tight, you don't want to use this as a source of income. I would not, especially for a new trader, because there are going to be so many ups and downs and learning, and you'll lose and win, and you'll make money, you'll lose money. So if you're looking at this for a source of income, I personally would not feel comfortable with this being the sole source of income. But if you want to learn this skill to generate, like a side hustle to make extra money to add to the kitty, I think it's good for that. I think you can start. I think the barrier to entry can be pretty low. You could start a very small account under $1,000, even under $500. You could start an account, but you have to be realistic about what your profits will be. Because if you're talking about an account under $500, you only have so much leverage there. There are only so many trades you can take, and there's only so much upside. But could you build that small account to a bigger account? You sure could. And that's the way I would say start. I think people who start out with like thousands and thousands of dollars run the risk of blowing up those accounts, because you've just got more money to play with. You can ask me how I know. I've told everybody about mojito lunch. Don't trade and drink. I lost a lot of money. And it's just that one thing hanging out there, because all my other trades were reasonable. That one was just crazy. All the rest were reasonable. My wins and losses were all in line. You know, it made sense. Risk to reward made sense. So can you do this on a tight budget? Yes. Can you learn to trade with a small account? Yes. So stick around. You found your friends. Because I don't think anybody here is trading with any thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I think we're all in the same boat. Small accounts. Small, you see, I don't trade with more, I don't buy more than 3 contracts. I do not. I don't indulge because I just don't want to risk. I got this, you know, I don't want to risk money like that. If I felt more confident, I would. So yeah, I think you could start. I think you could learn. I think you could start with a small account. I think you can build a small account. I think you just have to get educated. So stick with us. That's what we're doing. We're all in here practicing. Every day, somebody is probably paper trading along. I would suggest that for sure, paper trade. If you want to invest while you learn, put your money in an invest fund. A lot of retirees like VT, SAX, and VTI, not financial advice. Nope. We don't give financial advice, but we share. We share like the Dickens around here. And so what that means is now you have that information, maybe more than you had before you joined the chat. Google it. Talk to your bank. Talk to TD Ameritrade. Talk to Fidelity. I do suggest though that everybody should have, if you want to day trade like this for real. I personally think beginners, you can trade on your phone. I just don't think that those platforms provide all the supports you need to learn as much as you can. So I love Thinkorswim because it's got everything. There's all the supports. TD Ameritrade knows what they're doing, and so I stick with them. But Fidelity is great. Um, pick one. Pick one. Do you mean until integration of public facilities in the 60s? I'm not sure. Let's see. I put the 60s, but it was 1966. Marilyn says, correction, Sandra, was December 15th, Black Women's Day. Day trading with Tracy Collins. Sorry, I watched a lot of YouTube last week. Yeah, she just put it up. You can find that video on Tracy's channel. And I urge you, please go check out my sister friend, Tracy Collins. She has a beautiful channel, just beautiful soul all the way around. So we did an interview talking about money and mindset. And we're just chatting it up, y'all, because QQQ is doing nothing but consolidating. So this is when no real, like the real traders, like the people, they're at lunch. They're at lunch. They made that money this morning. They set it and forget it, and they're on their way, y'all. They're not doing what we're doing. But we all know why we're here. We're here because we're learning. We're, you know, who knows what questions might come up, what that chart might present. And so we all pop in and out. No, I don't think anybody stays like the whole, I'm here from beginning to end. I mean, you know, a good host should stay at the party. But I think everybody else kind of pops in and out. So feel free to pop in and out. If you just popped in and you don't know what you popped into, let me tell you, my name is Sandra, and welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, mindset, community sharing, collective economics. We want what's best for the group. And so we don't offer classes. There's nothing to pay for here, although you could buy me a cup of coffee. That would be helpful. But we just come here to share. I'm watching the market anyway. I would be home alone watching the market. I watch it with you guys. We discuss what we see. I tell you guys what I see. I'm a novice. I've been doing it 4 short months. I share out loud what I'm thinking, really. Not even, it's not what I know. I never frame it in I know. But I know you could put in a thimble. I'm just willing to share. And so that's what this is. This is a forum for traders, any rung of the ladder, to come and share your expertise. So, that was information Elle shared about public colleges and universities, that they used to be free at one point. I can believe it. You know, anything to kind of try to lock folks out. And so a part of me too was interested in trading because I realized that this was something so simple, and we have in essence been locked out, or a segment of the population has been locked out because we lack the financial literacy. That's all. We don't lack the will. We don't lack the dollars. We definitely don't lack the knowledge, know-how, brain power. That couldn't be further from the truth. It's just being exposed and and knowing it's for you and you can be successful. So that's my role, is to say, hey, I just discovered this, y'all. I feel like I'm screaming like, y'all, here go, it's a hole in the dike. It's money rolling out the dike. Come, bring a bucket. That's what I feel like I'm saying. Because anybody looking at this chart, you can't miss this. How could you miss that? What is there to teach? This is a run. Get in. The teaching part is pick the right contract, understand how to understand risk to reward ratio. I need help with that, because I'm sure some of y'all, the real pros in the house, are probably saying, you pay how much for that contract to make how much? I'm sure people are saying that, but I'm hoping that they show me grace, because these are all things that I'm learning too. I'm learning with you all. So that's why there is no, teacher here. If you hear, you are probably a teacher. If you're not a teacher today, you will be a teacher amongst us at some time in the future. So we're all here doing the same thing. And would y'all look at her hop? Look at this classic. This is a classic hop. Please tell me you see it. That's one hop, two hops, three hops, four hops. Tell me you all see that. That's how I would explain it to a third grader. Look at that. It's green. She does that and then she comes down. She does that green 3 hops and she comes down. Then she does that and she hops and she comes down. But all the while, she's staying tangled up in that 9 and that 13. Consolidation classic. And you can see how tight the MACD is. Look how low these bars are. Very little volume, because everybody's at lunch. It's just us chickens here, just us, learning. But so it's no volume because it's not a lot of business going on. These bars are considerably smaller than these at the beginning, what that looks like. Every now and then we get a pop-up. But yeah, so we're chilling. So most of the time we are just here talking and chewing the breeze and shooting the breeze. Oh yeah, I went to not Chicago State. I went to Southern in Baton Rouge. So SU, Southern University. SU. Go Jaguars. Southern University, defender of the gold and blue. Anybody else at HBCU here? There are 19 people watching. Please hit, yes, the like and thumbs up, please. Cost you nothing, folks. Cost you nothing. Means the world to me. And if you're new, please subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. Set your notifications too, because then you'll know every time I release a new video. You'll know every time I'm on live. And I'm trying to grow the channel, not just for myself, because it's more work, but because I think the message is legit. I really do. I think the message is legit. And I think the message should be complete. I am not saying this is get rich quick. I am not saying that this is easy. I said it's viable. It is viable. It is doable. It is learnable. Y'all, nobody in their right mind didn't see this morning run. It would have been easy. And I think the way that I was trained, to be honest with you, this big candle could have been an entry candle, and you could have rolled that all the way down. QQQ presents opportunities to trade almost every day. So we can, while she's just consolidating, let's look back. That was today. Yesterday, was there an opportunity to trade and make money on QQQ? Look at that little hoppity hop thing she did. That wasn't it. But check this out. Look at that. Right in the morning. She hopped all the way down. She kept on hopping. She hopped all the way down and went all the way down. You could have gotten off there. That was 275. So let's see, what did it open at? It opened at 282 and it went down to 275. That was yesterday. Anybody could have bought a put. You could have bought one right here. You could have just taken this little piece and been like, I'm just going to ride this out and take these pennies and go home. It happens every day. I'm not saying that you get the same opportunity every day, but something happens. So let's make this one smaller and see. I made money in here. It's that drop. That's what we're looking for. I missed this whole big run here. That was another opportunity in the day. 2 opportunities at least in the day where a trader could have made money. And let's go to this day. So my point is that every day is an opportunity. Look at this, from here to here. Totally viable trade. You could have made money there. Oh, fudge. You could have just started in the morning and made all of that. And if you can't see that, I can't help you, because anybody can see that it started high and it went low, and we just want to get in and get out. So that's the training part. That's the how to pick a good contract. That's the learning part, reading these candles. But to be honest with you, look at this. This was an opportunity. And I'm pretty sure I must have called some of that. This is another day. Total opportunity. It went from 282 all the way to 285, $3 run. Maybe somebody was brave enough to catch this chop. Not me, but somebody. Here, another one. This happens every day. So if you're just joining us, QQQ runs like this every day. I mean, and if you could have got in here, sat through the consolidation. I don't usually like to, and then got out there. Let's see. I could do that for here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Maybe. For sure here, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. Rolled it all the way up. That was a money-making day. This was a money-making day too. I don't like these kind of days, but maybe some scalpers can get in and get out. I don't like these kind of days. This would have been a day I would have been happy to just chill and not do anything, because that looks crazy to me. But the obvious ones like this, that's so obvious. This is so obvious. And I'm thinking, as a new trader, I just need to wait for the real obvious trades. I don't need to try to scalp and be, no. Let me just keep it simple. And let's see. I don't know. This looked like a slow churn down from 291 down to 286. That's at 11 o'clock. That's what the man told me. He said by 11 o'clock, QQQ has decided what she's going to do. You just need to get on at 11. He told me to sell by the end of the day and don't hold overnight. And I can't even tell you who the guy was. I heard it. He didn't tell me personally. It was I read it somewhere. I saw it on some financial report or something. And I didn't just take his word for it. I started to study. I looked at QQQ every day at 11 o'clock from 11 to close. Was there an opportunity for you to make money? And I have to say, almost every day, something presented itself. So let me get back over here to, I can just do this real quickly. Back over here to today. And today was no different. This was a beautiful play right here. Plenty of time to get in, plenty of time to get out. It didn't require, a lot of expertise or skill, but I just love the way this pattern is forming. Can you all see this? And can you see why this, for a person like me who only buys single puts or single calls, this is not a money-making time for me. But there are people who know how to play straddles and condors and credit spreads. Somebody knows how to make money a whole nother way. So learn a way. This is my way. My way is find a trend, ride it. I haven't gotten to the place where I can incorporate those other things yet. So right now I'm a trend trader. I find a trend, and baby, nobody rides a trend like me. So we wrote this one down, and I'm just hoping to see that maybe this afternoon it'll continue down, or maybe it'll bounce back up. Either way, we can make money. You just need I need it to be an extended trend, because I need a trend for dummies. I need it to go on for like 45, 55 minutes so I can steady myself. It's like jumping in the rope. I got to make sure I get in right, and then I want to make sure that I'm in it long enough to make it profitable and then get out. And so QQQ has done nothing but consolidate. I don't know, she was at 273.85 and it's at 273, back at 273.85, 273.91. So yeah, this is all time. You could be doing the dishes. You could be doing a ton of things. You don't have to sit. You could set alarms, alerts, and when a movement happens, you can jump back in. Okay, let me roll through, because I've been out of the chat. I've been chatting. Okay. Southern seems to be a very spirited school. Oh, is it? Southern is a very spirited school. Have you ever seen Halftime, the Dancing Dolls, the Bayou Classic? Couldn't have been at a better SU. I mean, a better HBCU. Friday nights were epic. You know, the weekends, it was all about football. That was all you had to do anyway. So, yeah, I had a great time. My son graduated from Southern University as well as my niece, my cousin's daughter. That doesn't make her my niece, it makes her my second cousin. She also graduated from Southern. So, yes, we have a tradition there. Elle says, sadly, I didn't go to an HBCU. I went to college down the street from my high school, Columbia College in Columbia, South Carolina. My baby girl didn't go to an HBCU. I can tell y'all, she's a bit of a snob. I don't know where she gets it. My son and I was good enough for us. But she visited HBCUs and decided to go to a Big Ten school. She went to U of I, and she's a pharmacist. I'm very proud of both of my children. Maryland says Bishop College, now Paul Quinn, Dallas. It's a very small school, but I think we've all heard of it. Rose says, how to buy you a cup of coffee. Don't see the link to send it. Oh, you have to go to the YouTube page. I think I might be able to share that with you. I'll show you. Let me see. Hara did it. It shocked me. We set them up because we saw everybody else had them set up. So let me see if I can show you where it is. And I think I might be able to share this page with you. So let's see. So I want to share another page. I don't want to stop sharing. Oh, I may have to stop sharing that one so I can share another page with you. Share screen, share, Chrome tab. This should be it. Okay, so really quickly, right here in the tab top, it says, oh, support the channel. I can't believe I got it up here for y'all. You can see it. Oh my gosh. So there's a cup of coffee. And here's the link to both of my Facebook pages, Instagram. So you can get me if you need to get in touch with me. So here's how you support the channel. You click that. And then this happens. This will pop up. And then that's how you can do it. And then you can click one of these. And you're in there. So, yep. And these are all our videos and stuff. Oh, you guys, here's the community tab while we're waiting. Uh-oh, looks like she might be breaking down, folks. I may have to call this to an end. But hit the community tab. I post lots of videos and stuff here on the community tab. Watch us place an example trade. So anybody who wants to start trading here, I share lots of beginning videos. So go there. And let me get back over here to let me get back to QQQ so you guys can see what's going on. Because it looks like she might be getting ready to do a little dance. Yep, look at it. It went down to 273.23. That's a new low. And I'm just going to roll across and see where she is. Hold tight. That looks good to me, y'all. 23. I'm going to see if it stays down. 23. 273.23. I like those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little steppy steps in a row. This doesn't look good though. Maybe a crossover, you know. Oh, was that a new low? Wait a minute. 273.23. Don't let me get caught up. 273.23. 273.28. All right, I'm going. New low. Just so you guys know, I'm gonna go in for the afternoon little ditty. I'm gonna see if it stays down. Yeah, it keeps making new lows. So we'll see. It's down under 2. It's 273.17. I don't want to be too premature. I'm just going to be looking at it just so you guys know what I'm doing. I'm just rolling back through the time frames to see where we are. That's cool. That's cool.
The analyst behind that call joins us now. Cowen managing.
I'm looking across all the time frames to see if it's just she's making her way underneath 273, 27.
Look, the macro risk is obviously very real, and that's something you could say about almost any stock. But that being said, if we look past that, Airbnb is the leader in a over $200 billion market. And
27, 273, 25. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking to see if it stays under 25. It's bouncing back and forth. I'm trying to pick an entry, a time to enter.
Long-term trend. When we look at our survey data, travelers are telling us they only want to stay in vacation rentals more in the future. So it's not something we see reversing. So you know, that's how we get comfortable with it.
38. Okay, I'm gonna queue up an order to, it's 11, almost 12. I don't know, 273.33.
Absolutely. So we think some of the controversy.
I'm just watching still. I need some experienced traders to weigh in here. When I went to college, 3% AA. Wow, 3% African Americans? That's tough.
Consumer driven. So people want to stay in these rentals, and that, you know, that's really driving the entire trend. And we think there's runway there. If you look at the US alone, there are over 8 million.
Oh yeah, no super chat for me, you guys. I'm not even at 1,000 subscribers yet. I'm a baby YouTuber. I'm a baby YouTuber. I'm new to the game. So no, you have to have 1,000 subscribers to get super chats and all of those other things. But the only thing they let me do is you can buy me coffee. I don't know what that's all about. So that's what we're working with. The important thing is that you got the education. Yes, high school was not diverse. Oh, yeah. I was fortunate. I had a full range of experiences. My high school was somewhat diverse. College, I had two different experiences because I started out at a PWI, and that wasn't very diverse. And then I went to an HBCU. No, I started out my HBCU first, and I finished up at a PWI. So I had two different experiences.
Pockets of weakness that you've heard the airlines talk about with business travel plateauing a little bit.
Thanks.
But as long as consumers are traveling in Europe and continuing to do that,
somebody went to Columbia. Oh, you went to Columbia as well, class of 2007. Hey. Hello, Ready to Live. Welcome. I think you might be new. I don't know Ready to Live, but welcome. You found us. I'm glad you did. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, you guys. We got some new faces. I hope you feel at home. I hope you feel welcome. I'm just watching QQQ do what she does. Yeah, and I'm glad I didn't jump in because she shot back up. This consolidation is something else. She shot back up 273.49, but I will prep. So that's why you guys only see me, because I'm getting ready to run into this options chain and make sure that I have a couple of things queued up for the afternoon. I was just trying to be nosy and see what's happening in the chat. Koala bear in the house. Is that what they called you guys? Koala bears. Hey, koala bears. Ready to Live. You were the mascot. You just never know who you're going to meet here in this chat. YouTube resources you offered from Jump. Yeah. You guys, if you're interested in trading, I promise you, I have gone through. Listen, I've been on the internet for 4 months. I have weeded through some of the stuff. Now, of course, I haven't seen everything, but I'm telling you, there are free resources. Check out TD Ameritrade online. Check them out on YouTube. Check out their webpage. Crazy resources. The same is true for Fidelity. Check out the OCC, Options Clearing Council. Free classes, y'all. Free. Whole program, start to finish. Even if you don't want to do options, just investing, period. No, I think the OCC only does options, but they do some investing stuff too. The OIC, Options Industry Council. Check me on that. But OC, if you find one, you'll find the other. Free, all totally free. When I tell you some of the best classes, best information, I don't care how you need it. If you need to read, they got articles. If you just want to listen to it, they got podcasts. If you're the kind of person who need to see a video, they've got all of that. They have online classes you can sign up for. And sometimes they do them in person. Somebody was having a conference, the OIC, one of them was having a conference in Florida. So you can actually go and do classes in person too. So, okay, Marilyn, I'll check my IG post. I'm not new, just speaking for the first time. Yay. Well, good for you. Ready to live. Get on in there. Get on in the conversation. I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you're speaking too. We appreciate all the input. I'm here for it. I like that it's a social way. We can trade, y'all, and be on totally different parts of the world, and we can still be trading together. Come on now. That was the vision I saw. I saw it at a table, but YouTube is our table. We can still come together. Stephanie has opened up the world to me. I don't know about y'all, but me, in a way to create community no matter where you are. It's a gift. It's a gift. It's a gift. Thank you for speaking up and welcome. Yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please don't be shy because, girl, I did not know. They had to help me understand who gave it to me. Elle gave it to me. Bid and ask. BOA. Buy on ask, and SOB, sell on bid. I just learned that yesterday. Oh, Ready to Live. You're in Abu Dhabi. Wow. 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 Oh, yeah, we all love Stephanie. But you're in Abu Dhabi. Wow. Thank you for joining us all the way from Abu Dhabi. What time is it there? Yep. Feel free, join us. And it doesn't matter, because sometimes I'm in here early in the morning. So if you ever see the live, I might be in there. Stop in and chat. Okay, let's see. We're 273.32. Maybe this time we'll break under 273. I don't know. I think that might be this has done much or nothing. 270. Let's see here. 274. Yeah, this is nothing but a bunch of little choppy, whatever. Okay, so we wait. Welcome to the family. Okay, so it is 9 o'clock there. Oh, so let's see. The market's been open. It's 12. It opened at 9, 10, 11, 12, really 9:30. So 3 hours ago would have been about 6. Okay. That would be great for trading. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Abu Dhabi, not bad. I mean, in terms of like if you were trying to trade from Abu Dhabi, the market opens up. Yeah, that would be doable. At least it's not some ungodly hour like 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning. You would start at like 6 in the day, between 5 and 6. That could be a doable trading day. Wow, at Abu Dhabi, Columbia College graduates all over the world. Yep, it's such a small world. And the internet makes it smaller. Yes, very doable. Yes. Ready to Live. Have you traded before? Because I don't know, I might be the baby in the bunch. I don't know. I think everybody has probably at least been doing it a little longer than me. I'm legit 4 months, legit. And we're 273, 14, 13. Okay, here comes the breakdown. It's getting close. It's 12. We'll see. I'm going to turn the news up, you guys, just a little and hush. So in case something is jumping off. Oh, we just hit a new low, 273.05. I think it might be time.
I think, Julia, because
we keep making lows.
Technological revolution.
Oh no.
Which didn't really have
273.20. Had I gotten in here?
Out of your teams to remember seeing this one in the theater. We'll see. Well, one more gut check on Salesforce. Stock was above 300 a share last November. Now it's at 127. down another 2% today.
I don't want to sit in
20
that.
just this month.
I'll tell you something. It's something about having some accountability. Because I don't want to sit through that.
In the past can
But
continue to, and
lost.
that's just going to be a theme.
But lost so much. Yeah, so I'm learning and need to learn more. I knew nothing until I joined Sandra's platform, and I'm still learning. Yeah. Yep. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Do not jump in with real money, people. Paper trade, paper trade, paper trade, paper trade. Until you get there. It's no harm. It's no shame. Or like, I mean, some people just, it's not real to them unless they're using money. Ford, I'm pretty sure we saw a Ford contract. It was under $50. If you're just, if you're one of those people, I'm looking for new lows. If you're one of those people who just has to get into the game, you know, maybe there, maybe Ford, because you could get one contract. You can swing that joint for forever, watch it go up and down, do that penny thing that it does. And Ford will actually pay you though. But once you learn that, then that's when I say you scale up. But I did the same thing. Many new traders do. I figured it out. I had the big pieces and I was like, oh my goodness, I made a little bit of money a couple times. I was like, oh, I got it. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. This thing is worthy of respect, and it's our money. That's what makes it worthy of respect. Okay, y'all, I think this is shimmy time. She about to do a shimmy shake. 273, but I'm gonna wait. Could y'all help me wait?
Because of the economic concerns and
Because
that we have. Well, let's
let me pull QQQ back up.
Potentially, you're getting something better.
Oh no, let me go ahead and get these contracts lined up while I'm chatting. And then I'll pull you guys back on the thing.
The calendar into January, but clearly this week we've seen such a dramatic reversal from the CPI release on Tuesday morning. You've now traced out what's called an outside down week. You've done it in every major index, from the Russell to the Dow Jones, S&P, and NASDAQ. That signals that there is ahead of us in the coming days further weakness. And I think the best thing you could hope for is that some form of an interim low.
I'm just looking at the orders I have saved. Okay, I can delete that.
Tuesday, CPI, right? Market went up near 800, gave it all back. FundStrat's market, their technician, S&P, and the Q's breakdown, turning near term more bearish. More proof of upcoming consolidation in equities over the next week. I mean, we're running out of time for a Santa Claus rally if in fact it's going to materialize.
Yeah, as I said last week, week before, it's getting late very early. So the focus continues to be
the calls
Santa Claus
too.
rally, and that's the wrong focus. The focus should be on what Powell is saying, not on what people wanted to say, not on the fact you're seeing a tick lower than expected in CPI. You still got CPI 3 times
December the 27th.
So this is going to sound arrogant, and I apologize, but this is the easiest.
I'm just going back and looking over. I picked 2 different
that I've seen
contracts, and so I'm just going to go back and examine them to see which contract is better. I'm looking at the delta, the theta, you know, all that stuff. Open interest, blah 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 blah. Options change.
The same thing in reverse. Why don't people want to believe that the Fed's going pedal to the metal? They've told you they want to go to recession. Maybe not in those exact words. Well, and it doesn't matter.
Well, what's the bond market doing then? It's calling you know what. It's calling you know what.
Okay, so I have a choice. Right? First of all, I'm short bonds, but I have a choice. My choice is, do I listen to the bond market, which has so many different signals? It's technical trading. It's outside U.S. looking for yield.
But it's been right. It is right.
It's right in the economy. It's wrong on the Fed. So I'm short bonds because I think you'll see a 4% yield. And if you don't see a 4% yield, I'll be right on my shorts that I have. So to me, the direction is still lower. Forget the public CEOs. Just in San Fran, spend time with a number of private CEOs who are investing in the companies. They tell a different story. They don't have to be cheerleaders for their company. They got to be realists.
I'm looking at the strike price and stuff on these contracts.
Public CEOs are the ones who've been negative.
No, actually, the banks have been the most negative. But if you look at the others, like Adobe today, okay, really positive. You take,
I mean, Adobe stock is up in a down tape.
It is, but I'll tell you what, I'll bet you $1,000 right now I can get it cheaper in 2-3 weeks.
Oh,
Okay.
are you all listening to what they're talking about? They're talking about these stock prices going down lower and that you can buy more stocks in about 3 weeks. I believe it. I believe it. Let me look at this again. Okay, so 21.
Up until that flight leaves the gate. So don't be deluded by what you're seeing today. Look at where the puck's going, and the puck's not going to the net for the Bulls. So one more thing, Scott. I keep saying you got to be patient. Long-term investors, you got to be patient.
Okay.
The first tenet of investing money, right, is don't lose it. The second tenet is be
Y'all
patient.
need to listen to this. The
Patient.
first thing about
So
investing money is
rushing in
don't
and
lose
look
your
for
capital.
phenomenal
Protect your
opportunities
capital.
like Adobe today, or the ones who are saying, I'm going to wait for a better price and I'm going to get it.
Okay, so Shannon, you got a lot from Joe and Steve there. Put your own spin on how you see things.
I mean, I think we have already had a great quarter, right? October and November were great. Were 2 great months in the equity market. We saw this consolidation, I think, of optimism around the Fed being able to pause at the end of the year. And I don't disagree with Steve. I mean, I think that if you look at the comments from the Fed, they have been very, very consistent in terms of we've got to get back to a terminal rate that we feel comfortable with. We've got to get back to inflation closer to our target. Now, there's been some questions over the past couple of days about what that target really will be. And, where does the Fed actually see getting comfortable? Is that closer to 3%? I actually don't think that really matters. I think what matters is that there is still such a wide divergence in expectations for earnings next year. And when we look at the second half of next year, and I think it is the second half, we really have to start to think about how much of the cost increases that we've seen, how sticky are those? How much margin improvement can companies really put into place in the back half of next year? Because that's going to be the important tale in terms of earnings. I think that we're looking at an environment where we're going to have slowing top line growth for companies because we're going to have slowing economic growth. We're going to go into a potential recession, but at the very least, a contraction. And so I think what is the challenge for investors is, do you look at the market and do you think it's appropriately valued? And are you, for the companies that are trading at a valuation ahead of where the market is that justified? Because they're going to be able to engineer growth in the top and bottom line better than expected for next year. And so I think that we're going into a market where you have to be very careful if you're going to be buying individual stocks, that you need to look at what are the particular drivers that are non-secular drivers.
Oh, that bell that you heard was my cell phone. I didn't go in yet. I just picked the contracts. So you heard my phone. It dings, but no. You'll know that ding. You'll know it. Once you place orders, you'll know it because it goes pling. It sounds like music. That was my phone though, but I'll let you guys know. I'm not doing anything because it's still consolidating. I'm waiting for either a big move or nothing at all, because don't turn your winning day into a losing day. So I'm not going to jump. Even though there's some movement, this thing has been moving, but it's still, it's still doing the same thing. 273.46. It hasn't, really moved a dollar. So I won't fool with it. I will be patient. Thank you, Marilyn. Marilyn's like that sister that keeps you out of trouble. Marilyn's you're like the voice of reason.
Means nothing, because I still think they're going lower, and I still think that I'll get the stocks that look great today cheaper than what I could buy them for today.
As much as I hate to say, I agree with Weiss here.
No, Marilyn, no,
not
not in it yet. Just chilling. So let me pull the thing back up so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Just watching.
Where earnings is, depending
so
on
this is the I like this. I like that it's scalloping underneath all of the SMAs, but she's just consolidating across. This is a great time to look back, but if you look back at QQQ over time, just go back over some days, maybe on the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the 3-minute, you'll see how it consolidates in the afternoon, and then something happens in the afternoon. So, but one thing I did learn is that what happens in the morning does not always happen in the afternoon. So you might think, well, it's going down, then it'll consolidate and continue going down. Nope. I've seen that thing go down, consolidate, and shoot up. I've seen it do all kind of crazy. So it really is a wait and see for me. Or if you are a more experienced trader, you set your levels, you set your alerts, and then those trades automatically bottom made themselves. You know your price levels. You know when you want to get in. You know when you want to get out. You know how much profit you want to take. So that's where we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to that level of trading where it is set it and forget it to some degree.
One of the key questions, Joe, is whether
So here she comes back down again, 273.
Premature bottom calling in certain sectors. I go back to, for example, I don't know, what was it, a week or so ago?
That's at 25.
There was a note on the street that said, semis had bottomed. They're coming off, they're having the worst week since October 14th. Okay, coming off the worst day since October 14th. And remember, those stocks were down a ton. Then a lot of them were up just extraordinarily in a short period of time. The NVIDIAs and things like that. Some of these names which are up like 40% in a couple of weeks. Now worries that they're going right back down and they're going to be wrecked because of the worries about where the economy is. What do we make of that? Because tech is the place to look.
So I think this is where the complexity of the moment comes into play. You're 100% right. You've been right all year on your view of the market. As far as semis, I think it's important to understand that the Federal Reserve has caused a hard landing. They've smashed the consumer piggy bank and the wealth effect, right? So hard assets have gone down. It's a clear hard landing. Same thing can be said for housing. So for things like semis, I do think the worst is past. And even though we know, Scott, that there is coming, the bond market is telling you, the bond market's right, the bond market's telling you that so many different industries are in a recession right now, further weaknesses to come, the piggy bank for the consumer is smashed, the consumer is going to be most challenged in 2023. Logically, you say to yourself, okay, semis have to reprice lower, but they've already gotten ahead of that. A lot of the semis have already had the estimates lower.
Yeah, but the stocks then, why did they rebounded so powerfully? Was that justified?
That's a reflex reaction to the overall environment in which the market rallied, believing what? Believing that inflation had peaked, the development of an inflation downtrend was unfolding, and that the Federal Reserve was going to, on Wednesday in that press conference, really present a dovish tone. And they didn't. They presented anything but a dovish tone. That's why you had the rally. But I think when you look overall at the semis, you could selectively mine, and I'll call out names, Texas Instruments, On Semiconductors, KLA Corp, Microchip, MCHP, even to a certain extent. Listen, I liquidated AMD and NVIDIA, which basically tells me the bottom's in, right? I sold the low. I know I sold the low, but I had to sell the low. And so I think in certain industries and sectors, the hard landing happened. Yes, the economy is going to experience further contraction. The bond market is right. The Federal Reserve is wrong. That's my view. But I think it's been priced in a lot of areas of the market already.
What do you think about that, Weitz?
I don't agree.
You just don't agree?
I don't agree. I hope you're wrong on NVIDIA hitting the bottom because I'm long puts. I think NVIDIA should. In what world do you want to own a semi company? And that's what it is at 55 times earnings. One of our private company CEOs who builds data centers, right? They're not building it all. Nobody's making decision in Europe. Europe is ground to halt. In the U.S., they're pulling back. The first thing that happens in a declining economic environment is you take stock of where you are and you free spend, right?
But the assumption that you're making is that there is this universal moment where all industries are impacted by the economy. What really happens
Did anybody
is
paper
that
trade
over
today?
the course of time, over the course of the last 12 to 18 months,
Frank, did you
have
paper
seen
trade? I know
select
Frank has some
industries
positions
that have had the
were
economic
open.
contraction already.
I didn't
Well,
get a chance to talk to Frank today.
Without a doubt, the semis were first in. I think we could all agree with that.
No, you agree, and I haven't owned semis for 6 months or so. But here's how you do. There's sometimes when you're a company analyst, and there's sometimes when you got to be a market analyst. This is a time to be a market analyst. Fundamentals of individual companies, particularly how the market's changed over the last decade with indexes owning more than 50% of every publicly
You all,
traded
there are
equity,
two,
right?
TD
That's going
Ameritrade
to
just
impact the market.
released
So the
two great
price will grow up
videos today.
in terms
One
of stock
is
prices hasn't declined enough.
trading
We're
a
still at
smaller
ridiculously
account,
high levels
and the other
of
one
contracting economic
is, let me
environment,
turn
and
this
for an
down.
environment.
TD Ameritrade uploaded having a bearish plan, technically speaking, trading the trend. So I'll post those on the community tab too, because definitely the one trading a smaller account. Barb is good. She's doing that class. So check out Barb for trading a smaller. I think somebody asked about that. Ready to Live. Can you do this with a smaller account? You absolutely can. Not today. I'm starting paper trading on Monday. Okay, cool, Frank. Me too. We're going to be in that boat together. We'll be paper trading together. And Frank, I sent you the link for Sunday study group. So maybe you can help us out too, Frank, because I know you know how to put stop losses and stuff in place. So we're gonna go through all of it. How to put a limit, how to put a loss, how to just, do the full. I have a video in C-Bar, drop some resources too. So Sunday should be pretty fruitful for us. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. Wait. Think we got a new low. What was it? 273 even? 273. Okay, so she's signaling low. That's what this is going to, I think it's going to continue breaking down the rest of the day. That's what I think. Because it just keeps working its way down and bouncing back up. I need to back up off of this and look at it.
So the world's changed.
I need to see this.
Use the benchmark of free money for a double of where the stock price was. What's the right multiple? Should any semi company sell at 70 times? Should it sell at 55? Should it sell at 40?
No. You're right. You're right about that. I mean, the multiple is way extended, right? And I think that still needs to come down. And obviously, if that comes down,
273.31. That is a little lower than where I got out. So she is continuing this downward trend. Let's see, that's 15 minutes. Let's look at the hour.
But you're right. I mean, if I'm looking at the multiple, it doesn't make sense here. And I do think it could turn lower. And I wouldn't disagree with you there. But if I'm looking at it from the long-term perspective, I go ahead.
But name one.
It's somewhat an unfair question. It is because nobody really knows what any stock should be trading at the current time because you don't know what earnings are going to be, right? It's an open question for everything.
Right, but let me ask it this way then. What technology company, specifically semi company, has ever kept their competitive edge for more than a few years, particularly in a declining market? Name one. I can name ones that did it, that didn't hold on to it. I can name Intel, right? The mother of all innovation in semis. I could name Skyworks with their phones and their Apple, but their connection to Apple. I can't name any that's held it.
You're also expressing your negative market view through shorting the industrials, which is an area that I've heard several people come on, whether it's this show or in overtime, and suggest that industrials are a place that you want to be. That's one of the areas of cyclicals that you do want to be in.
I don't know whether it's asinine or misguided or just plain ignorance, but in a declining economy, just look at past cycles. Industrials don't hold up. As a matter of fact, they're either the most or within the top three, the most affected. Right?
Are they the first? Are they one of the first in? So then maybe they'd be
early
one
cycle.
of the first out.
Yeah. Well, they're an early cycle industry, right? So if you believe, as Jim Leventhal does, for what reason I don't know, that we're at the beginning of a new economic cycle, then sure, have at it. I'll bet you're still working through the end of the economic cycle, and there's more pressure. And look at the multiples; they're selling at a huge premium to the market. In what world is that correct with the Fed doing what it's doing?
Well, the other question is, look, there's so many people, Shannon, who are negative on the market. When does the pain end? And Bank of America's Michael Hartnett, who has been pretty much dead on how this market has traded, says the quicker the labor markets break, a quicker end to the bear market. What that suggests to me is that the pain doesn't end for a while because the labor market isn't breaking. It's strong, obviously. He lays out a number of interesting trades for 2023 in which he says long the 30-year treasury, that's a gun lock idea as well. Short the US dollar, long emerging market assets, that's a gun lock trade as well. Go long China stocks, I think because of the reopening, gold and copper as it relates to that. Short tech in the US. What do you think about this call from Hartnett, right? Pain doesn't end until the labor market cracks, and that could be some time. And then he lays out, this playbook, if you will, for what investors should do.
Yeah, I mean, the labor market cracking
it hasn't been
something from a wage perspective that we need to see. But Scott, the problem is we need the participation rate to go back up. And so I think
I've been at 273 for a very long time.
Being empty, I think is a good point, because we do need to see, more people in the labor force. That's
Look
really
at that.
what's going to fix the current issue. I don't think that we're going to see enough layoffs, frankly, in the first half of next year to be able to really unseat the wage growth that we've seen. And so we need the participation rate to go up. In terms of the dollar, I think anybody looking at next year, if you think about what's happening from a rate perspective, what's happening from a central bank policy perspective, you would anticipate that the dollar would at least be stable, if not to be slightly weaker.
Yeah, Barb is amazing. She's good.
First 9 months of this year. And so going long EM, I mean, that's essentially a dollar trade, right?
Yep, I can't wait to see you on Sunday, Frank. What was her name again? Oh, Barb. I'm sorry. I'm always watching and reading. Yep, Barb. She is one of just a few ladies, probably more guys on TD Ameritrade. But Frank got you straight. Barb, I think it's Armstrong. I'll post it so you can see it. Been here since 2015. It's cool. I sent an email so I can get into the Zoom. Great. I'll look for your emails. Matter of fact, I'll just go over and get it now. Yep, Barb Armstrong. I'll post her videos on the community tab, and then Ready to Live. I'll look for your email right quick. And let me go ahead and post the video, Barb's videos first. And then I will, her video is the one for trading a smaller account, which would be great for us. Okay, copy. And then post. And you all know, I don't know, can you put a YouTube link down there? I don't think you can, but you could put it in the description. Let me see. You guys, I'm not sure. You can't put a YouTube link down here, huh? Or can you? Let's see what happens. I sure did. I guess I don't know what it does, but I'll put it also in the description. I put it in the chat. I don't know if that'll work, but I'll also put it in the description here. So let's see how to get it in the description. I'll do it from here. Let's see. I'm just watching QQQ to 3744. Okay, so I put the video in the stream description box. I dropped it in the chat. I don't know if you can use it from the chat, but I posted it on the community tab. So let me go to my email.
Welcome back to the halftime report. Let's get to Kayla Tausche now. She has a news alert for us. Kayla?
Scott, the nation's top financial regulators have identified more than a dozen.
Lucille rescheduled our meeting.
Real estate and digital assets.
Okay, Zoom link.
The Financial Stability Oversight Council, in its report released with an annual meeting that just ended moments ago, it highlights commercial real estate as the top risk right now, noting its role in the 2008 financial crisis, but also noting that delinquencies in that space are currently relatively low. Even so, regulators say declining property values, decreased cash flow, and rising defaults could cause credit losses and the failure of some small and medium-sized banks. Senior officials said they are monitoring that situation closely. On the residential front, FSOC warns that a, quote, sharp decrease in home prices could negatively affect homeowners' net wealth, weaken consumer confidence, and increase the likelihood or depth of a broader slowdown in the U.S. economy. Regulators
I think it's ready to live. I check your email.
FTX has provided a shock to the system that
I sent you the Zoom link.
that deals with agency authorities, the spot market for crypto assets that aren't securities, regulatory arbitrage, and addressing vertically integrated markets. Those are certainly not all of the risks regulators highlighted, but they are the ones that pose the most near-term
QQQ is still doing nothing. Looking like she might try to go up.
that FSOC says could spill over into the system. Scott,
Let's
it's
see.
leverage. Back to you.
Kayla, I also see some headlines regarding the administration and the SPR and perhaps a purchase in
I don't know if Lucille's in here, but I'm gonna try. Lucille, you and I are scheduled for today right after this. Enable desktop notifications.
The Strategic
No,
Petroleum
no
Reserve
desktop notifications.
to sign contracts to repurchase 3 million barrels for purchase beginning in February. Now, 3 million barrels is a very small amount compared to the 180 million barrels that the administration has released from these emergency reserves this year. We reported here on CNBC 2 weeks ago that the administration was looking at either buying to refill the reserves or potentially weighing
And save to my playlist. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Everybody, make sure you got your Zoom link. Anybody here who didn't get the Zoom link for Sunday's study session, please let me know. Just send me an email at fromlack2legacy@gmail.com and I will email you the study link. Let's see, 273.58. Nothing, more nothing. Okay, well, I am about to get up and stretch my legs. 273.56. We're right in the middle. Oh my goodness. 273.56. All right, folks, y'all keep an eye out. Listen, if this thing starts jumping off or doing something, I'm glad you got it ready to live. If it starts jumping off, y'all holler or scream or do something. Somebody text me or something. I'm going to heat my tea up, drink some water, grab something to eat, a whole bunch of stuff. I figure this thing maybe will hold off. I'm looking at it on the TV too, but I swear if something jump off, if it breaks up or breaks down, let me know. We're trying to go get some more money.
We seem to be pulling that a little bit forward. And so the pullback's already begun in our view. And I think it's going to be tough for the Santa Claus rally to occur, number one. Number two, everybody, mother, brother, sister, and uncle, is negative on the first half of the year. So we'll come out and be a little bit different. I think the weakness probably is not going to be as long as everybody thinks. It's probably going to be into February as earnings start to come out and into March. And then we'll have some sort of a bottom, say, let's say 3,600 to 3,800, something like that. And that's when we'll have an opportunity to put a little bit more risk on in our portfolios, which when we run our money, we're very, very tight right now to the market in terms of our overweights and underweights. And so we have an opportunity to kind of move some money around, we think, the first part of the year.
Mm-hmm. Let me just ask you a simple question, because I feel like you're in this camp. Why do you keep fighting the Fed, Ryan?
Well, I'm not fighting the Fed because, I think, as I said in my explanation right now, and from our report next year, we think that prices will go lower the first part of the year, especially given the fact that the Fed is signaling what it is. And with this massive inversion of the yield curve, it's not different this time. We are going to get a recession. We know that. Whether or not it's happened already, again, it's a moot point. Our base case still is for some sort of a mild recession in 4,300 next year by year end. I think the second half of the year, I think starting earlier, maybe March, April, could be very, very strong. I think the key is going to be earnings. I don't think earnings are going to go down as much as everybody thinks. That's where I do actually think we could have a deviation relative to history. We're not going to have a 20% drawdown in earnings. I think something more to the tune of 220, maybe 215, something like that from our current 230 level. I think that's enough.
But do you think you're fully appreciating what Jay Powell seems to be continuously signaling, right? I mean, he's been hawkish, he's been consistent, and he's not the only one who is telling you, and I mean the collective you, all of us, what they're going to still do. Do you think that they're not going to be able to do what they suggest, and that's why you only think we'll have a mild recession and that earnings won't be hit nearly as bad as some think? Your earnings number for 23 is $220. That's fairly elevated, I think you would say, compared to what some other projections would suggest.
Correct. So if you say that earnings kind of peaked out at 240, that's a 20% pullback to 200 where everybody else is, I think that's just lazy math. I think people are being too easy on that, number one. Number two, again, I think too many people, too many strategists look from the market level, don't own stocks, don't look at sectors and industries. When you roll all that up, we can't see where the earnings weakness is going to come from. We just simply cannot, especially given where we're seeing in energy and industrials, and even parts of technology, healthcare, financials. We think the earnings are going to hold in there a lot better. Plus, if you take a look at how companies operate their businesses in terms of operating performance and cash flow, it's the strongest I've seen in 30 years. And so I don't see this massive recession, of earnings in general. But I do think we're going to see some earnings softness that could cause the market to go down a little bit the first part of the year. But I do think the Fed is following its script. We know the Fed is going to go too far. Now, everyone knows that. The bond market told you that yesterday. The bond market's obviously stronger because the bond market's seeing the recession right now. And so once again, bonds are right. The Fed is going to go too long. And I think that's what you have to position for right now.
So I hate to do this to you, but I am in the giving mood. So I'm going to let our resident bulldog, i.e. Steve Weiss, who was listening to everything that you had to say, particularly, I'm sure, about industrials, which he may have declared those who like those kinds of stocks in this environment, either asinine or delusional. He may have used another adjective as well. I can't particularly remember it exactly, but he's short industrials. He's listened. Now, what do you say to Belsky? Because your side isn't the only side, okay?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I stopped listening to Brian after he said I was right. So what'd you say after that? No, only kidding, Brian. Look, I just don't see industrials working out. I don't believe in this environment, unless you're trying to blaze a new trail that we've never gone on before, industrials are early cycle, and that the impact to their earnings, the negative impact, is not felt until you get through the late cycle and all the rate increases. And those stocks should not be selling at a premium to the market. And right now they're about a 3-turn premium to the market. And I just think that's too high. So how do you dispute history, I guess, is my question when you reference history continually in your comments.
Can I counter?
Yeah, we were waiting for you to answer before Weiss started to ask you another question.
Well, no, listen. Weiss walked himself into a trap, in an absolute trap. What's the trap? You buy cyclical stocks when the PEs are high, number one. Number two, where the earnings growth and where the fundamental strength in industrials are the domestic side of industrials, not international. Look at the defense contractors. Look at the waste management companies. Look what Stephanie Link talks about every day with their Deere and Caterpillar. We're going to see onshoring. We're going to build stuff in America again. And oh, by the way, the strength of the U.S. consumer, the strength of the industrial base, but the weakness of around the world is going to have money come back to the U.S. And industrials will benefit from that, but more on the domestic side, especially small mid-cap industrials.
Brian, good holidays. Happy, healthy New Year to you as well. I'm not sure we'll see you between now and then. And if we don't, I'll look forward to spending more conversations with you in the new year.
Thanks so much.
All right. That's Brian Belsky joining us there. We have a few calls of the day to get to next. Plus, we're tracking the trades as well. Steve Weiss selling out of one big healthcare stock. We'll document that next.
Okay, QQQ was creeping up. 273.90. We haven't seen it that high since it came down from there. 90. No, we haven't seen it that high. Oh, went 274.
On Peacock.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Kate Rooney. Here's our CNBC News update at this hour. A QAnon follower who chased a U.S. Capitol police officer on January 6th, 2021, was sentenced to 5 years in prison. A jury found Doug Jensen guilty on 7 counts, including felony charges of civil disorder and assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers. Jensen was one of the first 10 rioters to enter the Capitol building during the insurrection. Starbucks workers around the country are planning a 3-day strike starting Friday as part of their effort to unionize the coffee chain's stores. More than 1,000 baristas at about 100 stores are planning to walk out. That's according to Starbucks Workers United. The strike would be the longest in a year-old unionization campaign. And Thursday night previews for Avatar: The Way of Water, hauling in $17 million at the U.S. and Canadian box offices. Disney's latest blockbuster is projected to make over $500 million this weekend with its global opening. However, director James Cameron previously said his film would need to earn north of $2 billion just to break even on that massive budget. Back to you, Scott.
I appreciate it, Kate. Thank you. That's Kate Rooney. JP Morgan today naming its top picks for 2023 within the biopharma space. And they are Eli Lilly and Zoetis. That's for growth. AbbVie, and Merck are their top value plays, which is especially interesting today, Weiss, because you sold out of Merck.
I did.
This is one of Joe's favorite stocks, I think.
When are you buying it back? I own Joe T, so I own it technically.
Cop out answer, but
look, I sold it. I sold most of it about a week ago, and I sold the remainder. Part of the reason is I increased significantly my position in Moderna on the news. I did take some of that off the table because when a stock moves up like this kind of market, sort of got to trade around it. So I figured I had enough exposure, given my real negative view in the market and my equity exposure, which is as low as it's been. I don't need to own Merck. It's a cheap stock, incredibly well run, great pipeline, but it's just a question of, do you want to own stocks at their highs in this market? And I don't. So it was a small position left. I decided to get rid of it.
But you own Merck still.
I do. Look,
outside of the Joe T.
Yes, correct. I own it personally. Steve's very nimble. He's very tactical. He'll be buying this back at some point. It could easily go from 109 down to 104. I could see that.
Go to 122.
Right. It could easily do that. So there's no denying that fundamentally this is the exact type of equity that you want to be holding in your portfolio in this environment. And at the beginning of the year, I think many of us said healthcare was the sector to own in 2022. Tell me why that's changed going into 2023. I don't see the reasoning.
Zoetis is on my shopping list, actually.
Well, Shannon, then, you own Zoetis, so make the pitch to Weiss, perhaps why he should maybe buy it now.
Yeah, we bought this a little bit earlier this year. Scott hasn't had the best year, but you just think about this being a highly fragmented space, and there continues to be increasing spend on pet health. And I think that this is an area where there is going to be potentially some compression in terms of revenues as we have consumers with less money into 2023. But if you just think about opportunities for consolidation, this is an industry that will continue to consolidate. And so being in one of the top players to get this exposure, I think it makes a lot of sense in this environment. And it's just an outgrowth of what we're seeing in healthcare as one of our top sectors for this year. And I agree with Joe into next year as well. I just don't see any reason to really cut exposure in healthcare. It's the one industry that really has a demographic tailwind versus a lot of other industries that continue to have demographic headwinds.
Jason, you've got AbbVie, which is the other top value play for 23 from JP Morgan.
Yeah, I like AbbVie a lot here. I think that it's a name that works in this market. Their free cash flow yields above 9%. There's a dividend yield close to 4%. very robust pipeline. Skyrizi continues to grow like a weed. So these are the type of names that can do well. I mean, it's still trading at 11 times earnings. It's up 19%. So it's definitely outperformed the market, but I still continue to like it.
All right. Up next, we're going to grade your trade. The committee answering your specific questions about specific trades that you've made. To reach us, send an email, askhalftime@cnbc.com. You can tweet us, of course, as well at Halftime Report. We'll be right back.
Leaving now. See bar. Okay. C-Bar, did you send me your I hope you aren't gone. Okay, I'll look for your email. Let me go back and see. Inbox. Rose, Zoom meeting. Hi, Sandra. Okay, Lucille, Tina. Let's see, Lucille. Sent it. Let's see. Rose. Okay. Rose, perfect. Send. Rose. Okay. So I got Rose up. Gotta hop off. See you next time, Rose. I got Rose the email. C-Bar, did you send me your Zoom link? I sent everybody, not the Zoom link, I'm sorry, but did you send me or email me at my email address at from lack to legacy @gmail.com. If you sent me an email, anybody who sent an email to me, I have replied. So let me tell you who I have replied to, who I've sent it to so far. I have sent the Zoom link to Marilyn, Lucille. Let's see, Lisa. I sent it to Lisa, Alexis, and Rose. Now, C-Bar, I don't know your real name. If you are one of those people, I got your email and you got the Zoom link. So I sent Rose, Alex, or is it Alexis? I sent it to Lucille and Marilyn. I think I sent it to Tara, Frank, Bumpy, and I still have to get it to Kathy. So if there's anybody and you did not get the link, please let me know. And Lucille, we'll see each other today. The closing bell is at 4 o'clock. So I will see you at 4:15 and we'll do our one-on-one today. Make sure, Lucille, that you have the desktop version already loaded onto your computer. It'll save us some time. So if you're just chilling with us now, go ahead and download Think or Swim, the desktop version, not the web version, but download the desktop version and just have it open, and we can slice through this stuff because I think you'll be able to understand more of it because you've been watching along. We're 273.32. Cannot believe we have not done much of anything. That's some real consolidating there, Lord. This thing is just flat. Can you all see what I mean when I say consolidating? There's no money being made the way I trade this afternoon because it's just doing this sideways thing, and we want the momentum. So let me go to where we can really see, which is probably the 15 and the 5. Even the 5 is better than that. Just kind of see. Yeah, so still caught up in all of this. Just sideways, just chilling, just laying down. She waiting to see. This RSI is just right, kind of really right in the middle. It's 44. It's not too high, not too low. Looks like maybe a little crossover coming, maybe. I don't know. Looking at the MACD waning. Maybe we're going into a downtrend. It was testing all, well, it's just kind of ranging right between 273 and 274. The lowest it got was 273. And the highest it was 274.50. That was a whole dollar though. It's usually $1.50. 274.50. A little micro swing right there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I don't know. Little micro moves.
Collect some premium. Covered calls just on a monthly basis.
Uh-oh, they talking.
Collect the premium, hold on to the stock. That's, to me, the right way to manage through this and make it an A+.
Okay. And please keep your trades coming in. Send us an email, as we said, askhalftime@cnbc.com. You can tweet us
about some covered
as
calls.
well. We're watching casino stocks today as well. Got some big news on their future in Macau. We have new reporting on that as well. We'll bring that to you next.
Okay, well, we haven't been over here to Market Watch. Might as well peek. It's green. I mean, it's red. So that's good. Meta is up. Adobe is up. Who is this? Adobe and Meta. I don't want to add anything to my list. Who is this? Synopsis. I'm not familiar with them. Meta. T-Mobile is green. Amgen. Not sure what that is. Netflix is green. Interesting. Add Google. No, I wonder what happens if. Okay, let me go to this chart. 273.37. Just regular old consolidation. You don't want to be in that. Trader TV. It's 1 o'clock.
We have big news in the casino space today. The Macau government announcing new concessions for casino operators. Our Contessa Brewer following that money for us today. Contessa, what's this mean for the stocks?
All right, so this is signed, sealed, and delivered. Let's see what this news does for the stocks. $15 billion. That's the commitment for these 6 concessionaires over 10 years that they get to operate these casinos to invest in Macau. The headline is $15 billion. It's a big number, but it's not a fee that's just forked over to the government. This is a commitment to invest. I'm told by multiple sources who don't have the authority to speak at this point by the Macau government that it's about half and half OPEX and CAPEX spending. That's money that may be spent anyways, but the Macau government wants to ensure its priorities, diversifying beyond simple gaming revenue. They don't want to rely so much on gambling anymore, and they want to encourage international tourism. And so they are incentivizing the companies to invest this money for those particular aims. And so for MGM, for instance, that means more investment in entertainment and culture and, get this, medical tourism. Already we've seen a floodgate of visitors going in to try and get those mRNA vaccines in Macau. This opens up the possibility that medical tourism becomes a huge selling point for Macau as well. One more thing. Will there be winners and losers? My sources seem to indicate that there is a shift in the number of gaming tables and the way that they have been allotted. So there may be casinos that win more gaming tables and those that lose them. The Macau government is expecting to hold a news conference. We'll get more publicly released details on that tomorrow. Scott.
Well, so we can't say at this point the specific ones who are, standing to gain or lose.
I could say it, but I might get in trouble by the highly placed sources who
Don't do
give me
that.
information.
Don't do that. All right, Contessa, thank you very much for that reporting. That's Contessa Brewer. Got to keep those sources close. All right, Jason Snipe, you own MGM. Place your bets, I guess, one way or the other.
Do. Yeah. So for us, MGM and Macau has been so volatile through the pandemic, open and close. So MGM has a little over 12.5, very little exposure, 12.5% exposure to Macau. So our bet on MGM has always been the gaming piece. So I'll be curious to see how this news unravels. But I really like it here. I continue to like it.
Joe, no interest in casino stocks?
No,
for either the Joe T?
No, thank you. Nope. No interest.
Why not?
I've called them dinosaurs in the desert, and we've got a recession coming in 2023, and I think it's going to be impacting them.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. Dow's down 500 points. We'll do final trades next.
NYSE.TV.
Tomorrow.
We got some OT going on in a few hours from now, 4 o'clock Eastern. Cameron Dawson will be with us, along with Brent Talkington, Avery Sheffield. Kevin Gordon is going to give us Schwab's 2023 playbook as well. So we look forward to that. Let's do final trades. Steve Weiss, you are first.
XLI, I'm staying short in the nods. Brian Belsky. Yes, you buy him when the multiples are high, but after the earnings get crushed. They haven't gotten crushed yet.
Okay. Shannon, what do you got for us?
Rockwell Automation, aging workforce and more demand for workers. These manufacturers need automation.
And touche, Steve Weiss. I mean, you forgot to say that, but I'll say that.
It goes without saying.
Jason Snipe.
I like UNH. They just reformed the guy, and they have really strong earnings stability here.
All right, Joe, why don't you wrap us up?
Healthcare name we don't talk about much. We own it in Joe T. AmerisourceBergen, ticker symbol ABC.
All right, still likes healthcare, obviously. Dow's down 543. I'll see you in OT. Good weekend, everybody. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead with stocks sliding more. Dow's down 533. We'll have more on that in just a moment. The market is still not getting the message, according to one of our guests today. The Fed will have to stay tough on inflation no matter how much recession risks are growing. And we'll talk to her about that. Is she right? We will debate it. Plus, a major option expiration day. We could see big moves on the close. And does it set us up for a little near-term rally? We'll dive into that. And it's out with bang, in with bang. 4 names in healthcare, one analyst says, are working way better than the tech trade. He joins us to make his case. But first, to Christina Partsinevelis. She's got the numbers on this continued sell-off, Christina.
Yeah, I didn't want to come here with some bad news on a Friday, but it wouldn't be 2022 without a bout of volatility into the year end.
The S&P 500 right now is below its 50-day moving average. That level was 38.61. So that's a key threshold for tech traders. And we can see that it has dropped lower. We saw the same thing happen to the NASDAQ as well as the Russell 2000 yesterday. So what has triggered this sell-off? Kelly mentioned a few things. We got the ECB and the Bank of England both joining the 50 bips club, hiking their target rates and showing the fight to get inflation down is still very much in play over there. And some even questioning over here if that 2% target should even be the target, given how high wages have stayed and how high services have stayed. So if we bring it back to
You got the
today,
desktop
though,
up.
what is moving on the market? All
Lucille.
sectors are negative today. You can see a sea of red with energy.
Yep,
the
you can buy
only
some stock
sector
in
in the
Panera.
green on the week.
I'm just
and also
watching
the
you
only
guys. I
sector
might have jumped
higher
in
on
a
the year,
little
and that
too
was up about
soon.
50%,
I
year to
purchased
date.
my
And I'll leave you
afternoon
with
trade,
one
and I may
particular
have
market
gone
mover.
in
That
a
would be
little
Meta,
too
the biggest
soon,
winner on the NASDAQ
273.05.
100.
I was
And
trying to
poised
get in
actually for a
under
weekly gain after an upgrade from
273, and I did.
the cost cuts.
I got in like 272.90 or something. I thought we were gonna hold, but I
Now,
don't know.
markets have been reeling
So
since the
we'll
Fed's
see.
hawkish
I'll
meeting
keep you
on
guys
Wednesday. But my
posted.
next guest says they're still not getting the message. The Fed will have to be a lot more hawkish for possibly years to come because of big changes in the labor market. Joining us now is Diane Swank. She's the chief economist at KPMG. Also with us is CNBC senior economics correspondent Steve Leisman. And Steve, before we dive into this, you do have some fresh headlines from Mary Daly. Is
Yeah,
that
they
right?
go right along with this conversation. Once again, hawkish comment from one of the most dovish members, or previously one of the most dovish members of the FOMC. San Francisco's President Mary Daly saying 11 months is reasonable for how long the Fed may have to be on hold, and it may need to hold rates at a peak rate longer than it usually does. Everyone at the Fed, she says, expects to hold rates all of 2023. And she does not understand why markets are so optimistic about inflation, something we've been talking quite a bit about, this gap between markets and the Fed. Daly's saying we're far away from our price stability goal. She has a higher peak, held longer than some bond investors have predicted. I'll keep it there, Kelly, but this is part of an ongoing issue of the Fed being in a different place from the bond market, having a different outlook for inflation than the bond market, having a different outlook for interest rates on the bond market.
272.87. That's some good movement we like to see.
To get the bond market's attention, and there's only one answer that my reporting has come up with.
Which is?
You know that old phrase, the beatings will continue till morale improves?
272.
Keep hiking.
Okay.
That's the only answer.
That's the perfect place to bring in Diane Swank, because Diane, you also look at the market's reaction to data when it's pushing the Fed towards dovishness and think there's no way. You think the Fed's going to have to be even more, way more hawkish than what's priced in now. Why?
Well, I think what we're seeing is, first of all, the Fed is really worried that we're going to hit a floor on inflation that's too high, that becomes something more corrosive, longer bout of inflation. That's long been their concern. They're concerned about it in the service sector, that services, excluding shelter, are going to be a floor on inflation. And that's something that the financial markets, the more that they ease up on weak economic data and good news on headline inflation and some of the other inflation aspects of inflation, the more the Fed has to
making
raise
some new
short-term
laws.
interest rates.
So
And I
my
think Steve's exactly
3
right on this.
puts,
This is something
I'll
they
tell you
clearly
once they
also
get
made a decision
profitable,
at
they're
that
almost
board, at that
profitable.
meeting in December, that they would come out with a unified view. The decision was made before the meeting to see how unified
I think I need to be
the
at
Fed is in 2023 on rate hikes, with
272.60 for them to be
above
profitable.
that high end on the rate hikes of 5.12%
Maybe not that
at
much.
the end of 2023. Also, we had 2
Come
participants
on,
actually pencil in a
272, come on
recession.
down.
And let's face
We
it,
don't need
a
none of
Fed
that.
that's forecasting a stalling out of the economy at basically zero in 2023, with a 1% rise in the unemployment rate, already raises the issue of just how hard a landing is this going to be.
Right. That, in other words, it's extremely difficult to pull off that kind of maneuver without risking a much bigger downturn. And Steve, is that a risk they're willing to take here? It sounds like your reporting and what Diane is saying is the answer to that is yes. They would rather risk a larger downturn to keep inflation from kind of being persistently high.
You know, Kelly, you're a reporter, and there are times to talk about the things you're reporting on and times to be quiet. This is probably a time to be quiet, but I want to tell you where my head is at, because I've got the brilliant Diane Swank here.
Are we to infer from that you might have some insight on your mind? You just don't
something
want
on
to
my
share.
mind I want to throw out. The Fed may have to keep the growth rate permanently lower. If you follow Jay Powell's thinking, which is what I've been doing, and I've been thinking a lot about it, The thing that was so hawkish to me and downbeat about his speech at Brookings was he sees no help coming from the labor market. Now, you all at home can play the how to measure growth game. It's productivity plus labor force growth. If productivity stays the same and labor force growth is permanently lower, that's a permanently lower potential to the U.S. economy. And if I didn't ask him the question yesterday about whether or not he's concerned about financial tensions, which I thought was the most important question,
Absolutely, yeah.
the next thing I was going to ask him was, hey, Jay, are you thinking that the U.S. economic potential is permanently lower? What does that mean? It means he has to stamp on the neck of this economy for a very long time to get it below potential of the prior potential and get the demand for the economy in line with labor supply, which is permanently lower.
What would you add to that, Diane?
Well, I think, Steve and I have actually talked a lot and we've talked about this issue, and I think it's exactly right. I think what we see now is a Fed that looks at the labor market as a secular supply shortage problem, a secular labor shortage, which frankly, businesses agree with them. And I think that's very important to understand. Even in the Brookings speech, the one thing you never hear Jay Powell talk about immigration, legal immigration, the need to grow the labor force. That's not out there right now. And he's laid out a scenario in which not only does he have to raise the unemployment rate now, but the Fed, when it settles into the post-pandemic world, there's many within the Fed that are worried about having a higher unemployment rate, needing to have a higher unemployment rate as the non-inflationary rate of unemployment. They thought they could get to 3.5%. He admitted that. They thought that was their goal and that they could do that without inflation. That's no longer the case. This is a new world. And I think that's a very different kind of economy than the one in which we left. And it's a very different mindset for financial markets to sort of let sink in.
Yeah.
And if they don't let it sink in sooner, the Fed has to go further.
Is there a weird silver lining here? Not weird. I mean, it'd be a great silver lining if it meant, you should turn around right now and press for more wage gains. This is what we were talking about with some of the blue collar, lower income fields, especially. There's a lot of pricing power right now. Just look at the rail dispute that the president had to or Congress had to step in and resolve. Look at what we're hearing the analysts say about Marriott and some of the, so what you're telling is actually a message pretty optimistic in some ways about
for some workers.
The labor
I talked to a CFO the other day who said what he's going to do is look at his company and say, these are the people I need. I'm going to give them all big raises. The people who I marginally need, I'm going to let them go. That's how that may work. There's going to be some margin compression in that story. I just look at the way Powell is looking at the labor market, and I think he has it right. Congress is not opening the doors to legal immigration. The illegal immigration doesn't really count in this regard in terms of labor force growth. He said retirees are still at accelerated pace of retirement. And Kelly, if you don't mind, this may be personal, but as far as I know, women cannot give birth to 25-year-old working age people.
Right.
You have some personal experience with that.
You got to go through 25
years. It takes some time to get there. Diane has some personal experience with that. So if somebody can tell me where the labor is going to come from for the current demand level, other than that, I have to think about a potential run rate for this economy that's somewhere below 1.8. And I also have to think that if Powell wants to create slack in the economy, he's got to keep this economy below 1.8 for some period of time until demand and supply of labor are in alignment.
And so, Diane, if when investors are talking to you, they're saying, okay, well, so what is this all? So do stocks have to permanently reset to lower valuations, right? I mean, talk us through the takeaways here if you're right.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. First of all, if we were to have, and I don't think a recession is a good thing, but I think the Fed is already planning on a recession. I mean, let's, not split hairs here. I mean, when they're talking about a 1% increase in the unemployment rate, which I think is going to go higher than that anyways, and stalling out the economy, that's a hard landing for a lot of firms. And the idea that the Fed is pushing so in unison, again, there was a little shine of light between people within the Fed. Now they're all on the same page again because they're really worried about that underlying inflation and getting to a floor that we can't go below. And that's important. And it means that we could have a shorter period of time. I have a recession that brings inflation down a little faster than the Fed does, but not a lot faster. The Fed cutting by the end of the year. And the good news is a Fed-induced recession is easier to recover from, but we're not talking about, if at all possible, the Fed does not want to go back to zero rates. And the kind of world Steve and I are talking about is a more inflation-prone world with higher interest rates and a very different kind of environment and different winners and losers. What I worry about
Diane, I need to interrupt you though, because I need to say one thing, Diane.
Of incumbents.
Diane, real quickly, it's a higher inflation world while growth is above the new potential. Once it gets down to that potential, it's actually a lower interest rate world. Because a lower interest rate would go along with a lower demand for money relative to the growth of the economy.
Well, now you've just changed this all on its head, Steve. Now I don't know which way to go.
You have to get there first.
All right. And we know it could be some getting there.
You have to, and getting from here to there is no easy
absolutely.
task.
If it's right, it could be wrong.
That's the
Maybe we're
message.
wrong.
The Fed, they could be wrong. We could be wrong. I'd love to be.
Right.
Steve, I've been hoping for your soft landing scenario, even though I don't have it. That said, I think you have to understand where the Fed's coming from now. And if you don't understand that, you're also going to be on the wrong side of the Fed.
Yeah. And kudos, Steve, for flagging this issue on the immigration and the labor force all year long.
Thank you.
You guys have been doing some great work.
Thanks.
All right. We'll leave it there for now. Diane, have a great weekend. We'll check back in soon. Diane Swank and our own Steve Leisman. But also be sure to catch former Fed Vice Chair Richard Clarida on Closing Bell today at 3 p.m. Eastern, where they are sure to pick up this thread. Now, in the meantime, we're seeing heavy trading volume today. We have a massive options expiry looming with nearly $4 trillion in options set to expire today. It comes after 3 months in which the market has actually been trading in a pretty tight range. Will this slog continue, or do we see signs post-expiration of a breakout? Let's ask Chris Murphy. He's co-head of derivative strategy at Susquehanna. It's good to see you again, Chris. And I've heard some musing that we could see a rally after today's big expiry. Why?
Well, I think the argument there would be, like you said, today's kind of the last real big liquidity day of the year. So if you are looking to lighten up your positions into year end because of everything from what's going on with the Fed and the ECB to the economic numbers, this weekend today is probably the day to do it. When vacations start, when the markets are thinner, that can obviously work both ways. But that will be the argument for a much thinner, really late kind of Santa Claus rally into year end.
And then what? Where do you see kind of the next leg of the stock market move heading?
Well, we're always going to be tracking the options trading. It does appear to be pretty close to consensus through that trading that, we're going to hit the potentially final low for this whole process in the first quarter.
It's pretty bearish, right?
Yeah, a lot of hedging, a lot of put spreads, a lot of put buying, things like that. We're seeing a lot of that. Sometimes when that's the consensus, maybe you want to, at least think twice about it if everyone's on the same side of the boat. But that's definitely what we're seeing in the options.
And you were thinking that points us towards sometime in the first quarter of next year?
Yes, and there's also kind of a sentiment that everybody is expecting it and everybody wants to kind of buy that dip, whether you look at a lot of prognosticators talking about 3,300 or 3,000 or whatever. If everyone's on that same side, and we have been seeing reports of positionings really pared down, are we really going to get all the way down to that level? The VIX doesn't seem, super concerned right now. So maybe we never actually get there because everyone's hoping to buy that level.
What else will you be watching here in the next couple of weeks? What are the kind of classic tells as to whether the market is forming a bottoming process or needs one kind of final flush?
Yes, well, every sell-off is obviously different. And, we've been waiting for that VIX spike all year long. This has been much more of a grind, of a slog, of a repricing of risk. If we do finally see that real spike in the VIX capitulation signal, then of course we're going to feel more comfortable about it. This sell-off might just be different though, but we're certainly on the lookout for that.
And finally, we all know the math and the history with recessions. It could mean we still have quite some time left in this kind of down market, right? I don't know if you have any comment on that.
Well, once again, just looking at the options trading and seeing, we're not seeing that VIX volatility spike and everything seems to be pointing toward a long, drawn out, we got to, kind of pay back for the froth of the last couple of years. So yeah, looking at the options, looking at the VIX, things like that, could certainly point to, a flat grinding lower kind of 2023, which no one's really going to be too excited about.
No, for sure. For now, Chris, thanks. We appreciate it. Chris
Thanks.
Murphy from Susquehanna. Coming up, healthcare is on track to snap its longest quarterly losing streak since 2009, but the sector is still only 5% off its 52-week highs. A top healthcare strategist with his best performers joins us next. Plus, stocks are headed for their first negative December since 2018. So how do you invest in a market like this one? We're debating growth versus value, stocks versus bonds, all of that with two chief investment officers ahead. As we go to break, a look at the Dow, down 547 at the lows, just 50 points off that level for the moment, with pretty consistent 1.5% declines across the board today. In fact, the S&P is the worst performer, down 1.6%. We're back after this.
You can hear my phone ringing. That's funny. Mm-hmm.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
It's no chart for Panera? Let me get over here. Oh, shoot, y'all trying to make a move. What y'all trying to do? Get back down here. We don't have time for no moves. It's 7 o'clock. I don't know what happened to our news. I think they're just on a break. And it's 7. Okay, maybe that'll help y'all see better. I didn't have to get in this consolidation. I thought I saw a move. I thought I saw it about to break out. I wanted to be proactive. But luckily, we got in at a good place, so it's not going up too much or down too much. I needed to go down, though.
Welcome back to The Exchange. It's been a tough week for investors with the market sell-off picking up steam. Tech and healthcare seeing declines, but in a challenging year, tech has been pretty hammered, while healthcare has held up relatively well
below
in comparison. In fact,
272,
my next guest argues that
79.
FANG is the new FANG in terms
If you
of
get below
performance. Here to
272,
explain this,
79,
Jared
we might be
Holtz,
onto
healthcare
something.
equity strategist
272.
at Oppenheimer. Jared, welcome. These,
79.
BMY, Amgen, these are not sexy names, but you put them all together and you're seeing some pretty strong performance, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure, Kelly. I mean, I think the premise here is that healthcare is somewhat offensive, somewhat defensive. It gives investors a little bit of everything. Valuations across the space are somewhat reasonable. I think it all leads to this sector continuing to perform at least relatively well versus the market. And yes, tech has been in many cases obliterated with some of the biggest household names down dramatically on the year, and healthcare has performed very well against it.
Yeah.
Tough to say when tech is going to come back, but I think this continues for a bit.
I was just going to say that in some ways, healthcare names are becoming more household given the way the cold and flu season is trending right now. But let's run through the performance. The XLV healthcare ETF down only 3% year to date versus down 26% for tech. For BMY, that's your B, up 19% year to date. Amgen up 18%. Neurocrine Biosciences, tell us why that's going to stay in here, up 36%. And Gilead up 20%. That's incredible outperformance.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a cross section that gave me a good acronym. It could be
I love the honesty.
yeah, it could be anything in large cap healthcare that kind of gave investors a little bit of a safe haven. Those four have all had, very mixed years in terms of fundamental news or progression as far as their drugs are concerned. But I think when you look across the entire landscape, whether it's BMY, whether it's Amgen, even throw Johnson & Johnson in there and Merck, these are large cap dividend paying stocks. I think in a market that's obviously very tricky, it gives the street something to kind of gravitate towards. And yeah, I think when you look at, whether it's Bang or some additional large cap healthcare names, fundamental performance is pretty good. And earnings look like they're going to kind of hold in, at least relative to other subsectors. So I think that's why we feel like healthcare is going to be at least a pretty good sector over the next couple of quarters.
All right, so let's kind of just go back on that point for a moment. Why has healthcare outperformed by so much this year? And why is it likely to outperform again next year, do you think?
Well, I think healthcare has performed well because it is really dominated by large cap pharma, managed care, drug distributors. There are really 3, maybe 4 large areas within this sector that comprise the vast majority of the XLV, or how we would define healthcare. So it's come from a very small number of companies. These are, low valuation or much more value than growth. The rotational effect in the market has benefited them greatly. Many of these were not really beneficiaries of the pandemic, meaning they didn't crush numbers and dominate the way that other subsectors in healthcare and other industry groups did. So I think there's a benefit there.
Sure.
And I think as far as existential risk, you and I have talked about in the past drug pricing and Medicare for all. Those 2 major risk factors that have kind of surrounded healthcare, in my opinion, have been significantly reduced this year. The drug pricing with the Inflation Reduction Act. And then this has been, a very liberal political front we've had here. And they've really walked away from universal health care or Medicare for all.
Yeah.
I think that has helped pharma companies and it's helped managed care companies, both of which have been great performers.
Great points. So quick final question. You're even going so far as to maybe recommend the XBI, the biotech ETF that's had a really tough time as the Fed's gone into reverse here. Why wouldn't the bad liquidity environment still be a headwind for biotech names next year?
Well, I think it is. I feel like we're coming into
what's up about Microsoft? I didn't see anything about Microsoft, which I'm in QQQ. I don't know about anybody else, but hey, is that Hermano? Hey, Hermano, welcome.
But you also have, an M&A.
Don't forget, like, subscribe, and share. Hit the like button, subscribe, share with your friends. If you are new, and I think you may be Hermano. Is it Hermano? My name is Sandra, and welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, mindset, community, economics, just helping each other. You stumbled into our study group. It's a learning community for beginning traders. And so I am actually live trading most of the time. I'll share my screen. I'm in QQQ, and everybody in the chat is doing something, has something to do with trading. Either they're new or they've been around for a while, but we come here to share ideas, learn stuff. And I am not an expert. I'm just a host. You're in my kitchen. And I started trading about 4 months ago, and I saw that this was a viable way to make money, but I needed to get my skills in order. And so that's what we do. We come here just about every day of the week, at least 3 days a week. And we talk trading. We talk, paper trading, all things trading. So that's what you're looking at. So I'm going to share my screen with you because right now I'm in QQQ. And I'm waiting for something to happen for the afternoon. It's been consolidating. And finally, looks like maybe it's going to break down. I don't know. It's just been doing this sideways thing for a very long time. And it's 1:30 now, so I don't know. But I've got puts, so I'm hoping that it does break down, y'all. It's been toying around just under 273, around 272. Just toying right at 273. So we'll see. Let me peek at this money one more time before I switch over. Okay. Let's see, 272.87. I need it to be around 272.75 to be profitable. And it just keeps bouncing back and forth and up and down and back and forth. So, you know how that goes. So I'll pull out. So I'll pull, let me share this screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I am just following QQQ and waiting for her to do something really fantastic so we can have an afternoon win as well. We were profitable this morning, took advantage of a morning sell-off or run down. And so I'm hoping for some of the same for this afternoon. So 272.90 is where we are. And it's threatening to break down, so we'll see. I'm just ready for it to do whatever it's going to do. Take this nice little walk right on down. That would be nice. Just cooperate. 272.88. And that's what we're waiting on. That's it. That's all. So if it doesn't get profitable and if it looks like it's going to swing to the upside, which I just really hope it doesn't, but if it does, then I'll sell these puts and call it a day because we made money in the morning. So, you know, don't be greedy. I'll see if I can make some this afternoon. If not, we'll call it a win and call it a day. But I sure need this thing to stay under 272. Under 273. Don't tick up thing. Tick down. If anything, go down. Go down, sisters. So that's my afternoon as a new trader. I watch the whole day because I have nothing else to do, and it's my way of studying. So I know that real traders don't do this. They use their stops and their all those little bells and whistles. They set their trades. They forget them. They check on them. That's not how I roll. I watch every candle tick in because I am learning, and I think the way they come in tells you something. How long they stay at a price point tells you something. So it's so much. I'm just studying, and I just decided to let you guys watch me study and listen to me rant on and on about QQQ. So, and then the beauty is happening in the chat. The beauty is just in the chat because the chat is life. It's where all the stuff goes down. Tesla just broke a 52-week low again. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, poor Tesla. I don't know what's going on, but y'all, you could have made some big money. If you're new, please hit the like button, the subscribe button. I see new names and I'm so happy. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys. Welcome. Welcome. And I see, oh, you had a put on SPY. How'd your SPY put turn out? I hope you made some money on the SPY put. Yeah, QQQ is my babe. I do QQQ all the time. Do you use a VWAP? I should absolutely use a VWAP. I think isn't that like a very strong, it's a trend line or it's like a SMA or EMA, but it's a very strong trend line or something. So tell us about, yes, welcome everybody. So tell us about VWAP because I've seen Black Girl Stocks, she uses a VWAP. And I don't. Okay, you have one contract left. Okay, cool. I'm watching QQQ. I'm waiting for the breakdown because I need her to be under 272.75. And I'm telling you, she just keeps sitting right there. 272, just vacillating back and forth. So we're gonna see because I'm only prepared to, sacrifice so much for this trade. And I want to keep it nice and tight, nice and cute. So yeah, see some of that 272.84 and that's some of that 272.82. Yes, all of that. Just keep on sliding down. I needed to do that. And if it does that, we're in business. We'll take this last little change. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. 272. There we go. 272. We hit 77 for a low. 78. This is all where I need to be. So we got in at a good place. I think we got in on this trade at a good point, a good time. I've only been in it a few minutes, not too long. So we'll see. You just never know with these things. You just never know. It can change from minute to minute. And that's what you're watching. So It's nice to have new faces in our chat. Nice to have new voices. VWAP tells you the money flow. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up, and if I'm not mistaken, it helps you with price level, and you want to know where price is relative to the VWAP. Let's see, 272.77 was our lowest. Let me see, 270. Y'all get down. Go ahead, get down. So that's what we're doing. We're just trading together. We're just learning together. There's no class here. I'm not a teacher. I'm not certified. I don't have any of that stuff. But we like to talk. We like to share. We like for people to come, like new folks to come in, tell us what you know, share what you know. Where are you guys from? Hermano, I'm sure you probably already said it. Where are you? And so we've got Hermano and Lunga. Where are you from? What did you make money on this morning? I always trade QQQ. QQQ is all I trade. And QQQ can be wonderful. Like she could really be your friend. And then sometimes she could just be, a little unpredictable. A little unpredictable. Just a wee, teeny, weeny, wee bit. So that's it. That's what we're doing. Just watching. Just watching, hoping for this breakdown. Not up. Don't break up, ma'am. Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. Lay down. Finish shimmying on down. So what did you guys have? Did you guys have puts or calls? What were you doing? The one contract that's left. Y'all got puts, calls. I know I heard somebody say SPY. Oh, well, greetings, Houston, Texas. I'm just sitting here holding my breath, truthfully. Just like, come on. Come on, QQQ. Breakdown, not up. I need to watch because it's only so much, again, like I said, that I want to sacrifice for this trade. So you guys I'm going to take you all off this share view so I can go peek at this money. Because I am not going to sit through too much loss. Gotta make some decisions. 273.27. 273.22. We'll see. We'll see. How much am I willing to sit through? Not a lot, y'all. Let me look at this on the one. Ooh, that does not look friendly. Okay, hold tight, y'all. I may have to rethink this position. This does not look good. So I may back out, come out of this, and go back in later because this does not look like it's going my way. So let's see what happens. It went up, and now it looks like she might be coming down, but still, I don't have time for nonsense, and I don't want to lose any money. We had a good morning, so I don't want to lose. I've got my stop. What I'm willing to lose is pretty tight. So let's see. Hmm. 273.20, about 30. It's about all I'm willing to go to. 73.30. If it gets above 273.30 and it stays up there, I may have to rethink this, you guys, because that might try to cut into some of my profits, and we can't have that. So I'm just watching it. I needed to come back down 273.20. I don't like that. Is anybody else following along with QQQ? She did that little pop-up thing. Oh no. Oh no, we don't like that. And this is where I get in trouble because I sit here and I watch it, you guys, like, no, it can't be happening. And yes, it really can be happening. So let me, because I'm right at my where my stop would be. Let me see. Yeah, I'm right at where my stop would be. So let me see what I'm gonna do. Ooh, looks like I gotta come out. My entry was off. Oh well. Yeah, looks like I gotta come out. Darn it. I was gonna try it. I sure tried it, y'all. No. Let's see. Maybe if it comes down, I'm gonna give it a few minutes, but if this price doesn't come down, I may have to exit out of this trade and enter again. I'm sad. We'll see. I thought I was ready. I thought I had it. Who knows? It looks like it's coming back down, so I don't know. That 273.25 can be tricky. Come on down. Okay, so maybe so. Maybe I was a little premature. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. Okay, so it's 273.15. I was about to bail. Come on, baby cakes. I can't even watch the chat, you guys. So y'all talk amongst yourselves because I hate to take my eye off. It feels like a critical play. You know, I need to know because I need to make decisions. Because I think what I'm learning from my trading style is I stay in a trade too long. You know, I don't want to cut when it's time to cut. And I've got to practice that it doesn't matter. You know, you can get out, you can get back in. And so that's what I'm watching. Like, I want to watch myself and make sure I don't sit in this trade too long. I don't want to lose too much, you know, give too much money back because that doesn't make sense. And I don't want to move too quickly. You know, all those things that new traders probably do. And I'm trying not to do that. It just started raining here, pouring. Oh, Lord, when it rains and pours really heavy in Mexico, you guys, the internet is flaky. So just know it just started to rain. So hopefully it will stop. Okay, well, this is going at least back down in the right direction, but I don't know. Come on. So that's it. This is how we're going to spend the rest of the day. It's 1:30. It's just either in or out of this trade. And I'm okay to get out too, because again, we had a good morning. It was a positive morning. And I don't want to mess up a positive morning. So I'm hoping that this thing will just continue to go down. Nope, we don't want to see green. We want to see red. Okay, I'm going to peek and then let's see. 273 on one is coming down. Okay, let me share the thing with you guys. What I'm looking at so you can see. Okay. So QQQ did that little run up, that little thing but that's on the one. Let me get back over here on the 3 minute so we can see. So she's still consolidating, just doing what she does. I just need her not to go run up too high, and I need her to break down really low. I wish you all could hear this rain. What price did you get in at QQQ? That's a good question. I can tell you where I got in and what time I got in. I got in, I have to look back at it and see. I got in around just under 273. So I got in about 272.98, 272.90, something like that. So, I need to be under 270, 275 to, realize some profit. I need to see it going in that direction. So I got in just under 273. I thought that it was under there enough and it had been under there long enough that it was going to go down, continue to drop. No, it bounced back. It bounced up. It bounced up. It bounced down. So we'll see. We'll see. It would be good if it could get under this 9 and this 13. That would be helpful. And she's live. Yep. Oh, Armando, you're in SPY. You've got one contract left for the day. I hope it goes your way. I hope it goes your way. Did you have calls or puts? So y'all forgive me if I dip in and out. You know what I'm doing. Everybody knows. I'm just over here monitoring. I'm trying, making life decisions. Making sure we don't give back any profits. I love QQQ. Yep, FOMO and patience. Marilyn knows me. I don't want to miss out on a move, FOMO. And I can sometimes not be as patient as I need to be. So those are the things that I'm working on. I think it's been easier for me with technical analysis, being able to read a chart and learning those things. That's been a easy part, easier. Managing my emotions, that the human part of trading has proven to be more difficult for me. So, if you see me looking, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at QQQ. I'm trying to make sure she don't do no funky move because I will be out of here. I'm trying to make sure she stays where I need her to stay. So I'm comfortable as long as she's under 273.30. I'm comfortable with that. Anything above that, that would be where, I might be trying to exit if it gets above that and stays above it. So I'm just shocked that it's almost 2:00 and we haven't seen anything in terms of anything other than consolidation. It's been some swingy stuff, but nothing really substantial. Okay. Look at it on the 5-minute. I'll turn the news up so you guys can
So they
hear.
have very ambitious plans. After the 300 they'll get to next year, they're going to expand to 1,000. They haven't disclosed all those locations, but ultimately they see room for 3,000 stores. So it's a pretty safe bet that New Jersey will be on the map at some point. They're really starting close to their headquarters in Nashville. And a lot of the places they've gone to are fast-growing suburbs. So parts of Texas, parts of Florida.
All right, yeah, we know.
Places.
Jersey doesn't make the cut for those places. We get it. No, it's a big bet by them. It's a very intriguing time as well. It's great reporting, Melissa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Melissa Repko. For the full story, head over to CNBC.com. Still ahead, $2 billion. That's how much Disney's Avatar, The Way of Water, needs to make worldwide to break even.
Jesus,
but with
what a
Disney
B.
shares on pace for their worst year since 1974, as the media industry reels from both customers and advertisers slowing, is that target feasible? Plus, which other companies than Disney are rooting for Avatar's success? Those answers next.
I don't like this little uptick foolishness. Oh, it's small economic. And this is why I should have just stayed out. I could have just took my little morning profits and went on about my business, but not me. I'm still just going to salvage what we can in terms of profits and hope this thing goes down. Yeah. Mm-mm. Nope, nope, nope. My sister might have to tuck her tail and run, y'all. It's taking a turn. I'm sorry, it's taking a turn. I don't know. We're gonna see. If it cuts through these SMAs, I'm out. If it doesn't bounce off of that thing and bounce back down, I'm out of here. Because it's getting up too high. It looks like it's going through. I don't know. That don't look like it's coming down. I need a bounce off of a SMA, or it's near the 50 and it's sitting on it. It's going up. Oh, Lord. Might be time for me to turn tail. Yep, it's time. It's time. Let me see what this chart gonna do. Ooh. You know, sometimes it'll bounce off that 50 too and go the 50 and go back down. I'm looking to see.
Streaming stocks are still struggling to find their footing amid increased competition. Netflix tumbled 8% yesterday on a report the streaming giant is returning money to advertisers after missing viewership targets. The stock down more than 50% this year. Meanwhile, Disney down 42% year to date, on track for its worst year since 1974. And they're turning on hopes right in part on the release of their latest blockbuster, Avatar: The Way of Water. But can Avatar deliver?
Okay, let me go down and look on the one and see what's happening. Is this about to break? What?
Well, Sean, CNBC's Julia Borston joins us as well. And Julia, first of all, $2 billion, is that a break even some they need to reach?
Well, maybe that's the number that the creator of all of this, James Cameron, said that the film would have to hit in order to break even. He was saying that the film would have to be the third or fourth highest grossing movie of all time to break even. That's how expensive it is. So we'll see if that number actually ends up being true. A lot of that depends on how much money was spent on marketing. That's a quote that James Cameron gave to GQ, but the budget here is estimated around $250 million. There's no doubt that this movie has to perform well. But the key thing I'd say going into this weekend is Avatar is not the type of film that is likely to have a massive first weekend. Yes, it'll have a big one, but the real success from this film will be how it performs between now and mid-February.
And Sean, I mean, the box office looks pretty horrible this year. Can Avatar, how good can it do you think?
Well, you know, Top Gun Maverick did 1.5 billion. The thing is, Black Panther 2 is tracking about 1/3 behind the original film. So 2 billion, it's steep, but you want to underestimate James Cameron, be my guest. And remember, this is on 3,000 3D screens. The average.
Sorry, I'm so quiet, y'all, but I'm watching. I'm focused. Ooh, am I focused? I'm watching to see, you know, just have to, you almost have to have like nerves of steel too and not move too quickly.
Yeah, no, in a way, I would love to see it.
So QQQ is coming back down, 273, 36. You know, 30 was really like my cutoff. So come on down, lady. It looks like this trend is waning too, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the deal was, we're going on almost 5 years now since they bought for $71 billion, and what did you get? And there's, you have the India business, you have the Star business, you have FX, you have the Simpsons, you have things that worth $71 billion.
I'm glad I didn't bail. This is coming back down.
And Avatar, they've made 2 more films, so there's a lot more even running on this one. Forget the rest of Disney. They've invested a lot of money in this, and if this doesn't hit a certain metric, it doesn't look great for 2 and 3, which are already shot. So this has a lot going on just on that sense. But Disney needs, no question about it. They need money, and streaming is not going to do it for them for quite some time. So this needs to turn a profit for them, definitely.
And if it doesn't, Julia, or what other cards does Bob Iger have to play here?
Oh, there are so many other cards to play here, but I do think it's important to think about this as representing one of the key assets that Bob Iger acquired back the last time that he was running Disney. So they want to make this work. And I think the performance of this film will not only impact the way they think about this Avatar franchise, but also
I'm still here with y'all. I'm turning news up so
right
y'all know
now,
I'm still
you have
here.
a whole industry that's trying to figure out how long you should put
And I'll
movies in
show you
theaters
this chart,
before
what
they're
I'm looking at.
available
I'm
in
just waiting
streaming,
for this
whether you
last
should be
candle to
putting more
come
content
in
direct
so
to
I
streaming, or
can
whether you should be really
breathe.
protecting what they call that theatrical window. So I think that's going to come into play here as well. And then remember, if you're looking just at Disney and Bob Iger, there are all these other questions like the health of the theme parks. Will we see the theme park business continue to be robust through the holiday season? So far, the trends
Feel
seem
like I've
positive.
been away
And then
from
also
y'all.
things like challenges to the ad business. The advertising market overall has been contracting, has been challenged. How much does that impact the various Disney assets that are
This is
exposed
what
to
I'm
advertising?
looking at.
There's a lot of bigger currents here than just what Bob Iger can do in the very, very
Yeah,
short term.
going
But
to the
Sean,
50.
as you look into 2023, what kind of year do you think it's going to
Volume
be for all these
low.
streaming companies? Another year
Could
of
break
cutthroat
resistance.
competition, or
I
does
hope.
it change?
Let's
I
hope.
would say there's not a lot of optimism in the stream business right now. Look, the Q4 earnings calls, which
Yeah, I usually look. I try to look across the time frames, of course, but I like the 3. I don't know why. It feels like I can see the pattern on the 3. I can see what's forming, and it doesn't move too fast. It doesn't move too slow. I don't know. What do you prefer to look at? I prefer to look on the 3. I always look, I look 2 or 3 up. I just look at all of them, to be honest with you, because I'm
They
nosy.
can't, steer a ship or turn the ship that quickly. So they're in for at least a couple
Forgive
of tough
me,
quarters.
sorry. Ford is below $12. What?
Looking ahead will
Oh my
be more
gosh.
bright, which is what Wall Street loves to hear.
So when you see, for instance, now
Oh
Warner
my
Brothers
gosh.
Discovery,
QQQ
$1 billion
going
more
to
in
the
scrapped
50-day.
content charges.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
following her.
is that a move
Now
in
it
the
looks
right
like she's back
direction, or
down
is
with
this just a
the
sign of how deep the problem
the 9 and 13. I needed to cut through all of that and hit the bottom. Volume is low. Couldn't break resistance. No. 273.35. So happy. 273.35. So glad. That's why I said I think it was a decent entry because I had, those the SMAs and that 50-day is a pretty strong haul. So as long as I, it doesn't have a lot of volume, I think I can hold on. All in all, it wasn't the most terrible entry. It was a good entry. I probably could have timed it better,
How
though.
that impacts the box office during economic downturns. The box office tends to be very robust. This economic
Looks like
downturn
volume
may
wasn't
be
enough to
different
break.
because of all the
And
streaming
thank God,
options
because
that
I don't want it to break
keep an eye
up.
on those
I need this thing
ad-supported
to break
streaming
down.
players such as Netflix and now Disney, which just launched
I
theirs.
lost
And
my
also
setup.
another term I'm going to throw out there,
What
fast channels. These are
are the moving average lines at the top call? Oh, Frank, I use the 12, the 13. No, I'm sorry. I use the 9, the 13, the 50, and the 200 SMAs.
Watch the box office this weekend. Coming up, industrials are actually one of the better performers this
yeah.
week. Materials, one of the biggest laggards. We'll dig into the disconnect next.
How did you lose your setup, Frank? What are the moving averages lines at the top call? 200-day. So I use the 200, 50, 13, and 9. I'm just looking. She's testing this 35 though. She keeps testing it. Please, please, please. We don't need that. We need you to go the other way, other way, other way, other way. She keeps testing that 50. I need you to break down, not up. So see, that concerns me because why does she keep testing that? Because she's trying to go up. Get your butt underneath them SMAs. Get underneath that 9 and that 13. Shimmy down to the ground, ma'am. Ain't nobody asked you nothing. That's how I feel. That's how I would really be talking if you all weren't here. That's how I would be talking to QQQ. Get yourself down to the ground. Who asked you? That's what I would be saying. So for me, y'all, it's fun. I don't know. I have fun when I'm trading. It's and then to have people doing it with you, that's even more fun. Come on, y'all. This could be stressful. So I enjoy having company with me when I'm doing this. So you see how she is squoze in between the 9 to 13 and the 50? Something has to give. Either she gonna break down or break up, one of the two. And I don't know why she keep trying to test up, get down. Anybody asked you no questions? But y'all see how they came together, the 9, the 13, the 50, they like this now, and that those candles are like right in between there. I'm hoping it forces it down, get underneath there, and that's a really good support. If you get those, the 9, the 13, and the 50 kind of there, I mean, it could be a great resistance too. So, hey, break it down, chick, break it down. 273.12. And you can tell that I'm a new trader, I'm sure, because, so much of it isn't technical. But we try. We do what we can. Get underneath there. Yes. Shimmy underneath there. And that's it. So I'll pull out because I know some people, depends on what you're doing. Here it is on the 5 minute. So, the RSI looks like it's dropping 43.98. That would be good drop. 43.84. Yes. I like this. I would love for this to turn dark green and then diminish, and let's just get on to us a little fallen action. 273.14. That's good. Come on, baby. Get low, get low. Get low, get low. Turn red candle.
Welcome back. And one more thing before we go, everybody, check out the industrials. One of the worst performing sectors this week, falling nearly 2%. Christina Partsenevelis is here with the
You could just see bulls and bears fighting, just fighting for control.
Industrials, like you said, are continuing to fall. And this is because investors are worried right now. Our company is going to postpone expansion, trim their production, and in turn demand fewer input resources. The sector right now is on pace for its second straight weekly loss. But if you zoom out and you look at the XLI, which is tradable, that's how we can trade it.
Did you get it, Frank? QQQ breaks 273. Next support will be 270. Yes, indeed. You already know, and that's all I need. Because if we could get just a little bit of that 270.
Some industrial and some material names lead the Dow.
We in business. That's all I need. If we can just get close. If we could shimmy to it. Watching is interesting and fun, and not too too serious. Well, for me, since I'm a stranger and new at trading, 273 is a big support. Yeah, it is. 273 is a big support.
So the big question,
but I'm hoping at the end of the day, everybody just like dumps their stuff. All this triple, quadruple witching and whoever else. I'm hoping folks just start selling stuff like it's nobody's business. You got to do something. It's a whole bunch of expiration dates today. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that, but that was part of my thinking too. Is that because it's quadruple witching, I would think there would be more selling than buying. But who knows? Folks might be looking at this as buying opportunity too. I don't know. I would like for let the group weigh in. What do you guys think about that? That was my thinking. I'm not going to tell the story. I'm like, at least I know all these options contracts and all these other things are expiring. All this stuff is happening. The market's down. All my arrows say down. Down, 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 down.
Starts right now.
But it's proven tough breaking this 273. She, come on, sister. Shimmy on down. Hit it. Tap it. Tap it.
Breakdown or breakout?
I know.
Hard this week, but to the chart signal, a bottom is near. We're going to take a look.
Break down or break out. What's it going to be?
Which two tech stocks are about to bounce? Plus, storied Wall
Yeah,
Street
we had
bank
gotten down to
Goldman
like
Sachs reportedly has plans to shed
272.77. I thought we were on our way.
8%
I was like, oh
of its
yes.
workforce. Are there more layoffs to come? Those
Not so
stories and
much.
more
That
in the
273
hour ahead.
is
First to Kelly with a check on the market. Kelly.
Thank you, John. Welcome.
What
Hi,
it
everybody.
is.
Stocks getting slammed once again. The Dow's 3-day losses now totaling more than 1,300 points. We were down 548 at the lows. We're down 484 right now, and about a 1.5% drop across the board here. 38.33. That's your level for the S&P 500. Big options expiry day as well. Keep an eye on the close. Now, Meta is bucking the
that's
trend
what
and
I'm
is the
looking
best
for.
performing stock on the S&P after an upgrade at JP Morgan to
A
over
very
weighted
eventful
3%.
close.
They're talking about easing cost pressures.
2
The stock
o'clock. We got
eking
2
out a gain from
hours.
December. Meantime, the
Be
energy
intense 2
department will
hours.
begin repurchasing crude for the SPR. The first purchase
Look
since
at how
that
she
record 180
clung.
million barrel release from the stockpile. But with crude prices now around 74 and change, now seems an opportunistic time, John, to replenish it.
All right. And on Wall Street, the soft landing crowd is on the defensive as calls for a recession, a hard landing recession, grow. Our next guest says a recession is likely, and that could shift stocks into neutral. Let's bring in Mark Machini, the chief investment strategist at Janney Montgomery Scott. Mark, why, first of all, are you convinced that a recession, perhaps a harder landing, is in the cards?
Well, John, first of all, I think if we do encounter one, it's more likely to be mild and relatively brief than even a typical Fed-induced recession, which would be
Okay,
much
so
more
y'all know what
severe
I'm
in
doing. I'm
nature and
watching
likely
QQQ, hoping
protracted. But
that
having
she
said
can
that,
get below
it
the
seems well, as particularly
273.
reinforced by this morning's release of the
And
S&P Global
it's just
PMI readings for
so
both
little
manufacturing
volume.
and
I'm going to
services
flip off of
that are
this
not only
because I may
below
have to come
50, which
out.
is the line of demarcation between basically expansion
So
and
we'll see.
contraction. Indicating contraction, but then secondly, dipping even further into levels that historically have been indicative of a recession or recessionary-like conditions. In addition to that, the leading indicators, the yield curve being inverted, these are very prescient indicators that signal the prospects of a recession. It varies, but 7 to 12 months hence, which would put one likely sometime perhaps in the middle or second half of next year. And so for us, we remain generally cautious about equities in the near term, thinking that largely because of the discount that's already been applied to the stock market, perhaps a lot of that risk has already been pulled forward. But at the same time, we may have to plumb more lower levels before a durable bottom is formed.
I'm watching
So what's an investor to do
273.37,
stocks are going to be stuck
36.
for a while? Raise cash, hold tight?
John, I think hold tight. I think it's very difficult to raise cash because obviously the timing of that decision
30.
requires two correct decisions, when to get out and then ultimately when to get back in again. And the failure tends to come in the second one, when to get back in, because cash has incredible magnetic quality, even though today it's yielding something that doesn't require a magnifying glass to see what kind of interest you're earning on it. But, having said that, like I said, we've seen a pretty severe discount already applied to stocks. On the October low, we are down 27%, which is a typical drawdown if we avert a recession in a bear market. So I still think there is perhaps low odds, but some chance that we avert a recession. And if so, we've already perhaps seen the worst.
By the
If not,
second quarter
we may have to
next
go a
year,
little
SPY
lower
will
yet. But at the
probably
same
drop
time, I
to
still think the prospects
340.
out over the second
Listen,
half of this year into 2024
if I
brighten
did
enough to
long,
suggest
like
investors
leaps
should
and
perhaps stay
long
cautious in terms of their
range
positioning sectorally or with regard to
swings,
companies that are of high quality
there's some
nature
money
and
to be
have a lot of
made
ballast on their balance sheets or pay high dividends
after
as a way to sort of
273 breaks.
weather the
It did
storm
break.
that
It
we
broke
might
down to
encounter between now and when things begin to break.
272.77, and it stayed there for a little bit. That's what I thought.
Talk about defensive,
Yeah,
also some
it was
healthcare. And you
under
have United Health as one of your picks.
273,
ServiceNow as well. I mean,
around
why these two stocks? Why
230.
ServiceNow?
Is that
Yeah, Kelly, I mean, ServiceNow, obviously a technology company.
around
in a space that we
130?
like. We think
It
this is
got
a very
down to
strong sectoral,
272.77,
that is
and I
tailwinds
don't
in
know what
terms
made
of
me think
software
that.
as a
I thought that was
service.
going to
It's a
hold. I thought it had
cloud
gotten down
IT
far
management
enough
company
that it will
getting
hold,
beaten up like the rest
and
of the
it
tech
didn't.
sector,
It
down
stayed
about
under there for a
40%
little
on a
while.
year-to-date basis.
It
Not
was under
necessarily cheap on a pure PE
273
basis, but relative to its 30% plus growth rate
for a
that's been
while.
operating at and is projected to continue to, looks
And
more
so I
reasonably
thought I
valued
was
than in
safe.
quite some time. And again, because of the thesis
But
of
yep,
business spending,
that's
that
that's
this
something I'm
proportionally is
learning
directed towards
too.
software
I am
services,
learning
and companies that have a
to
subscription
how to
tend do
use
better because
support
they
and
have more
resistance to
persistent, more
help
predictable
with my
results. We're
entries.
attracted
So
to
I
them.
did enter
Is there
under
a lesson
273. I
from,
entered at
earnings like those of Adobe, which had that stock
272
up
something.
3%?
And here was my
Right
thinking
now
too,
today,
and you help me
despite
with
the
this,
market being
because
down,
it
and
had, the
even
low was
those like
270.
Samsara, the types of stocks that some people were saying
What was
stay
it?
away from because they don't have
77.
profits yet,
And
but they
so
continue
it vacillated a
grow
little
and faster
bit.
than some
And by the time I got in the
Well, John,
trade,
I mean, that's
it was
obviously for investors and I think have
272,
the risk
either
budget
80
for those kind of
something or
speculative
90
investments. But
something. I
you're
can't
making
remember. I have to look
adjustment
back and
on
see.
price to hope ratios.
So
And in
it
this
had broken
environment, and once again,
273.
we
I've
think
been
the
watching it
economy is
all day.
more
I
likely
waited
moving
till it
towards
broke. It just
contraction than
didn't stay down
reacceleration,
there.
which under a
So
reacceleration scenario,
here we
perhaps you can
go.
price things to work out perfectly and they will bail you out. But if that's not going
Yeah,
to be
but
the
that
case,
was
when you
my
get
that was my
incentive to our
intention
view,
to get in
then we suspect
under
those companies will continue to be
273, and I
challenged.
did.
And while
And I'm telling you,
perhaps
this is new
tradable for
learning
the
for
most
me
nimble
because
investors,
oh yes,
hard,
yeah,
prudent for
yeah.
most
Let me see what
longer-term or
happens here because
conservative
this is
investors.
make or break for me, y'all.
People are
Serious
warned.
business.
Mark Buccini, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Now, the NASDAQ is extending its losses today after closing below its 50-day moving average for the first time since early November. What are the charts saying about this latest round of market weakness? Let's ask Craig Johnson. He's Piper Sandler's chief market technician. I'm almost afraid to ask Craig. What do you see?
Well, it's not a very constructive setup on the triple Q chart that we brought in here today. We've been in a downward trending channel now for the better part of the year. You're below a declining 50 200-day moving average. And when you look at that chart, we just can't seem to reverse the downtrend. We've seen the Dow, which is my mother's favorite index, has already reversed the downtrend. And at this point in time, it looks like we're setting ourselves up to come back and perhaps retest 259. But I got to tell you, even with the Dow, even with the triple Q's weak, that doesn't mean the rest of the market can't work.
But how often do we really see that big of a difference between the NASDAQ, say, and the other, the Dow and the S&P?
Oh,
well,
heck.
if we just kind of remember what happened post the dot-com bubble in the 2000 period of time, there was a long period, over 2 years, where people were talking about the market X, the technology sector. And I suspect that we're probably entering a phase like that again. This is going to be sort of X the FANG stocks. Because if you look at Amazon, you look at Netflix, you look at even Tesla, if you want to add that into a FANG, plus type scenario, all those charts still continue to be trending lower in here. But when you look at what's worked coming off of those October lows, the Dow was up over 15, 16% coming off the lows. And yet you can see that the NASDAQ was left far behind along with the FANG stocks.
So some individual stocks, looking at Flex, that chart, what do you see?
This is a great defensive play here inside of the technology sector. It's been a big consolidating.
I'm looking to see if it goes above 273.50. That is really my absolute. If it breaks 273.50, I gotta go for real.
These are the kind of stocks inside of tech sector right now, defensive tech names that we think are going to continue to work here for a while, and it's one we'd be buying. I'd also just mention this is a great play. Nancy at our firm has been talking about the reshoring theme. Clearly, Flex is going to be a play on that.
Do you buy now, though? I mean, there's talk about a Santa Claus rally, and perhaps even though it might not feel like it today, there's been one. We're just hearing about dark clouds perhaps on the horizon for the beginning of 2023. Do you really need to buy even with the charts? If you're looking at Broadcom, something like that, is now the charts telling you now is the time to buy?
I think now is the time to selectively be adding to some of these positions. And I think Flextronics and I think AVGO, Broadcom fit into that category too. You got a very nice downtrend reversal.
Y'all.
I think a lot of what you got going on plays into the segment you were just discussing about options and with the expiration happening today. I just remind everybody, you got $4.2 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines, and you've seen over $90 billion go into money market funds over the last month. There's a lot of investors out there that have been spooked to the sidelines, and any sort of downtrend reversal in the S&P 500 is going to drag some of that money back into the market. And yeah, I do hear the bells, and I do think we're going to have a Santa Claus rally into year end.
Okay. We'll see how high those reindeer can fly. Craig Johnson, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Fed's fight with the market. Is the central bank losing control? And what could that mean for rates and for stocks? Plus, Centene adjusting its
Okay, yeah, I gotta go.
slightly below estimates. We will ask
Nope.
the CEO about her strategy to
Bad.
grow earnings,
Let's see.
improve care, and bring down medical costs. She joins us exclusively in her first TV interview since taking the helm. As we head to break, a look at Tesla, down another 4%.
Tesla should have been the afternoon move.
15% this week. Wow, stock trading at its lowest level since November 2020.
Okay, y'all, I'm bailing on this trade. Create a clause in order. I'm gonna limit out before it wipes out all my morning wins. Oh. Okay, hold tight, y'all. Yeah, she's doing the full. No, it broke the opposite way. Okay, so let me see. I'm just looking, folks. I'm looking at QQQ sail to the sky. Let me see. I want to look at the. Stick to your plan as long as your stop loss is in. Yeah. Well, I reached my stop. QQQ is going to 274. Yep, 274.44. You already know. You already know. So I had to bail. No. I had to abort mission. Abort mission. Yep. I did get in under, I thought it was a good entry. I got in under 273. Somewhere around, let's see. It was under 273. Let me see. 273. Around 121, and it stayed under 273. It bounced up and down. It stayed under. It even got down to 270, 277, that low, around 130. So I thought it was under, and it stayed under long enough, but apparently no, not long enough. Okay. Sheiks. Okay, so I had to bail on that one, y'all. It did not break the way I thought it was going to break. It started to break up, and I didn't want to, we had a decent morning. I caught that down with 3 puts, so I didn't want to give back all of that. So I had to bail because she was heading to the sky. It's 273. It's at 273.83. I couldn't hold on. That was, I don't know.
Yeah, and right on cue
So,
with those, that outlook, San Francisco
oh well,
President Mary
I have to
Daly,
lick my wounds
once one of the
and
most
take
dovish
my,
Fed
yep,
members
bounced
ever
off.
uniformly hawkish outlook. She said this afternoon that the Fed, once it reaches its peak rate, may hold there for 11
Hermano,
months,
you
and
need to come
every
hang out
month
with
the Fed
us.
thinks
I'm
it's gonna be
telling
almost
you,
all of 2023.
it's nice to have
She
somebody to
reminded
talk
us
because
that
I
the
only
median
watch
outlook for the
QQQ,
funds
so I
rate
can't talk
at the end of the year
intelligently
at
about any other
5.13%.
stock,
Compare that
ETF. I
with
can't
this
talk
month over
intelligently
here
about
at the
any of the
market
other
price.
stuff.
Her peak funds
But
rate of
QQQ is the only thing that I
485
do.
right now,
So
and a year-end
when you
rate
start talking
that has a
price
50
levels
basis
and
point
where
cut
entries,
built
you are
into it.
talking my
Treasury
language,
rates
and
have
some of it I
plummeted
don't
from
know.
this
So
436
some of it
compared to the
is
5.5
you're
or 5.3
educating me
of the
too. Your
Federal
entry
Reserve
should
right
have
now.
been after
Influencing
273
financial conditions
breaks.
is a
Yeah,
major way
I'm
for
telling you, I
Fed to steer the
thought it
economy
broke.
and bring down inflation.
And if you go
Falling
back and
stock
look
prices
at
are a
it, let me
piece of
see if
that.
I can put it up
Interest rates are
here.
probably a more
I'll
important piece
show
of it,
you.
and they are not helping the Fed.
What
The
I
result is
thought
that
was
the
where
Goldman
I thought
Sachs
I was
Financial
okay.
Conditions Index,
So
it has
let's
eased
see.
since November, while the Fed
Let me pull it
that
back
supports
up.
economic growth, not less economic growth, raises the question of whether the Fed is losing its ability to control interest
Okay,
rates.
so
What
this
it may have to do to
is,
get it back.
can you see
Most
it?
Fed
I hope
observers
you
I
can
spoke with
see.
said
Okay, and let
Fed
me
likely
put
to raise by a
myself back
quarter
in
point in the
here.
February meeting, but all agreed 50 is possible for February or later
Let's see.
if the Fed does
Okay,
not get the response it
so
needs on financial
here,
conditions from the markets. Guys,
it was under
And we,
273.
really dug
It was
into
under
this, Steve, but the only,
273.
thing
It
that
started,
we
let's see, it
wonder
was
about is whether the Fed itself is so lagging that they're the last person we want to
That's
look to for
273.
leading information. In other words, I think I read that last
So
December they writ large as a group.
You know, it was
expected, like,
tapping
2 rate
around.
hikes
It was
followed
under
by
there,
22%.
was under there, was under there,
We're
and
obviously
it got
way
down to
past that point.
272.
So
And
whatever
I'm
they're
like, yeah, we
expecting for
must be off to
2023,
the
does it even
races.
matter, or are the facts just going to change
And
so
I
much
got
between now and then?
in
Well, if you're asking me, are they going to be right?
somewhere,
I think there's an even chance they're wrong.
somewhere
asking
around
me
in
if it
here.
matters
Don't
what
don't
they
make me
think?
tell a
I would
lie.
say there's a
I'll have to go
100%
back and
chance you won't
look.
be paying attention to
And
what
it
they
just
say.
it didn't
And
hold.
it is,
So
like
I
I
don't
said,
know. I waited and waited and
a
waited.
forecast
I felt like
has
it
nothing
consolidated
to do
all
with the actual
day.
future. It is
And then maybe that
100%
was gonna be
accurate
the little
to what
breaky
people think
poo,
right
but
now about the future.
you know,
And if you
still
ask the average Fed folk right now, they think it's 5.13%
no,
for the
man.
funds rate for
Yeah, she's
2023.
headed to, like you
17 of
said, I think
19
it's
above
274.
5%.
She's headed to whatever that
7 of
next
them are
price
above
level
5.4.
is.
Yeah, no, stay right
Look
there
at
because
it.
our next guest, Steve, says the Fed's goals and objectives are out of
All
sync with
stock
reality.
are on
Let's
the
bring
same
in
chart, tell you the
Ronan
story.
Sana. He
Yeah.
is CNBC's senior
You need
analyst
to
and
pay
commentator, also
attention to
senior
the
advisor to
volume.
Schroders North America.
Okay.
Ron,
Yes, because
what
it
say
it
you?
lacked
What's gonna play out
volume.
here?
And are you saying that it didn't have enough volume to break that? And I should have been able to see that because of how small the volume bars are. It's such low volume. I should have been able to tell. Is that what you're saying? Because I need to know. You're saying the volume wasn't enough to stay below 273. All stocks are the same. The chart tell you the story. Yeah, I agree. But I like this. I don't know. I like QQQ. I think you should trade stuff you like. There are definite tickers I don't like. Like I don't like Nvidia. I don't know what it is. I don't like Nvidia. I don't like ADM. I traded those. I don't like them. I don't like SPY. I don't like SPY. I traded Tesla. I like Tesla. I don't know. I can't explain to you why I have or why anybody has an affinity for one more than the other, but I do. And QQQ, maybe because I know the players that are in QQQ, you know, I don't know. I think the more I know about it, the better for me. I don't understand things I don't understand. I just don't buy. If I don't understand it, I don't buy it. But look at the volume. Okay. And I think I'm trying to understand what you're saying because it was such low volume. Is that why you're saying it didn't have enough
I think they've already achieved their objective, whether they know it or not.
steam, I guess I want to say.
I believe the markets cumulatively and their message over any individual
Yeah.
forecast, even from the Fed.
Ron, you ignorant. Never mind. Friday, it's a long day. It's a long week with the Fed meeting. I'm a little punchy.
Okay,
Ron,
so
I
is
don't
that what you're
disagree with
saying? Okay, I
I'm not going to
see.
be in a position of saying
Okay,
180
thank you for
degrees
that. That's
the market's
helpful.
outlook. My attitude is
Because
nobody
I
else
don't know, I know I see it, but I don't know that I ever thought about the
What I no
impact
doubt is missing from your
of
analysis,
volume
though,
or the
is
lack
this
of
idea
volume,
of
how that would
wages that
impact.
move
I don't
around.
think I
The
thought,
Fed
I
has
wasn't
this
thinking
problem
that. I was looking at all the other
not a
indicators.
cyclical problem.
You know, I'm always looking at like, what is the RSI doing? I'm always looking at MACD to kind of see where it is in the trend. And I like my TTM squeeze. That helps me too. Price levels, all that stuff helps me, but I don't know that I ever really thought about how volume. That is so, thank you for that. That is a good awareness. And then maybe I'll have to watch another video too, because I'm sure somewhere in my class, they probably, pointed that out. So thank you for bringing it back to my cognition, 273.67. Thank you for bringing that back to me to keep that in mind, because I just see it. I know what those bars represent, but I never thought about it in terms of movement and momentum and getting to a particular price.
If you have a structural shortage of labor, higher interest rates won't solve it. If you raise the
For sure,
unemployment
stick
rate
to a
so that
stock
people who
you
currently
like.
have jobs that
Yeah.
are paying,
Okay,
and it
I
still
hear
increases
you.
above the
Thank you,
inflation rate,
Hermano. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And so that's what this is. You just like you're here with me, and I feel like such the benefactor because I get to see everybody's comments. I get to see, I get to feed off of everybody's positive energy. That's so different because I would be here by myself as a new trader, just kind of like clueless. I would have to go back and reconstruct that and go back after the end of the day and look at that trade and try to figure out, what went wrong or what was different, and having a voice. Even if it's new to me, if it makes sense to me, that's helpful. It's helpful to me.
I think it's much
So,
riskier if the market
all
is
right.
wrong, because if the market is wrong,
I'm
the
getting
level
ready
of
to take
adjustment
you guys
needed, I
off of
think,
this chart because I'm getting
for
ready to look and
bonds and
see
stocks for a
like
real
where
funds
I
rate
am
of
for the
5.12%
day.
or higher
And
is pretty still dramatic, I think,
let me
from this
move
point in
this.
time. I think it's much better if Powell and the Fed end up being wrong, have to turn tail. I
Okay.
frankly think there's a hit to the Fed's credibility. And this is really a conundrum for Powell, because everybody I talk to says if the Fed does not get the response in the bond market that it needs to tighten conditions, its only recourse is to tighten more. And that creates this problem. So, but really what they want to do is they want to slow down and go to quarters here and try to feel their way as to where that right moment is. But I think you have to pay attention to bond markets and that.
Okay,
GS
well,
financial
it's
condition index that
2:30.
showed you
I don't know
earlier.
what the rest of the
If that
day
doesn't tighten,
holds.
I think Powell has a
I
problem if
could,
he doesn't
let's
get
see.
growth down substantially below potential.
I just see
We
that they've
could
already
look. I will,
overtightened.
of course,
And
still
they've
be
already
here
done
till the
it.
end of the
They've
day.
tightened
So I will
treasuries.
continue
Real
to
estate,
look
residential real
for,
estate's
maybe,
crashed.
who knows? Maybe there's a
Public
trade
prices have
opportunity
crashed.
at the end of the
Gasoline
day.
prices have
I
crashed.
don't
Oil
know, but
prices
it's
have crashed.
like an
Retail
hour and a
sales are down
half, 2:30,
0.6% last
So you
month.
want
I
to
don't know.
3:30,
stop
4
run at
o'clock, an hour and a
6%
half.
year-over-year inflation?
What are you doing for the rest of the day?
Year over year. I mean,
All you guys,
I want to extrapolate the last
what are
5
you guys
months.
doing for the rest of the
Whether
day?
you look at CPI headline, whether you look at PCE,
Hermano,
all of
what are you
those
doing?
inflation readings
This is good
peaked
to know.
in June
Yes,
or
yes,
earlier
yes.
and have fallen
I saw
precipitously
in one of the
since.
free
We're running at a
classes.
2.4%
Housing was still
annual
going up.
So now
was
it's
still
coming
now.
together.
And
I'm
rents are
telling
going
you,
down
every
really fast,
piece,
more than most people have
information
anticipated,
isn't lost on me.
including the Fed. So I
Somebody
don't
said
know
this. You don't
that
have to take it all
because again,
in, but you
houses
take it,
like
you take
Whitmer,
what's
we have a
relevant
physical
for you,
shortage
and
of
then you
housing. We
leave the
don't
rest.
have,
So just having
problem with
people
respect
weigh
to
in and have me,
demand at the
I don't know,
moment
it
being
feels like
so
just help. It
overwhelming
feels
for
like a
housing
hug. That's all.
that
That's
we're
what it
short
feels like.
full supply.
It feels
We're
like a
short
hug.
somewhere between 4 and 6 million units.
It's just the
Let's
labor
see,
market. I know we have to go,
2,
Ron, but it feels like that has to crack in
73,
order to really get us down to
92,
2%, you know?
I guess. I mean, Kelly, I heard you
41.
mention this, and it's something I referred to the other day. If wages are rising above inflation, which is falling, that's not a wage price spiral. That's wages being above the inflation rate, which is actually reasonably healthy for the economy.
As long as it stays that way. All right, we'll end it there. We got to go.
Every little thing's going to be all right. Way to go, Ron. You don't have any hair, but
I'm
you
just
can do
looking
it.
to see like how much money I'm willing to, if I
the
have
argument for
enough
2023.
put aside for a final trade. That would be my second trade today. And my absolute limit is 3 trades a day. Generally, I like to do 2. I like to do something in the morning. I try to do something in the afternoon. And I jumped early, so that would have been my afternoon trade. How many trades do you take a day? Hermano, how many trades do you take a day? I'll be here because I got all my eats. learn little bits and pieces. Yes. Hermano, how many trades do you do a day? I try not to, my max is 3. I think after that time, I should just, if I haven't, that morning, I try to grab something in the morning if it presents itself. And then I try to keep some cash available for like later in the afternoon if something happens. And then I have one little, kitty just in case something goes just like you saw. Hold tight, guys. Oh, my Uber Eats. Hold on. I'm going to put y'all on mute. The Uber guys here, my Uber Eats. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back, y'all. I'm back. I'm back. Well, did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Anything going on I need to know about? Okay, so I sit and I'll wait. Oh, wait. Am I in here with y'all? Okay, cool. And I'll bring QQQ back on. Let me see if I can get it back up, y'all. You can hear me and see me. Perfect. Thumbs up. Hey, James. Hey, welcome. Y'all, hey, nice. I don't know where everybody's coming from, but if you're new here, welcome. My name is Sandra. Welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, where everything money, mindset, investing, community, sharing, we knowledge share, we do all that stuff. Everything's free here. It's no course, it's no class, it's no teacher, it's no expert. It's just a learning community, and all are welcome. So, James, welcome. Please hit the subscribe button. We would love to have you become a member of our family, our sharing community. Please like, subscribe, share, do all of that good stuff, all of that. And hold tight, I'm getting ready to heat up my tea to get me through this last hour and a half of the day. I shall return. I'll be right there. Yeah, my throat's getting dry. It's been a long morning. Okay, so I'll be right back, you guys. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to grab a little bite to eat. My Uber Eats just came. I'm going to heat me up some tea, and I'll be right back.
there will be a number of Medicaid recipients who
Hey
will probably
folks, I'm
fall
back.
off
Let me
of
pull
the
y'all
rolls.
up to
And one of the things that's
welcome
unique
to the
about
family,
Centene is that we take a very
everybody.
local approach in each of our 30
So let's
markets.
see.
And that means
Hey, don't forget to hit the like button,
partner closely
folks.
with our state
Easy breezy
agencies
peasy,
and the
costs
Medicaid
nothing, but it's
agencies
so
to actually
helpful
figure
to
out a collaborative
me.
process to make it as
So
efficient and
if you
seamless as
can, don't forget,
possible
hit the
for
like
members to go
button.
through that process.
Hit the
And
subscribe
then
button. I
for
gotta hit the
those who
like
are
button
no longer
myself.
eligible
Oh
for
shoot.
Medicaid because
Okay,
of the
so we got
number one
19 likes
marketplace
today.
barrier, we can actually
Yes,
offer them
good.
a
That's good for me. I'm a teeny
alternative.
tiny channel.
So
So thank you guys. Thank you guys for everybody who hit the like button. Thank you for everybody that subscribed today. That's helpful. We're almost at 600 subscribers. I can't believe it. I can't believe that. That blows my mind. So everybody that's here, welcome, welcome, welcome. So welcome. Thank you all for contributing to the conversation. Thank you all for contributing information. It helps me. I promise you, it's so helpful. So I'm just watching. I'm just chilling, I think, for the rest of the day. I got my best trade in this morning. I kind of flubbed up my entry this afternoon. So I think I'm going to just chill for a bit, let the day kind of play itself out, gear up for Monday, just to kind of see. So I don't know. Thank you guys. I like to just thank everybody, really. So if you're new, welcome. If you're returning, welcome, welcome, welcome. That's it, y'all. It was a good day. I cannot complain. Today was a good day. It was a strong morning. That morning down thing, that was an easy one to catch. The afternoon got tricky. I think I jumped in too soon, so that's what I learned. I may have even jumped out too soon too, because if you see QQQ now, she took a turn and she's under 272. She's at 272.88. Will she hold? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That's the question. Because that 273 was a pretty strong hold. So she got down to 272.61. We'll see if it can hold. I don't know. So I think I'm just going to chill for the rest of the session, because what is it, like an hour and a half left? And I don't want to spend all my, I don't want to, not that, because the money, for me anyway, the way I'm trading, once I trade, whatever I use that day, the money's available the next day. I think that happens with options. I think if you're trading the underlying like stocks, I think it may take a day or two for them to, what do they call that, settle those funds. So I'm just chilling with y'all. I'm just chilling, hoping maybe something big will jump off. There's a little rundown this afternoon, a little. QQQ is down to 272.86. Maybe it'll keep going. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But it was a good day, and I like to take the advice that I heard somebody say, which is don't take a winning day and make it into a losing day, So I'll take my little win and squirrel it away. And Monday, I'm paper trading. I don't know about anybody else, but Monday I'm back to paper trading. And so if you all want to join us, I'll be back here bright and early on Monday doing the same thing, chatting it up with my friends, learning more about, how to become a better trader, just become a solid trader, period. So all those people who helped today, I don't know if CBAR has come back, but CBAR is such a wealth of information. We have a Zoom call that we're doing on Sunday. And so if you want to join us for the Zoom call, we're going to be talking about how to place stops, limits, and all that stuff, because I don't know how to do that. I didn't learn that in my class, you all. They say that they didn't go over that. They didn't go over the platform, to be perfectly honest with you. So I had to kind of learn that on my own, talking to you guys, people giving me feedback, and really just watching the Thinkorswim videos. That's how I learned the platform, because that was not a part of my training. And it took me a long time to place the first trade because I was afraid to press the button. So what we're going to do is get together on Sunday in a Zoom class, so that if you're afraid to place your first trade, we can do some paper trading with you. You don't have to go it alone. which is what, that's why we're here. Because I felt very much alone in trying to learn this new skill.
Kelly?
And I don't want anybody to feel that way. You shouldn't have to go this journey alone when there's so many people out there who know more than us, who are willing to share. So, you're in the right place if you want to learn how to become a better trader. Or if you have a lot of knowledge and you don't mind sharing, we sure don't mind asking questions and sharing. So if you have a resource for how to place stops, that's what we're working on. Drop it in the chat. Or you can email me at fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com. And if you email me, I'll send you the Zoom link if you want to join our study group on Sunday. And on Sunday, we will primarily be talking about stop losses, limits, how you all that stuff, like when you're creating your order. There's also an Analyze tab that I am so curious about. CBAR told us about the Analyze tab, where you can analyze your trade, actually before you place it. So, or you can go back even afterwards and look at a trade so you can eliminate low probability trades. I need that in my life. I need all these tools that Thinkorswim has. I need those. So I'm sure if I need them, somebody else probably is wanting the same thing too. So that's what we're doing. If you want to drop your email address or just send me an email at fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com, great. I will get back to you quickly. Or you can check out my website, fromlacktolegacy.com. You can find me on Instagram, From Lack to Legacy, and you can find us on YouTube, From Lack to Legacy. We're all over social media. But the whole goal is to get people into trading with a low barrier to entry. It doesn't cost anything to chat with us and to be with us and spend time with us. Everything is free. All the information we have, we disseminate, is free. And that's how we roll over here. So please, 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 please join us. And yeah, like I said, I think I'm going to just cruise on in. As a matter of fact, I may even end the broadcast early today, you guys, because it's the weekend. I made my little change. It doesn't look like anything's going to jump off. And so I don't think I'm going to get into anything else today. I don't know. What are you guys doing for the weekend? We might as well break camp now. What are you guys doing for the weekend? Oh, Marilyn is such my dear, dear Exodus sister. Yes, we do need 1,000 subscribers, y'all. We want to reach more people, seriously. Because if I can learn to trade, and I'm a grandma, let's be clear. I'm a retired teacher. I have 4 beautiful grandchildren. This is like a second, I don't know, a passion for me. So if I can do it, then anybody can do it. So we want to get the word out. So like, subscribe, share, invite people. Come on in. Y'all are in my kitchen. It's nothing fancy. I told everybody today, one day I'm going to roll up in here in my PJs. I promise you I'm going to roll up in here in my bathrobe. Because that's how you all that day that we weren't trading like live, but you could hear me. I was on the couch in my pajamas. I promise to goodness. I traded on the couch all day. I just took my computer, sat on the couch, because that's how I felt, and that's what I like about this. You can do it anywhere. You can do it in anything. You don't have to get dressed up to do it. So that's all. These are all positives. So
and open-minded about what
I think we welcomed everybody. Did I miss anybody in the chat, y'all? Did I miss anybody? Anybody got plans, special plans this weekend?
And if that's the case, that's a message from management to say, look elsewhere.
I don't. I'm going to the spa, of course, tomorrow. A travel sister is here in Playa, and she and I have a full day of beauty scheduled for tomorrow. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And I'm just watching. I'm still keeping an eye out on QQQ. She's at 272.88. See, I'm telling you, who was that said? Hermano.
When is it going to open up?
I was
You
waiting.
know.
I had her. She
know.
was under there. She
And
stayed
so,
under there
you know,
for a long time.
there was a
And then she
strain,
just, I'm
I
telling you,
went
that
on with
273, you
in
said
June
it.
and talked about,
It's
you
a
know, what we
strong,
thought was gonna
that's a
happen
strong
came to
support and
pass.
resistance.
So
It's a strong
the
price
lack of
level.
activity in
And
capital
so I
markets, unsustainable. We
learned
don't know when that's going to come back.
today,
And if you're
I
doing
don't know
something
how
where you're
much
sitting,
under
you know,
273
investments
she'd
going
had to
less
be
than
like,
so
she
when
had
is
to
it gonna
really
come
be
back?
under
Do we
270. She'd have to
continue
really
to
break
test,
that.
hold on to our people,
Because I think
or
she's
do we
gotten
just
down as
say
low as
close up now? And if we have to
272.61.
hire again, you know, and again, this
And
gets
it's
back to
just
hire
like,
to
I
fire.
don't know.
Unfortunately, the
She's
cycle.
still under
So where are we in this
273,
run
but
back?
man, was that a
A few
strong one?
weeks
That's a
ago,
hard one to
you
break.
broke the news about, was it Wells Fargo and the mortgage business
So
and the
I'm
layoffs there.
just going
Now
to
we
be
got Goldman Sachs coming
chilling,
up beginning of January, 8%.
chilling, chilling,
Number.
chilling.
Is this rolling through? Is there another shoe that we should expect to see drop?
Did anybody else trade today? Anybody make money
So,
today?
you know, last week we reported 1,600 job cuts in Morgan
Yeah, look
Stanley.
at this.
But
Look,
then
it's
they
still
have a stable
dancing around
business,
that
wealth management,
273,
annuity-like returns. I think they're done.
273.02.
I suspect they're done for the cycle, at least for a few months. Folks like Goldman Sachs are much more highly levered to these capital markets businesses, unfortunately. That's why they try to go into markets.
We'll see what
They're retrenching there.
happens.
That sort of failed. So if you're really levered to these sort of boom and bust capital markets businesses, can you maintain your troops on the ground? And I think for a lot of folks, this is a sign that there'll be potentially rolling cuts.
I don't know. Is it me or does this chart just look pretty? I'm sorry. It's something about the way this stock flows. I still like watching it. It just has a flow to it, y'all. It just looks like, I don't know, it looks like art almost. Let me share with you what she's doing now. This is why I'm chilling for today. Because this is QQQ and SPY. I heard SPY is like will give you whiplash. SPY have you pulling your hair out too. So let me share with you what it looks like at the end of the day.
The same pickle, which is he's leading a company that is over levered 60% capital markets trading or investment banking. And those
So this is what we're looking at. She did that little rundown thing, and then doesn't that just look like art almost? Look at the flow on that. I don't know. Maybe she'll stay under. Maybe she'll stay under the 273. No, well, no, she's still dancing right around it. Marilyn says prepping, helping family for youngest 18-year-old grand twins, male attending OU in January, female trade school once settled, getting ready for PDC. Yes, Marilyn, I can't wait for you to come to PDC. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That's always the best, y'all. Like once I have met so many of my internet sisters, my Exodus sisters in real life. And I promise y'all, every time it is such a vibe. It's like girls. It's like running into your old friend you haven't seen in a long time, and y'all play all the games. You do all the things. My friend that dear sister, I just met, Jackie, who is in Merida. We played like kids, y'all. I tell you, we swam with the turtles. We did the whole fool. We went to the beach. We did everything. We drank tequila like schoolgirls. We ate pizza. We did we people watched. I don't know. I'm excited. I tell you. So Marilyn, I cannot wait for you to get here so we can do some fun things. You got to tell me what you want to do. You know, my thing is the beach, the spa, rooftops. I love a decent meal. I like a good cocktail. I like tea, coffee, breakfast, all that stuff. Any of those things. If you want to do any of those things when you come to PDC, holler at your girl. Because come on. That's what retirement for me is about. It's about, doing those things I didn't get a chance to do when I was working every day. Like, spending time with my friends and just doing girl talk and spas and sitting at the beach and doing nothing or pursuing a new hobby or a new, skill set like trading. So it has been a joy. It has been a joy. I cannot wait for us to get together. I'm telling you. That's what I'm talking about. I like it all. Yes, Marilyn. That's what we're going to do. That's all we do. That's all we retired ladies do now. We hang out with other retirees. Of course, we hang out with some young people too. We do Wednesday night dinner. Like I was supposed to post a Wednesday night dinner this week. It totally got away from me, y'all. I don't know what happened, but I know I didn't sleep good. And that Wednesday night, I was tired. That's why I didn't come on live Thursday. I was so beat. So generally, I sleep pretty well because I can sleep when I want to. But I had been up and down. That might have been the morning me and you talked, Marilyn. That might have been. So by Wednesday evening, I was so tired, I wouldn't have probably made it to dinner anyway. Y'all watching QQQ? Yeah, that 273, 273 is a really strong hold. It can't stay under there. I don't know what that's all about. 273. It won't break down. It'll peak underneath it, but it won't stay underneath it. I don't know what that's all about. But those are the facts. Yes, yes, yes. So when I'm up like that, generally, like if I'm just trading with you guys or playing around with this thing, as soon as I'm done, I'll take a nap or I just unwind. And I didn't do that. And so I was so tired on Wednesday. I wouldn't have been any good anyway. I don't even know that I did a lot of trading on Wednesday. I might have taken one or two, or I don't know. But I was tired that day. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
And this is because it has a quality brand.
And I'm just going to chill with you guys.
And yes, everybody's getting hit by the
Marilyn and I'll be up at the same time. That's something like when you don't have someplace to go or something to do, how you would just, what you would do if time were your own. And that's how I feel like time is my own now. I can do whatever I want to do. I can go to bed, not go to bed, stay up late, whatever I want to do.
I'm going to be rooting for Nike, the proud sponsor of the Argentine World Cup team.
All right. So
yep, we can rest anytime nowadays.
15% so far this quarter.
The time is all yours.
Holidays, and I imagine they've got to be thinking in that direction. Do things get iffy for them? How does it look?
Actually, no. One of the reasons that FedEx has really been
I love it. Marilyn, I'm so glad I'm so glad we were able to connect. I did not know that you had planned or that PDC was even on your radar. Do y'all know I never even heard of PDC before Stephanie and them? I thought I was going to Mazatlan. I had heard of Mazatlan. I'd been to Mexico. I'd been to Cabo, Mexico City. What's the other one? Cancun. I might have gone to Cozumel. I can't remember, but I know I went to Cancun, did all of that. Never heard of PDC. I'd heard of Tulum even, but hadn't heard of PDC. So yes.
Yeah, so this is a tough one.
Marilyn says, now my son saw me. He said, I look tired. Go home and rest. Yes, that's what we could do that. We can sleep anytime we want. We can go to bed. We can do all of this stuff anytime we want to. That's the beauty of it. We paid our dues, Marilyn. It's quitting time. So that's why I don't mind doing this, you all. This is really a hobby. And so I know everybody may not, this might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it's mine. I can take my time, learn this skill. I can pick it up when I want to, put it down. I don't have to trade every day. You could do it. To be honest with you, and I need to go back to this, and I said that, I need to only trade on Thursdays and Fridays, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, paper trade with you guys. And I think that may be the next, that may be the way it looks. That may, Elle says, don't rub it in. Girl, we earn this. We are ladies of a particular age, a particular, I'm just saying. So yeah, we can sleep, eat, and do, all kind of nonsense. Stuff you wouldn't dream of doing I wouldn't dream of doing when I was working. So I'm just happy to have, happy to have the leeway, really. So happy to have the break.
And the reason is because there's really nothing. If the Fed was damned if they did.
But that's what's going on, y'all. So this weekend we're doing a little spa thing. It's a full day. It's a facial. I'm getting a hot stone massage. And it's something else. It's like 3 services. You get a massage, a facial. It might be a foot soak or something. Yeah, you get that. I'm telling you. Oh, Elle, really? Wait a minute. You're right there with me. You 60, I'm 65. You're right there with me. What? I don't know why I thought you was a baby, Elle. I don't know. You look young. Wait a minute. Didn't we do our one-on-one together? No way, Elle. You look so young. You're like a baby. Oh, well. I'm telling you, that's good, clean living there, y'all. They say it don't crack. I believe it. Good, clean living. So did anybody paper trade or do anything today? Elle, did you do anything? Paper trade or anything? I know Tara was gonna be caught up today. I think she might have dipped in and dipped out. Haven't been to PDC in over 20 years. Was coming in October. Family emergency plans changed. I remember that. I'm coming 2023 single or whomever. That's the spirit. Oh my goodness. Please don't wait for somebody to come with you. Oh my Lord, you'll be waiting. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just nope. Mm-mm. Come. Had I waited, I would probably still be waiting. Mm-mm. Nope. 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 Don't do that to yourself. Just if they come, great. If they don't come, you'll send them postcards and bring them t-shirts. But it's a vibe. Y'all, it's easy going here. It is Mexico, so it's not a, there's some differences in, just like the sidewalks. We talked about this 100 times. The sidewalks we talked about. Y'all, I like very clean things. I like bathrooms a particular way. I'm just telling you right here. I just don't know a delicate way to say it. The bathrooms, leave a lot to be desired. So ladies, when you come, bring plenty of hand sanitizer, wipes, extra tissues, those kinds of things. Because I'm just going to say bathrooms are not their strong suit. I'm being very kind. But yeah, man, the bathroom situation, like public bathrooms, can be sketchy, hit or miss. And so be prepared for that. Be prepared for taxi drivers to try to charge you more. So that's why we basically do a taxi riding class. We tell you how to get in, how to get out, what to say. Or like me, I walk. It's a blessing for me. I walk everywhere I go. And if you can walk, if you're mobile and you don't have any mobility issues, Playa's easy, easy breezy, easy, easy, easy. So a lot of times I will just walk. I don't like backpack life, but in the morning, if I think I'm gonna be out all day, I'll pack my backpack and we'll see. And we call it a day. I walk home, I walk to restaurants. Playa's very, very, very safe. So you don't have to worry about your safety here. That's about the size of it.
Sounds like they're saying everything.
So bring your walking shoes. Make sure, Marilyn, we don't wear any clothes here. That's why every time y'all see me, I'm in a little, because it's warm. But it's comfortable this time of year, anywhere from November to March. It's very comfortable, you guys. Like you don't need a coat, you don't need a jacket. Oh, is anybody watching this formation? So hey, those are those little box, like the little stair steps we talked about. Yes, you see how they form? That's like art. That's beautiful. You see the nice volume. Wait a minute, where were we when we were? Yeah, you see those nice tall volume bars. Oh, that's a go. You see this. You see we're getting near oversold territory as we get closer to 70. Yes, so you can see the rhythm of it. That's why I'm telling you, study the ticker, find something you like. Look at that. That just looks like la 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 la. It looks like this. So let's see, is she maybe just going to do some up and down stuff, some big old swings till the end of the day? Who knows? I've seen QQQ just float right on, like up into space. And you just say, well, gosh, is it ever going to stop? But these SMAs are pretty close and kind of bunched up together. But I've seen it where they just spread out and the thing just takes off. So we'll see what's happening here today. We'll see.
They think we are in the first phase of an industry-wide correction. They believe AMD, Qualcomm, and Lam Research still have.
Yeah, Marilyn, get your laptop ready.
You can see though, AMD, the worst performer.
Elle says, I'm looking forward to retiring. I have a countdown. We haven't had our one-on-one yet. I still haven't figured out how to get Thinkorswim to download onto my new laptop. Windows 360 is stopping it. Call tech services, call technical, assistance, whatever that number is. They'll get you straight. I'm telling you, do not struggle by yourself. Call them. They help me too. And they're so patient. I told you about that one Jared from State Farm that I got who ran through the answer really quickly. He was basically saying, this ain't for you. I'm not going to share this information with you. That's basically what he was saying. Because I asked him a very simple question and he didn't want to take the time to really go over it. I just hung up and called somebody else. Just call somebody else. Because the reps at TD Ameritrade are so wonderful. If they can't get you through, then you and I can sit down together and then you can schedule a one-on-one. We can do it. That might even be better too, because I can share my screen. You can share your screen. We can kind of look and work on it and take our time, even though it's scheduled for an hour. If it takes us, as long as I don't have anybody scheduled behind you, we can take as much time as we need. Yes, I'm cleaning up. Yep, getting the laptop ready. Yes. Paris, France was like that with the toilets. Oh, I'm telling you, I don't like a bad bathroom. You want to mess me up. You want to see my mood. It doesn't sour my mood. It just, because there's so much you got to do. You got to navigate and do all this stuff. I don't like it. Just clean the bathrooms.
And so the creditors might be the ones who try to.
Sister, I have certain clothes I track. Public bathroom was smelly. Yes, the Eiffel Tower bathroom was the worst. I could believe it. Oh my goodness, the bathrooms here, bad, bad, bad. It's an adjustment traveling overseas and traveling in the U.S. Yep, some parts of Paris are that way. You're shocked. I was shocked. I had no clue. Look at this. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Oh my gosh, is anybody looking at this? Down and up. Anybody watching this? Y'all, hold on. Let me go check out something. Sure, let me go see what's happening. That could have been a nice little call there. I wasn't, looking 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. That thing just sat right there.
The worst performing is real estate. Some of these commercial real estate.
Okay, well, let's see.
Getting hit especially hard.
That was my phone.
We've also got groups like consumer discretionary, utilities, also trading down more than 1.5%. What's holding up the best? Communication services. It's still lower, but you do have names in there like Meta and Netflix getting a little bit of a rebound. T-Mobile also helping that group rebound just a bit. The 10-year treasury yield higher, a little bit of selling, but not on the short end. The 2-year yield is lower, continuing a trend we've seen post-Fed. Look at the major averages for the week. It has been another down week, third in a row. And since the Federal Reserve decision,
so I guess QQQ is just going to finish out on the up note. So maybe these are the people who were waiting, I don't know, for it to hit 272 to purchase. I don't know. I can't tell. Sometimes it's good just to sit out and watch and let her do what she's going to do. So it's just now getting to the place where it's oversold. Can you guys see it? Let me make sure you can see what I'm looking at. And if there's somebody else in here who has something that can add to this, I'm just watching. But look how pretty, I don't know, I call that pretty. Look at that, y'all. It's just like this perfect little, I don't know what you would call that.
To talk to you, what is your takeaway?
Look at that near the end of the day. Just, it did that. And this is on the 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27. And then it just like did a sister move this way. That's amazing.
Sarah, and thank you for having me on the show again.
Amazing.
I view it as certain markets face headwinds and certain markets face tailwinds. And I think what we're seeing right now is some of the headwinds that are facing the equity markets. We're still standing in the 75th to 85th percentile in terms of almost any valuation metric.
Headwinds don't sound good.
So you have multiples that are high.
That doesn't sound
Earnings
good.
are clearly going to be challenged both by higher interest rates, by higher labor costs, by margin squeezes. You have growth under.
But she's still doing a whole bunch of like, it wasn't like that morning run. It wasn't like, that's dramatic. That you can see clearly. This is some other little scoopity stuff. I don't know.
In excess of 4%. So I think there are a lot of headwinds that continue to face the equity
We'll see.
markets, whether it's a soft landing.
I'm
or
still
a hard
waiting to
landing,
see, you
whether
guys,
the
what
Fed
happens.
oversteers
I want to
or
see what
doesn't oversteer.
quadruple witching looks like at the end of the day. I wonder if it's going to be like people getting rid of those contracts, or, you know, what do they do? They all expire. I don't know. I think I've been through a quadruple witching once before. I don't know. Does it happen 4 times a year, twice a year or something? I don't know.
We're coming from a very, very crazy place in
I
terms
don't know
of
how many
valuations
times.
across all risk
How's
assets.
QQQ treating you today?
Corrections that have taken place in the
Hey,
equity markets
Ty, are you kidding me? We made money this morning. It was easy. It was a very quiet day. It was a quiet morning. I'll just show you really quickly. We got in here for a put. We had 3 puts purchased in the morning and got out somewhere around this candle. Got in somewhere around here, so I cut all this down. I waited till it cut through these SMAs. Once it got past all of those, I jumped in and wrote it all the way down. So we made money this morning. I'm just trying not to lose my money this afternoon. I'm trying to preserve my capital. I jumped in a little prematurely for an afternoon move. And so I'm waiting to just see. Excuse me 1 second, guys.
So pricing
I
in
need
the
some
credit
tea.
markets now is so different than what it was at any time in the
Excuse
last
me.
decade, to the point where there's first lien debt yielding.
So all in all, Ty, it's been a good week. I have to stay out of my own way because once I make the money, I have to learn to shut my computer and just go put the money away. Because what I tend to do is, because I'm watching it all day, I'll trade again when I really shouldn't. So I think I'm gonna have to set up some rules for myself. If you got a morning win, just leave it. Just leave it. Because yesterday I wound up jumping back in a trade and I gave some of that money back. Unnecessarily so. It was a good one. My friends are all here with me hanging out, all beginning traders. We're at every place along the spectrum. Some of our viewers have been trading for a while and they're very knowledgeable and they love sharing their knowledge. I'm going to turn the news down just a little bit. And some of us are new. I mean, it's been less than 6 months for me. So this is a community where everyone is welcome. Whether you know a lot about trading or you're new to trading or you just want to watch before you jump in, you found your people. The other thing I was going to say is, Sunday, we're doing a Zoom study session. So if you want to participate in the Zoom study session, just email me at fromlacktolegacy.com. You can go to my website, fromlacktolegacy.com, or you can email me at fromlacktolegacy. What is it? At Gmail, fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com. Sometimes I forget. Everything else, you guys know where to find me. You know where to find me on YouTube, From Lack to Legacy. I'm on Instagram, From Lack to Legacy. So you can hit me up in any of those places. Just give me your email address and I'll email you the Zoom link. Everything that we do is free, all resources. So this Sunday, we're going to talk about how to actually place an order, how to do that with stops and limits. So if you have some information, please contribute. You can leave anything that you want down here in the chat in terms of a resource you want me to check out and possibly have prepared for our Sunday Zoom. You can also go over to my YouTube channel under the community tab. There are videos pertaining to what we'll be talking about on Sunday. So if you want to get prepped, if you don't want to come in like, okay, I know nothing, there's a video, there should be 2 videos there on how to place orders. There's also some information about how to start with a small account. So when you go to YouTube, when you go to my YouTube channel, From Lack to Legacy, don't forget, check out the community tab. There are lots of free resources there. And that's about it. Rules and boundaries sound like a good idea. Ty, you listen. You better have some rules and some boundaries because it's nobody's here to check you. And it's just you and the computer. It's you against the computer. So I like having my friends here with me. Really, I do. Trading is so much more fun with other people. I tend to get in my own head. And Marilyn is my voice of reason. Marilyn is always like, Sandra, cash it, take it out, take the profits. just be patient. So that's what I'm working on, you guys. I found trading isn't hard. It wasn't the trading. You know what the hardest part is? It's managing yourself. At least that was what I discovered about me. It's managing my FOMO, fear of missing out. You know, you want to jump in a trade, it's not even a good setup because you're afraid you're gonna miss the move. That's no bueno. Being greedy, overstaying. I've done that. I've done that a million times. I think Marilyn has been with us from the beginning, from the very first live, I want to say, because Marilyn watched me do the interview with Tracy Collins. She has a podcast, Healthy Black Girl Podcast. And so I had to do the podcast. She actually called in while I was trading. You all watched me. I flipped from one computer to the other, and I did that interview with her, and the money's just ticking. Lord, Lord, Lord. When I look back at that, I was like, Sandra, this is money's just ticking up and down, up and down, up and down. I could have gotten out of that trade at any time. So I didn't get as much as I think I could have gotten out of that trade, but I did come out of that one positive too. So yeah, trading's it's been an experience, and it's a good one too. Let me just peek at QQQ. Yes, you are welcome, my friend Ty. She is so wonderful. Ty is the kind of person who always knows the appropriate thing to say. I don't know how she does it. She's magic. I want some of that. So let me just peek over here. Let's see what QQQ has done. She just did this cute little dance. You know, she got down to a low of 270, It still didn't hold. She doesn't care anything. She went right back above 273, all the way up to 274, and then back down here to 273.43. So we'll see. We're just going to let her do what she does. And I'll be here till 4 o'clock. I was going to jump off because I didn't think anything was going to happen. But to be honest with you, I don't know. Somebody could have made some money here. Let's see. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I don't know. Maybe got above here. That might have been a good entry once it cleared all of those. 3, 6, 9. I don't know. I'm new. These are the musings of a brand new trader. I just open up my kitchen and let y'all come in. We could do it together. Yes, Marilyn is my accountability partner. Oh, yeah. Marilyn keeps me straight. We think alike. I mean, Marilyn crafts too. So I got to get over there and check out Marilyn's blog so I can see what's happening. I need some balance in my life, and crafting for me. I used to craft. That kind of, it centers you. You're not thinking about anything else. You're focused on the task. So, Marilyn, I'm going to be checking you out. And Ty, oh, are you kidding me? She's such a doll. Oh, Marilyn will be here. She's coming to PDC next year. So Ty is here with us too. So maybe we can all hook up and do some spa pool and all that other stuff. Because we're really big on, spaing and resting and relaxing and treating ourselves well. I told y'all, did I tell you all about me getting my chakras aligned? It was my first time, y'all. QQQ wasn't doing anything but going up and down, so I figured we might as well chat while we're here. But I got my chakras aligned. Oh my gosh. You all, I've never had them, God bless. I worked. I was a hardworking mom and teacher. There was no time to be getting your chakras aligned. What? So I finally went and got it done. And when I tell you all, it was an experience. It was an experience. I don't know if you've been to PDC, but there's a street, Fifth Avenue. And on Fifth Avenue, that's where all the stuff is. All the shops, the tequila, street performers, restaurants. It's just a ball of energy. And usually it's my favorite street to walk down. I could walk up and down from one end to the other all day and all night. But after I got my chakras aligned, y'all, I couldn't handle it. I promise you, I was so at peace when I walked out of that place. It was like she had gotten inside and scrubbed and cleaned my insides out real good. And I tried to walk down Fifth, and it was too noisy. The lights, all of it, it was so much. I was so serene. I floated all the way home. So I got off of Fifth. I walked down 10th, which is the street over. Much quieter. I promise you, I walked from, and anybody who's been to PDC will know, I walked from 88th all the way to my place. I don't know how many miles. I don't know. I didn't even care. I felt that good. I felt so carefree. So if you've never gotten your chakras aligned, I don't know. Check it out. I slept so well, and I'm not gonna reveal too much, y'all, but I had the best dream too. I'll tell y'all, since I tell y'all everything anyway. I had the best dream about love. When I went, okay, Marilyn, when you come to PDC, we'll talk some more about this. You might want to get your chakras aligned. I don't know. But the lady who did it, the dear soul, her name is Kimberly. Sweet, sweet, sweet. She told me to, before you go in, Sandra, set an intention, what is on your heart. And we did this whole thing. And so, y'all, I did not go in to get my chakras aligned to talk about my love. It wasn't on my radar. I went in to get my I went in to get my money chakra together. I was like, shake my money chakra loose. That's what I need. And I talked about family and relationships, the things that we all talk about. It's probably all the same stuff. But I wanted to improve and open that up and be open to. And on the end of it, y'all, I tossed in love, because who isn't going to toss that in too? If you got to put your intentions out in the world, everybody wants love. And so I just kind of tossed that. I promise you, I really went in to get my money chakra together, if there's such a thing. Y'all know I'm just being facetious, because I don't even think there is a money chakra. But so we laughed and joked about it. And I promise y'all, when I tell you I had the most beautiful dream about complete, total love and acceptance. I never felt anything like that before, alive, awake, or asleep. And I just, I'm a fan. And I have just been kind of on this high ever since. I've been singing and dancing and just, I don't know. I do not know. Maybe it wasn't the chakra thing. Who knows? It could be the placebo effect. But it did some good for me. It helped me relax and sleep better, and all those good things. So get your chakras aligned, get your chakras together, people. And look at QQQ floating up to the top. I just, look at this. These are the kind of candles you want to see, you all. These nice, strong, full. Look at all this volume. Look at this. This thing is going to the sky. These little stair steps where this one closes, this one opens, and then another one. And this is on our 3-minute time frame. All of this is a go. The only thing that worries me a little bit, the RSI is a little overbought. Yes, overbought. I always get those mixed up. I say that every time. And remember, anything you hear me saying, I am not a teacher. I am not certified. I'm a teacher, but I don't teach this. I share this. So you check anything that I say to you. We like to start the conversation here, but you follow through with some of your own research. But to me, this is like, it's what you want to see. You want to see big volume bars. You want to see this building. That pattern is you can't deny that. 1, 2, 3, they come in like that. And so we went from a low of about 272 to 270, almost 275 in just a matter of 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 33, 36, 39. Less than 45 minutes while I was sitting here talking to you. And so somebody made money on that move if they were smart enough to get in there and recognize this pattern and get in. So we'll see how QQQ finishes up the day. There's 45 minutes left in the trading day. Yeah, about 45 minutes. So we'll see how she does. Who knows? Maybe she'll come crashing down. It's quadruple witching day. I'm just watching. Truly, that's what I'm watching for. I'm watching to see what does quadruple witching mean, and what does it, what are the implications in the trading world? If you don't know what it means, scroll back up through the chat. Elle was nice enough to put a beautiful, lovely definition of quadruple witching in the chat. And you'll see QQQ coming in with this red candle. Let it be a big one. I'm always cheering for, I do have a put bias. Yes, I do. I have a put bias. Okay, so where are we? This is Marilyn. Marilyn says, I do that anyway. Sing in the store, dance. See, Marilyn and I have a secret. We're both retired, and there's a joy, honest to goodness. And we're not gonna rub it in, but I'm just saying there is a real joy in being able to wake up when you want to, go to sleep when you want to. You just do what you want to. So I'm not surprised, Marilyn, you singing and dancing in the stores. I don't have to know how to dance or sing. I like dancing and singing. Me too. And I'm one black woman who cannot dance, but I will dance. And I cannot really sing, but I will sing. I'll sing loud and off key. But you all see, look at it. Look at QQQ. I'm telling you. Lots of opportunities as we get to be better traders. Because even if you got in here and just rode it, that's still, y'all, that was an easy move right there. So half of the battle is seeing the move, knowing when to get in, knowing when to get out. I'm learning just like everybody else. And I'm learning when to stay out too. Like all this consolidation here, just stay out. There's nothing going on. I did make a nice clean exit this morning. I was able to get out, I think, on this second green candle here. And so I didn't sit through this. I've jumped in prematurely expecting this downward trend to continue. And I want to say I jumped in one of these. It was 272. It might have been around here. And I thought it was going to stay down, and it didn't. It did not stay under 273. Not only did it not stay under 273, look what it did. It shot up to 274. So you always want to wait for the move. Don't force anything. A smart trader would have taken that money and been gone for the day and probably never would have even seen the rest of this. So that's what we're doing. Could you put the quad information in the comments if you have time? Thanks. Yep. You all want me to just post it in the community tab? Quadruple witching? I'll post it on the community tab because I'm just sitting here. So I'll post it now. Elle, where did you find that quadruple witching? I'll find another definition, but that one was good. It was concise and straight to the point. So let me see if I can find a definition. Quadruple. Quadruple witching. Okay. What does quadruple witching, that's so hard to say, refers to the simultaneous expiration of stock index futures, stock index options, stock options, and single stock future derivatives. So that's what we're going to, oh, that came from Investopedia. We like Investopedia. If you don't know what Investopedia is, it's a website. I like that along with Market Watch. So Investopedia is a great website. I'll post a list of websites too that you're probably already aware of. A date on which contracts okay, so I'm going to grab this. And as a matter of fact, I'll post this link. It's a copy on our community tab. So you can find it. See.
Depending on your index, between 5 and 7%, and that's just not consistent with the 2% inflation objective. So I think we will see some rise in unemployment. That's what the Fed has penciled in for 2023, about a percentage point increase.
Here, okay, so I'm placing it there now. Here's
inflation down, but the labor market is high. You know, we have 2 vacancies for every job, and we also have a reduced labor force compared to pre-pandemic. So the labor market is overheated.
So your view is that they do get up to their target rate that they're expecting
in the first half of next year, and then what?
They pause, or do they pivot? Do they have to cut? Because the market is now starting to expect cuts.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, we saw some of this back in the
So let's see, when you hit that link, yep, it takes you right to it. And I'll post the definition in the chat as well.
And the markets, I do think I take the dots at their word, at their dots.
5
1/4. and then I think they intend to hold there for some time. Now, the length of time will depend on the data, and in particular, if we do begin to see underlying inflation moving down sharply, I think they will respond to that. That would be a good thing.
And let's see.
The Fed has indicated in the long run they think the funds rate's going to be somewhere around 2.5.
I hope this lets all that go. Okay, so I put it here, and I also put it on the community tab with a link in case you guys want to go look for quadruple witching. I posted the name and she posted the definition. Okay, I think it was C-Bar that posted it from. Okay, cool. So there it is. Quadruple witching is the term quadruple witching refers to the simultaneous expiration 4 times a year of stock options, index futures, and index future option derivative contracts. So a lot of stuff is happening today, but it didn't behave the way I thought. You know what I thought? I've been, you guys, at the end of the day in a sell-off, and I could have sworn it was a quadruple witching time. And when I tell you that thing hit the ground, oh my gosh. They were selling that stuff so fast. I never saw anything like that. It was like the last 15 minutes of the day. It was like everybody waited as long as they could. In the last 15 minutes of the day, they just started selling off. So we'll see. Maybe we'll see some of that action today. It was something to see. I made some money that day too. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I did not predict. I did not even know what it was. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. And sometimes that's what trading is. You just happen to be in the right place at the right time. So please, anybody still with us? Oh, I should have told Ty, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Ty came and sat with us and did a trade with us one day, but she was having some technical issues. So sent it to my email. Good. And you all go check out the community tab. Seriously, if there's something you all need, send me an email and I'll try to find I've probably seen a video or know of something, but I also thank you guys for expanding my horizons with introducing me to new YouTubers, because I like the ones I like, but I like it when you guys introduce me to new YouTubers too, or just new resources, because then I can pass that stuff on. So yeah, Ty, you'll be back. I know. And we'll have all this. By the time you get back, we'll have maybe a resource bank. Who knows? Because I didn't even see this coming, you guys. I didn't think anybody else would be interested in trading like me. I'm like, who else wants to sit here and look at these little ticky things all day? But I'm telling you all, it's something mesmerizing. I don't know. It does it for me. It just does it. Okay, so QQQ is plenty oversold. And so we'll see what happens. She's at 274.60. We'll see if there's some sell-off today or what's happening. Maybe she just goes out the same way she came in. Because let's see, in the morning high, we got up to 277.65. Oh, Lord, don't let her go up to 277.65. We need her to shimmy on down. And that's it, y'all. This is what the day looks like. Yes, Marilyn knows the community tab. That's where it's at. So when I come across things, like if I see a good video or any resource, something that somebody passes on to me, that's where I drop it. So I think you find, let me see, I'll show you where the community tab is. Let's go to it. Let's just go straight to it. Let me share this page with you guys. Hold tight. I'm going to switch this Thinkorswim screen out of the way. So it'll go blank for a bit. And then I'm going to share this other tab. I think this is it. Yep. So if you go to, let's see, let me make this nice and big. If you go to From Lack to Legacy And if you go right across the top, there's a community tab. You guys know how this works. Y'all been on YouTube forever and a day. But under the community tab is where I try to drop in things. So here's the information about quadruple witching. Just tap the link. I like it myself. And then here are a couple videos. Trade management, the good, the bad, the awful. It says trading. Oh, this is the one for trading a small account. That's the video for trading a small account. And then this one is, you can actually watch them place a sample trade. I thought that would be helpful. And there's another video here Barb has. Oh, technical analysis. I like Cameron too. So his technical analysis talks about, all of your studies and all those, your indicators, all that stuff that you put on your chart, why you need a trading journal. And this is just an example. This video talks about how you can use options as a part of your investment portfolio, as a part of a stock investor. Because options aren't for everybody and they aren't for every occasion, but there's a way. And then here is the one, entries and exits. I think she shows you how to place the stops and all those limits and stuff. So don't sleep on the community tab, y'all. Don't sleep on that. Here's for videos. This is where you can get all the lives. Community tab is chock full of information. And don't forget this button too. Support the channel. You can buy me a cup of coffee. Like if we were together in a coffee shop, that's what we would be doing anyway. We just aren't in a coffee shop. We're in my kitchen. But if we were together trading, we would probably be trading at a Starbucks or something. I'd buy you some coffee. You buy me some coffee. It is what it is. But that's where the button is. And you just tap it and it takes you over to this page. And thank you to those people who've already bought me coffee. Thank you. That was Tara and Rose. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Rose. That means the world to me. I know it's a small thing, but it means the world to me, you guys. So let's get back over here. Let me get you to this, back to think or swim. Let me close this out. Hold tight. I figured out, you guys, why I can't always pick up that back page. It has to be showing anyway. Y'all remember the first days I struggled with trying to share the screen? The StreamYard window has to be small. It has to be minimized. And then that back screen has to be showing in order for me to share it. So that was more info than y'all asked for. But we're back looking at Think Through Swim. Okay, I think you guys can see it now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's at the top of the YouTube page. The coffee button is at the top of the YouTube page. And it might have a page itself. I don't know. Because come on, y'all. Y'all know I'm new to this. But all of it's at From Lack to Legacy. So the email is fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com. My YouTube is From Lack to Legacy. My Instagram is From Lack to Legacy. And the website is fromlacktolegacy.com. I said that? Okay. So you can find me. And most times I'm just chilling here anyway. I'm not hard to find. Oh, goodness. 275.27. Wow. And she's still going. Bravo and kudos to anybody who bought a call at the end of the day. Bravo to you, fine folks. Hold tight. I'm going to see if I can share another page with you guys. Hold tight. I know I told you guys about Market Watch, Investopedia, but I have a document that has like all the web resources in it. So I'll try to share that too. I'll find it rather than try to beat my brain up. I have it in a Google Doc. So maybe I'll email that to everybody. I can drop that to you guys because it has all the websites. It's got podcasts. It's a bunch of resources. It might be helpful for somebody. All the news outlets that I follow are on there as well. So yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna bring QQQ back up and see what she's doing. Let's see. We've got 30 minutes left in the day. So no quadruple witching sell-off that I can see, but it's still early. The last one that I was present for, it happened like the last 15 minutes of the day. So let me make a note to myself to drop those resources somewhere. I'll either drop it on the community tab or I'll email you guys directly. Email resources or put.
The simple answer, Sarah, is unfortunately, I don't believe that they have. The case of Meta, I think
That's
they have,
the
for the most part, all these large cap tech companies
websites,
podcasts, especially for tech investors, moves at a more
and
pace. And I think when we think about the December quarter specifically, I'll just highlight.
oh, I even have some books too. I don't know. Do people even still read books? I have some books too. Always have fun hanging with you. Enjoy the weekend. See you, Ty. See you. Don't forget on your way out, hit the like button. Thank you, Ty. I'll see you soon. Hopefully I'll see you this weekend. If you're in town, maybe we can kick it for a little bit. I'll be at the spa Sunday. Saturday or no, Sunday I'll do this class. And then Saturday I'll be at the spa. Talk to you guys. Talk to you later, Love Muffin. Okay. So we're just watching QQQ do her thing. It's coming down. She's coming down. Let's see, 274.85. Let's see how far she comes down. Let's see. See if she does some fall off the sky magic stuff. I don't know. Just hit the like button. Thank you, Ty. I'll talk to you soon. Yes. Okay, so QQQ looks like it might be coming down. It's 275 even. Whoa. Is that down or up? 275. Oh, 5. We'll see. I have lots of PDFs. I have been pursuing Microsoft Wizard interviews with traders. Really? Y'all are into some of everything. I have lots of PDFs. Thank you. I have been perusing Market Wizard interviews with traders. Any of it you feel like we can use, Elle, please drop it. Drop it in the chat, email it to me, and then I'll try to see if I can't get it out to everybody.
3/4 of the time, it's not priced in. And so you might get lucky and happen to own the one where the numbers go down and the stock goes up. But I still think that it's largely not priced in.
So I'm looking at your picks there. You like Meta, Apple, not surprising. Gene, and Take-Two Interactive. Why are these the best opportunities in the space?
I'm about to make some more
when it
tea,
comes to
y'all.
Apple, I think that again,
I'm
this is
still
the near term
watching.
versus the long term. Near term, buy side needs to have their coordinates correct going into the March quarter as well, understanding that. But I still think that demand is strong. This is just the fabric of our tech. And so I think that Apple is going to continue to power through. I still think that they'll show a headset in WWDC next year. I think that that's going to be a catalyst for innovation for them and a multiple expansion. And I'm inching up. I've just been standing right at that 50-50 line on the car. But it's going to be something that ultimately I think in the next couple of years can be a massive, can triple the size of their business. And so that's Apple, Meta. I think that
A lot of analysts love for Meta lately.
Surprising that wasn't the case a month and a half ago, but in the case of Meta, Zuckerberg's comments at the deal, New York Times deal book on December 1st suggests that engagement's strong, and I think that's ultimately the most important piece. They're the only company to make so those are two that I focus on.
Rohit, for you, you mentioned Amazon. You think all the negativity there on earnings is priced in, so I assume that's one of your top picks, and I think Uber's on your list too.
Yeah, I agree. As in Amazon, in when you're having shrinking markets, I feel Amazon gains market share in all three markets that they operate in: commerce, advertising, and public cloud. I feel they are going to be gaining share throughout first half of 23, and we'll see start to see evidence of that. I think Amazon is also probably 6 to 9 months ahead as far as cost cutting is concerned, and we start seeing that leverage as the quarters progress. Again, as I said, probably there is one more quarter of haircuts for Amazon that we need to go through, and then as the markets start to stabilize, I feel Amazon is the one that has the most absolute upside in mega caps in my book. Uber, I feel fundamentals have been improving throughout the year, but stock has had negative sentiment on regulatory things. So I feel as fundamentals stay stable and they continue to execute, I think there is a catch up here where valuations are extremely
This looks like
disconnected
it's
with
gonna make
what
a big
Uber
old
has been
smiley
executing over
face.
the last 12 months.
I
Uber
know
is the
that is
only
probably
large cap
not a very
company in
technical term, but it looks like a big
in the
old
20
smiley
companies that we
face.
looked at that have had upward revisions in revenues throughout the year. Not a single mega cap company that we looked at has had that. Yet Uber stock is down 40%. I feel that disconnect doesn't last too long. So I think that's why we like Uber as well.
Right, Gene, we'll leave it there. Thank you both for joining me with some
Thanks,
of the
Sarah.
opportunities in what has been another week here where tech has gotten slammed. Take a look at where we stand right now in the markets, about 20 minutes until the close, off the lows and climbing sort of into the close, well off the lows, down 200 points here on the Dow. S&P is down 0.75%. So we're still looking at some pretty broad declines. But as I mentioned, communication services now higher. Materials also coming off the lows, only down 0.25%. Real estate still the big drag, and the Nasdaq's down 0.6%. Banks have been among the weakest performers in December. Today we got news that Goldman Sachs could be planning another round of layoffs. Coming up, we'll discuss whether now's the time to buy some of these hard-hit names.
I'm here, peeps. Let's see. We got 15 minutes left in the day, about 20. And 275.26. I don't know, 270, 275.18. We'll see what happens, y'all. For the end, how we wrap up the weekend, how we go into the weekend. Oh, up. Does your Discord have a folder with PDFs? Ever so often, I check the media folder of private Telegram groups I am in. I'll have to look and see. Let's see. I don't know. They don't like to give out a lot of, intel. And y'all, I'm not in there often enough, but you said, okay, does it have a folder with PDFs? I'm going to check it right now. Although I know what I do find useful is that they post the earnings report, during earnings seasons, you want to have earnings reports. So I will roll through here and see what might be usable. Now, see, I don't know if you guys find these things useful. Let me get to it. It must be like the AI. These are calls, golden sweeps, ARC. It tells you the strike price, the premium. Oh, these must be the big movers. Oh, Baba, strike, premium, time. Okay, I'm just going to show you this screen and you tell me what these are because I don't know. It's called Golden Sweeps. Call Golden Sweep. Is it a put? Golden Sweep. And I think this is where the big money goes. And so if you want to follow big money, then I get these posts. So that might be something that's helpful. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but on my Discord group, they post these. And what it is it may be a stock or an ETF, and it tells you where big money and how much they've bought. They tell you the strike price, the expiration date. Yeah. And these are leaps. So you might want to follow some big money. That is one thing I might be able to share with you guys.
A bullish call on consumer staples and the outlook for the banks. When we take you inside the market zone, down 205 now on the Dow. The recovery
I'll keep
continues.
looking though. How do you spots set up? Study session, stock news. No. Oh. Oil demand is being stoked. Okay. They do nice articles and stuff in there too. And they do pictures of their charts. I gotta get in here. Okay. I'll watch. Because charting is something, we should be doing. I know I should be. And I don't chart. I don't chart like I should. Okay, so QQQs come down to 274.81. Let's see if she'll keep falling. Maybe this is the triple witching time. Maybe they'll just sell a bunch of stuff off at the end of the day. Who knows? It's going down pretty quickly, though. 274 was 80. Well, I don't know. I might have spoke too soon. Don't speak too soon. I'm just watching. I checked L, so I will continue to check there too. And if I find that's a good idea too, because I'm paying for that. I'm paying for it, and I really don't use it the way I should. So I'll go through that. Y'all, I have so many resources. I really do. Okay. Charts, all kind of stuff. So I will just pull things together. We might need to find and make like a resource center. I got to find a way that would make it accessible to everybody and useful. Because I do have a Google Drive where I put stuff, but like nobody wants another place to go to look for information. So maybe if I can find some way to utilize that community tab to share, I'll figure it out. But I'll figure maybe like a clearinghouse where we put all the intel. Okay, Elle, I'm on it. I'll look for them now because I'm right here. Okay. Let's see. Candle and Market Wizard. Is that the information you sent me? I got it. Okay, I'll find some way to share that with everybody too. I got it. Elle, was it the information about candlesticks and market wizards? Because if so, I got that. Okay, I got it. Okay, and we're watching QQQ down 274.83. Let's see what happens. See what happens in the last 15 minutes of the day.
We are now in the closing bell market zone. Wolf Research Chief Investment Strategist Chris Senyak is here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, JMP Securities' Devin Ryan on the banks and Fairlead's Katie Stockton on some technical levels to watch here in the sell-off. We'll kick it off broadly, Chris, with the market coming back a little here into the close, but still capping off another tough week overall. Just getting some new Fed headlines crossing the wire. Now Fed Mester. Clearly the blackout period is over, and they're all talking, just chiming in here with more hawkish comments saying she expects the Fed to hike by more than its median forecast, that she welcomes the recent inflation data, but not willing to call a peak. It will take time for inflation to ebb. You get the point. They don't want the market thinking they're getting ready to pause just yet. So does that mean more pain?
It's been exhausting since the Fed Chair's Powell press conference. All the Fed speakers have followed very hawkishly. So I think that Powell clearly had misspoke back at the Brookings Institute, and that at least the markets interpreted that way. So very hawkish speak. They want the labor market to be weaker. They want wages to fall, and stocks are going to remain and risk off.
You've been pretty bearish most of the year, right? Right, Chris? Has
Yeah,
anything changed for you in terms of the outlook?
Nothing's changed in the outlook. In fact, we've been more bearish. We
Everybody
think we're going to
been
have a deeper
bearish.
recession
Except for
next
those
year.
people
We
who
think
stuck in the
ultimately
market and
they'll
can't
go too far
be.
because they'll have to. That's what ultimately the only thing they'll do to break the wage growth and unemployment up is to really get into a deeper recession and break that wage price spiral. So we're still bearish. We issued our outlook last Monday for 2023. We think there's at least 20% downside from here for stocks.
Wow, we're going to talk about that more. But first, let's hit the banks, because some news today on the financial side. Goldman Sachs planning to cut up to 8% of employees in January, according to reporting from CNBC's Hugh Son. The stock is down nearly 10% year to date. Rough year, but outperforming the KBW Bank Index, which is down more than 25%. Let's bring in JMP Securities Senior Research Analyst Devin Ryan. Any reason to think these Goldman cuts are not happening across the entire sector, about the other banks too?
Yeah, Sarah, I think the whole space is going to see some reduction. Goldman was kind of alluding to this last week at their conference, that they have to get tighter on expenses, and there's a lot of uncertainties we just heard about in kind of the macro outlook. So I think you'll see others probably do similar. There also is a little bit of a Goldman-centric aspect here. They have their financial targets are very focused on, and operating margins are trying to live up to. And so if you think about last year, 2021 was just aberrationally strong. And if they take out 8,000, which is the rumored number up to that would just get them right back to where they were starting 2021. So, it's a little bit more than they normally do every year, but I wouldn't look at it as some drastic.
I think they're starting to sell off, you guys. Y'all see how QQQ is falling so fast?
So
I think,
we'll come with it,
and I don't know.
And we're
Because
still
here comes a
pretty
green
constructive
candle.
and
Who'd ever
look,
thunk it?
beyond kind of middle of next year.
I think this is like
I
that
think what you said about the
sell-off
growth
thing,
is really important, the perspective here, right? They're coming off of a period of strong growth where, I don't know, they didn't do layoffs last year like this, did they? In the last 2 years. And they've grown the bank, they've grown the assets, and so have others.
Yeah, so exactly. I think when times are really good and you need a lot of people to help execute all that business, you don't take as close of a look at your headcount. And I think that if you just look again, they've grown their headcount by over 8,000 from the beginning of 2021. So this will just get them right back to kind of that level.
I think it's going to go down under 274.
Again, the macro backdrop is very challenging, and we're in our opinion in kind of a pretty choppy trading range for a number of these stocks here. But we do think we're actually getting closer to the bottom end for financials relative to maybe the broader market. Financials are trading at 50% of the S&P 500 for PE multiple. So I think it's gonna be choppy going here for the next couple of quarters, but beyond that, we actually start to get pretty constructive here.
Ryan, thank you very much for joining me. Appreciate the outlook on the banks. Let's talk about the consumer staples. That's Devin Ryan, I should say. Two first names threw me off. Devin Ryan from JMP. Take a look at the staples. They're lower today, but they've been outperforming and holding up relatively well in December. Analysts at Bank of America revealing their top picks today in the sector heading into 23. The bank likes Coca-Cola, Mondelez, and Procter & Gamble in the multinationals, saying peak U.S. dollar.
I think Mondelez is the bakery.
Those stocks. In value,
okay, so I'm going to pull
QQ
back up so we can see what she's doing, because
it's Monster Beverage, Hershey, and PepsiCo. Bank of America saying staples could be one of the top sectors next year. Prices remain high, but inflation and costs are moderating, they say, leading to more margin expansion. Chris, is that I know you can't talk to specific names, but is it a group that you favor?
Or they have defensive characteristics. We do agree with the dollar weakness call. I think that'll be more back-end loaded next year rather than front-end loaded. And they have durability of earnings. So I think the big story in the first quarter of next year is going to be owning names that have earnings resistance and aren't going to see the negative downward earnings revision cycle. So we like them. They're expensive, but they have pricing power, and their input costs are certainly moderated.
What other sectors do you do you characterize as defensive? Because real estate is traditionally in that basket, but real estate's been pummeled really hard today and other days.
I'm surprised Facebook was able to hold on today. Facebook was up $3.
Lending.
I don't know what that was all
real
about.
estate, we'd avoid
Everybody
it's
else
mixed
was
bag. I think
down.
There's many headwinds. The group's not cheap enough. We really like healthcare, farm and managed care in particular. That's been our favorite sector all year. It continues to be our favorite sector as we look to next year. Valuations aren't stretched. They offer defensive characteristics. Not a lot of political risk for the time being, given the divided Congress. And they throw off real cash flows. And investors today that we speak with want to own businesses that throw off real cash flows. And healthcare does exactly that.
All right, so healthcare and staples. Let's turn to broader markets and talk about some key levels to watch. With us now is Katie Stockton. She's founder and managing partner of Fairlead Strategies, also a CNBC contributor. Katie, everybody was watching on the S&P that 3,900 support level, closed below it yesterday. Looks like we're going to close below it again today. What does that mean?
I mean, it's really kind of a minor level, but it does show the loss of momentum that was really evident at the start of last week. We now have pretty widespread overbought sell signals looking at our bottom up work. Individual stocks are seeing their overbought, oversold measures roll over. We also had some counter trend signals in the major indices that were confirmed yesterday. So a lot of the indicators do point lower. The breach of that 3,900 area is certainly a setback. And the next support for the S&P 500 is around 3,500. I don't think that level is relevant between now and year end. In fact, I think we'll see some stabilization next week, perhaps a little bit of a Santa Claus rally before a downdraft in January. And that 3,500 level,
I'm here for a
does look
Santa
in
Claus
jeopardy.
rally.
I don't think it's a real, we can be convinced that it's going to hold on the way down. We're looking for a bit of a volatility event where we can liken the current setup in the volatility index to 2008, unfortunately. So we're kind of bracing for more downside, but perhaps not between now and year end.
I had a question for you about technology and the NASDAQ in particular and the relationship with rates, because for most of the year, the story was as rates went up, technology was in the eye of the storm. NASDAQ is still underperforming and the 10-year's below 3.5 and is way off the highs. So how do you make sense of that? And what does it tell us for next year?
Yeah, I think it's all about the mega caps, right? I mean, we have actually seen a short-term breakdown in Apple stock this week, and that's something that I think is going to be a big drag on the major indices. And that's, of course, been a big drag on the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 technology sector. So it's the influence of these mega caps that's been so difficult for the overall sector. It's kind of set the tone. Whereas if you look from sort of like a small and mid cap growth perspective, those names have done, in some cases, better in relative strength terms. They've had nice relief rallies. It's not to say that they won't also see sharp retracements here, but you can make a case for them longer term that perhaps they already have an important low in place. You just can't make the case, the same case for Apple, Tesla, of course, and the others.
So would you tell people to buy small and mid cap growth names?
I think perhaps on the next retracement, yes, but here there's too much risk. I think with the overbought downturns that we have, and so many names came right up against their 200-day moving averages. It's been such a reliable resistance level in this environment, and now they're reacting to the overbought conditions. So I would give them some room. Probably aim to wait until end of January, perhaps early February, and then revisit and see if we have breakdowns, in which case I'd still avoid them. Or if you see some additional support discovery, those summertime lows are remaining intact, and ideally also seeing divergences to the upside in the indicators, momentum gauges, overbought, oversold measures making higher lows, even as prices come down.
Is there a particular sector, finally, Katie, that looks ripe to you for a comeback, a good opportunity right now?
I'm gonna switch this tab.
I don't know about a comeback, but I still do favor the defensive sectors, as you've been discussing. Healthcare does have really among the best relative strength posture. We've seen a little bit of a downtick outside of defensives in energy. I think it's still one of the best sectors for right now from a longer term momentum and relative strength perspective. But staples are certainly fair game in relative terms. Utilities have staged a bit of a recovery, and I'd say utilities, if I had to compare them versus REITs, which they tend tend to kind of stay in sync directionally. I would say utilities over REITs.
Utilities
Got
over
it. Katie
REITs.
Stockton, thank you very much.
That makes sense. Did y'all
Appreciate
hear
it.
that?
From Fairlead
Utilities
Strategies.
over REITs.
Chris, also
That
wanted to ask
makes
you about
sense.
dividends and what the strategy is there. Should you be
Because
buying
REITs got to
dividend
be doing
payers
bad.
into next year as sort of another way to remain
Utilities is a
defensive, especially if
sector.
yields are falling now?
And they're saying that that sector is going to do worse.
Defensive because of the yield and the growth and the cash flows to support that dividend. Our favorite strategy is the dividend aristocrats, which is widely known and an area where you have companies that have a 25-year consistency of increasing their dividends over time. There's some staples names on there, of course, utilities, among others. So that's where we'd be putting new money into the dividend aristocrats. Which, into what we think is going to be just a really
everybody knows what the aristocrats are. Did you hear that? That's what they
just a minute or so left in the session. Few new 52-week lows. Advanced Auto Parts trading at lows that we haven't seen since 2020. Signature Bank and Baxter, new high for Arch Capital Group. So what would change your mind, Chris? What would have to happen next year to make you feel like it's time to buy?
Well, we stick to our market bottom checklist. We have a lot of different indicators we're looking at. The first thing is leading indicators need to find some type of bottom. You saw the S&P Global manufacturing index earlier today.
That was
weaker
the day.
than expected. I would argue in recessionary
She ended up at
territory, that means to find some sign of bottom.
274.
We want to see the VIX spike above 40. There's not a lot of fear in the market. And we've got to have a better
Well, that's
sense
the whole day,
about what the
folks.
Fed's going to do, how
Let
high
me
they're going to
see.
go.
I'll show you how it ended up. I think
where
most of
the cost
y'all
ultimately
probably
occurs.
watching on your own.
And
But
there's just too much uncertainty around that to start to think about a market bottom. Obviously, as prices fall, naturally we have to go a little bit more optimistic. But
and
we're
it's
just
still
not
going
there yet.
down. So
Chris Benyak,
I
thank
don't
you for joining
know.
me from Wolf Research.
I think the
As we
sell-off
head
is going to
into the
continue to
close here,
happen
we've seen the Dow come off the
into
lows. It's heading
the
south again. So it is going to be a down
post-market.
day.
It'll
The biggest
probably
drag right
continue
now
to
is
sell off. Who
McDonald's, Home
knows?
Depot, United
But
Healthcare, and Microsoft.
that was a day. I don't know what I was expecting to see this afternoon. I don't know what I thought I was going to see, but we made it through, y'all. We made it all the way through the day. I made a little bit of money in the morning. I lost a little bit when I jumped in too soon, but I still made it out with a profit. So hallelujah for that. Ooh. So I think, Marilyn, you got me pegged. It's like, do not be patient. Don't jump until you see a for real setup that you can ride all the way out. So we did it, y'all. We did it. We did a full week. Is this our first full week? Y'all have to let me know if how many days or whatever, but I'm here anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. I'm here. I just turned the camera on, but I promise y'all, one of these mornings y'all gonna roll through here and I'm gonna be sitting here in my pajamas with my robe. Oh, y'all almost got a robe morning this morning. Oh, I won't do the bonnet, but man, will I do the bathrobe. I will definitely do that. So thanks everybody. I think I got everybody's info and intel. Anybody who wants to get the Zoom link, just email me from lactolegacy.com or from lactolegacy@gmail.com. You can catch me on YouTube, all of those places. But you know what I'm going to start asking you guys to do? Just hit me up at that from Lacto Legacy email, because in that way, everything will go into one place. About 4 days. Yes, I am. You guys enjoy your weekends too. I'll see y'all. Thank you. It was so cool. I'm telling you, every day that we traded live, y'all, a play came up. Now, did I maximize the plays? Probably, no, y'all already know. You already know my weakness is going in after, and then I place another trade. No, I should learn to walk away. So that's what I'm working on. Is it Eileen, Ellen? Thank you. Please don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe and share, y'all, so we can share the love. We just come here and talk. We just talk about money. That's all we do. All right, folks, I gotta go because at 4:15 I have a one-on-one with Lucille today. So we're going to try to get her Think Through Swim up and rolling for Sunday. So blessings, happy trading, and I'll see you guys on Sunday. I'll see everybody at the Zoom. Eileen, I'm not sure it's Eileen or I'm not sure how you say it, but if you want to sit in on our, I guess it's like a study session for Zoom, just drop me an email and I will send you the link. All right, folks, I gotta go.
way
Bye,
around,
y'all.
which would be that it
See
just
y'all
doesn't think the
later.
Fed's going to be able to do what it wants because the